Varda Walk, Psychological Adventure Fantasy, Slowburn LitRPG, complete. Chapter 108, Back on Track. A cheerful humming pulled Ulrich to awareness. It was an unfamiliar tune, but the melody gave him the faintest impression of Greensleeves, if it was written by Hans Zimmermann, the famed pre-collapse classical composer. It was said the man had written scores that entranced millions, easing their suffering through the initial phases of the collapse, buying them fleeting peace as they lived through the erosion of life as they knew it, like a violinist on the Titanic, playing out the end. This song was melancholic, but somehow uplifting. It took Ulrich a moment to realize it was coming from his shadow outside, the connection being a little slow due to his morning brain. That and the simple fact that the woman did not sing, at least she hadn't in his memory. Come to think of it, Hallett had been humming the morning she'd departed. Maybe it was a she-elf victory lap for sexing their partner unconscious. More testing would be required. Chasing away the odd flickers of inane thought, Ulrich pulled himself together to make ready to handle whatever nonsense Varda would throw them this day. He was tying his belt and fixing the sword sheath on his back as he exited the hide teepee. Taipan had acquired fresh meat. Something akin to a possum bred with a badger was roasting on a skewer, which she rotated regularly over the low flame of the fire. If the coals were anything to go by, she'd been up for at least a couple of hours already. Hot damn, the lady was raring to go today. "Good morning, Taipan. How did the twins find you this day?" Ulrich greeted her in her own tongue. She glanced up and favored him with a brief grin, a potent sign of good fortune to the day. "It is well, Ulrich Glade, Chief. I discovered a bark weasel attempting to find a new burrow, and it will make for a fine meal before we embark on today's journey. Sit and take water. It nears readiness." The woman returned, the sylvan language flowing like water from her tongue. Ulrich complied happily, rinsing his sleep-dried mouth with a swallow from the leather water bag. They would need to refill those before they departed the gurgling stream nearby. "So this is the much-maligned bark weasel, eh?" Ulrich asked. The Irielen must loathe the things, because they were used as one of the more common epithets for disreputables. No surprise that they'd still eat the ugly little buggers. "Indeed, Ulrich, the nuisances girdle trees near their burrows to cause them to fall, creating expansions for their offspring to use later. This one was in that very act when I went to make water. My knife throw was good, and it could not return to the burrow before I managed to throttle it," she said cheerfully. Unbidden, the image of Taipan, pants around her knees, slaughtering the creature with her bare hands, sprang to his mind. Yep, he'd just about bet it went something like that. What an animal. He was talking about the elf woman, of course. "As always, you amaze. Thank you for fresh breakfast, Lady Shadow. Have you given thought to our course yet today?" Ulrich inquired. He'd be a little surprised if she had. She'd evidently been busy this morning. Barely had the suns begun their little dance through the Vardan skies, but she'd hunted and prepared a meal. She nodded affirmative, though, while turning the roasting animal one more time. "It is a slight detour we make this morning, Glade Chief, to obtain the spoils of our victory over the Mindworm and its thralled, blood-starved swarm." Taipan grinned, anticipating a harvest of great renown, the true currency amongst Irielen hunters. No greater coin did they exchange than bragging rights. "The broodlings will be dead by this point, and we should be able to make excellent time, absent concern for roaming beasts who will still be hidden or fled from their feeding." The glowing lass reported, "I wish we had a sled now. The bones of the creatures are hollow and prized for certain artisans, who would pay well for them. We are already overburdened for traveling swiftly, though, and the cause will be enough." Her expression fell as she considered the spoils of victory that would be left behind. "The roots of the forest will claim the rest of them, I am afraid." She spoke regretfully. As any considerate hunter, she deeply regretted the waste of leaving prey unclaimed. The only consolation was that these beasts were particularly virulent and would have to be killed off no matter the circumstances of their journey. "How far is it to the next village, Taipan? Maybe I can wampus up a sled if you want," Ulrich offered. Her hands made the gesture for not necessary. A swift, horizontal swipe of the hand, palm down, before balling into a fist. He was getting pretty decent at recognizing the secondary language the Irielan used to accent their spoken words. It will be fine. Our mission is more important. The nearest Celestin village is more than a day away if we hurry. I have thoughts on that now, actually. I would rather not reveal the presence of a human by my side, not so close to Iriel. By now, rumor of your position will have spread, and there are plenty who will draw conclusions there. It is best that you remain out of sight until we are within the lands of the plainsfolk, for whom human travelers are not so rare, especially in these times. Plotted the huntress. It was sound reasoning. I understand. It's fine to be too ashamed of me to have me seen in public. Ulrich teased. Oh, stop it. Taipan scoffed. They would not have reason to take note of you until you opened your mouth and offended half the township within a few breaths. Fair. I'll have you know I get on quite well with your kin, better than you do even. Ulrich rebutted. She dipped her chin in acknowledgement. This is so, but I am a Taipan. She admitted without shame before continuing her argument. You are a lord of the lands, and more is expected. Dignity, grace, nobility of bearing, a considerate and thoughtful countenance. Ulrich didn't even have to think about that one. Uh-huh. And how do you explain Boldert Iriel? He asked, eyebrow raised. Her features soured immediately. Some rules do not apply when you are as ridiculously powerful as father, which you are not. Besides, it is why he has married as he has. My mothers handle most of the diplomatic issues which require diplomacy. If you use a mason's hammer for anything but cracking rocks, you will find a great deal more problems than you started with. Taipan said with an air of finality. He couldn't really argue with that. Fine, fine. I'm just teasing you anyway. Feel free to hide me away in shame. I don't care to be your side nookie while we journey through the wilds of your kin. Ulrich told her in mock seriousness. That scrunched-up look she got when he confused her was so cute. What is this side nookie of which you speak? Is this another one of your dirty jokes? I thought I made myself clear about referring to mine uglies, she said threateningly. He raised his hands in surrender, answering her quickly before she decided to be angry. No, not like that. Side nookie is like a paramour, a lover you don't talk about publicly. Her menacing posture relaxed instantly. Oh. Well then, that is not so bad. Better than your last attempt at humor. Side nookie. Yes, you are allowed to be my side nookie while we are in Orlithrum. I will be your side nookie while we are in Prespang. It is a shame we did not have more time to prepare. I would have had a slave collar crafted. It is no matter. We will obtain one when we reach Otherkin territory. Slaves are common enough, even if Irielan are not. I doubt the peoples there will even be able to distinguish between tribes of Aesir. Ulrich had heard her say something to that effect before. Is slavery really so common? And don't free elves travel through Prespang for trade and whatnot? Why do you have to pretend to be property? He probed, trying to get a feel for the lands he was preparing to try to infiltrate. He saw her expression turn incredulous before she eyed him a bit more neutrally. It is questions like those that remind me that you are not of this world, Ulrich. She told him, some of her disbelief still evident in her tone. Slavery is one of the predominant practices amongst the merchant lords of Prespang, especially those monsters sitting on their golden thrones in Prosper. They run their farms with slaves, their trade ships, their mines, and their craftsmen. In some places, all of those not born into nobility or to named houses start as equivalent to slaves, competing to become freemen. A slave who is considered highly competent may be freed or may purchase their freedom when they have produced their own worth of goods or services. She spoke as if it were common knowledge, which he supposed it probably was. Pre-Spang sounded awful, like some kind of broken capitalism on steroids. He wasn't allowed to dwell long on that. She was already continuing her justification for her plan. Elves do trade and walk freely in the lands of Prespang, but they are always under observation, and I will draw eyes, explained his Vardan tour guide over breakfast. If I walk as a free woman, there will be trouble. I would have to kill more than one for pressing his offer beyond reason. The local magistrates will then cause problems because they always do when an elf woman defends her own person. I have seen and heard enough to tell you this with certainty. she assured him, her tone telling him more than enough about what she thought about that state of affairs. However, Taipan reasoned brightly, if I go as your property, they will be insulting you by trying it. You will have to reject disgusting offers, but there will be fewer hard feelings, and magistrates will not side against you simply because of the shape of your ears. As it is almost a given that you will have to kill a few fools for making advances on my person that do not heed your objection. The others will realize then that you are not to be trifled with, and we will be able to move in relative obscurity afterwards. Yikes. He doubted her not at all. Taipan was far too matter-of-fact about this. She might as well have been describing her choice of socks. He was hoping that their infiltration plan was going to be a slightly less blood-in-the-streets sort of thing, at least until the end. Could he just up and kill a man for being pushy? He banged a hand on his forehead immediately. Rephrase that, Ulrich Einar. Could he defend a woman in his care from being raped by some stranger? Abso-fucking-lutely. In fact, just the thought of some bastard attempting to lay hands on his shadow was enough to get the MDK whispers rolling through the back of his mind. As he grew more familiar with the triggers for the gift of the glade, he was coming to understand that the bolted-on territoriality instinct did also extend to lovers and shadows, and just about everything else that walked in what he could conceivably call his domain. Right. Gotcha. Let's just call it improving the breed then, a little thinning of the herd on our way to prosper. Anybody garbage enough to try to push themselves where they aren't welcome just gets to pay the Varden idiot tax, Ulrich told his shadow, who did not look displeased. And no wonder. What she'd just described was a goddamned nightmare. Why did people have to suck all over the universe? He pondered it as he chewed roasted bark weasel. Actually, not bad, could use a little vinegar. That done, they refilled water skins and took down their rudimentary camp. The twins had risen a bare couple of hours past the horizon. They had nearly the entire day to make ground. Taipan retraced the hazy steps Ulrich didn't quite remember all the way back to the site of the blood-starved brood mother den. There, just outside the mouth of the cave, was a sickening scene. Broodlings had returned to the den, many of them laden with corpses. They had discovered their slain broodmother and gone on a rampage. Trees were carved into kindling, stones gnashed by fanged teeth, and even the creatures themselves had been savaged in their fury. At some point, they had all weakened and died, some 200 of them. He had to help his shadow dig the broodmother corpse out from under a pile of the things. It would have been tragic had he not very clearly recalled the mindless bloodlust of the monsters as they swept out of the skies to kill him and his companion. As it was, the impact soon faded to obnoxious tedium. Those little buggers stank hard. The incinerated body of the broodmother was basically reduced to a thorax, which made getting its core pretty simple. Ulrich was surprised, although his shadow wasn't, to see 2 cores in its chest cavity. One a crimson swirled with the rust of dried blood, about the size of a large man's fist. The second, larger, nearly the size of a rugby ball, was a sinister deep orange with worm-like black ripples. Guess which one belonged to which? So it hid its core with the host. Why not hide the eggs there? He asked the resident expert on heinous ecology. The temperature is not correct. They like cooler environments. Also, the broodmother's blood was too acidic. It will etch milder metals if left too long on them. If not for the mindworm's natural resistance to poisons and acids, it would not have been able to take such a virulent host. Here, his shadow handed him the gore-covered cores. He stood there holding them for a second. Am I supposed to stuff them down my knickers or what? She rolled her eyes. Clean them off while I harvest the others and then put them into your pack. Don't damage them, Ulrich. These are going to pay our way to prosper. Aye, aye, Captain. This one hears and obeys, Ulrich announced loudly to the clearing before setting to his task, goose-stepping to a nearby creek to rinse the gore from their prizes. She laughed lightly at his buffoonery and set about cutting into the remaining corpses, passing the extracted cores to him to clean. 20 more marble-sized cores went into his pack, alongside the larger ones. Apparently, a good number had already decayed, the crystalline matrix that channeled and focused the manosphere of this odd world having broken them down to worthless shards and dim, mushy chalk-like consistency. By the end of the harvesting, his pack bulged weirdly and, despite his best efforts, smelled like a slaughterhouse floor. Ooh, goody. They left the manufactured clearing behind, the ruin of the hijacked swarm rotting on the forest's winter floor. Fortunately, that was the worst part of the day's journey. Northwards they turned, linking back up with the more well-established trails distinctly marked by their elven wardens, though not in a way that anyone not of them would be able to follow. That was one of the other defenses innate to Iriel. They protected themselves through obfuscation. Much like the now sunken city of Kyoto, by leaving out signage, they defended themselves from outsiders. The only people who knew how to find their way in the forest were the ones who needed to. It was a simple but effective tactic. An invading force would have no distinct highways to follow, no navigational aids to direct them, nor any indication that a particular trail did not dead-end in a forest glade next to a commonly harvested mushroom farm. Iriel and harvesters were as likely to use the lower limbs of the trees to travel as they were the footpaths, so there wasn't even a guarantee that following the trails that looked more frequently trodden would lead to the denser regions of civilization. All was hidden in the deep wood. Were it not for the fact that he was being led by the hand by what amounted to one of the premier guides through her country, Ulrich would have been hopelessly lost. In a way, it was liberating. He had exactly zero chance of being able to find his way around, so he didn't even try. That concern being rendered moot, he was able to concentrate his attention on the sheer, stark beauty of Iriel in its dormancy. Rises topped by humps of snow taller than he was, great trunks rising like stalks of corn from their mounds dotted the landscape, their branches scattering upwards to reach towards the twins. Tangles of vines wound their way up some, creepers hung from limbs in curtains, too thick to be seen through. Absent leaves, Ulrich was able to make out bundles of branches and detritus that had to be nests for some critter or another. Delicious silence accompanied their trek. Not even birds sang, most of the non-dormant wildlife having been run off by the ravening spawn of bloodstarves, eager to sate their bloodthirsty queen. Neither human nor elf saw the need to violate the quiet of these tangled groves with frivolous conversation. Simple hand gestures were all that was needed to indicate a path to be taken or a minor obstacle to be cleared. Taipan led them surely, steadily towards their goal. Ulrich's chief concern was that his skin felt like he'd coated himself in honey and sat naked in a rainforest, for all the scream-inducing crawl that was washing over his skin. He had his seronoperception up. The damned pulses of electromagnetic force returned to him to impart their echoes onto his body. Disturbances caused by fluctuations induced by water, minerals, and anything even vaguely electrosensitive were translated into touch. It was overwhelming. There was no other way to train the skill, though, and he refused to quit. Ulrich needed the ability to bypass his limited human vision. This spell had the potential to not only offer him detection in the deepest dark, underground, or when dust or ash obscured, but also to see through barriers like walls. If he'd known that Captain Firecracker was floating outside his apartment, it was far less likely that he would have been blown to smithereens. While he followed his shadow's lead, he used her motions to help train his brain to accept the input of the spell and render it into meaning. Hours of this maddening experience translated to some small degree of understanding. He was starting to resolve the more distinct impressions into an almost visual idea of his surroundings, like an extremely grainy and pixelated computer monitor showing an impressionist painting of a park. There was the suggestion of a tree over there, an almost clear signature of a creek hidden by the ice here, and loud to his budding sense, the form of his shadow outlined on his skin. It was definitely a work in progress. Chapter 109. Ask a stupid question. In a small glade, ringed by the straight trunks of deep blue, azure cedar, Taipan called a halt to their travel. The twins had perhaps a quarter-hour left until they dipped below the horizon. Inside this almost invisible patch of ground, kept clear mostly through the light blocking of the walls of interlaced evergreen branches of the surrounding trees, Taipan got them settled. The day had started out a little rough, his fatigue weighing down on him. His condition had improved steadily, though mana exhaustion was the worst of it. Recovery would have gone faster had he not been experimenting with training his perception of the detection spell's input. He had prevented himself from reaching core saturation, but he had faith in Taipan's ability to avoid any conflict that was dangerous to them. It wasn't until he watched her crawling into her bedroll, his having volunteered for first watch, that he realized that she had invited their battle with the blood-starved broodlings in direct contradiction to that assumption. She was an experienced scout and had to appreciate the possible hazards of a man-sized flying beast with a razor-fanged maw. Was it, perhaps, that she didn't consider them an actual threat? No, surely not. He let his thoughts go back over the entire course of events. From the first realization that something was amiss in her wood to the broodmother's den, to their almost serene rest day not 5 kilometers from said den, his eyes snapped to her instantly sleeping form. It was. That horde of flying nightmares didn't scare her at all, didn't even register as something being worth concern. They weren't dangerous. He rolled this epiphany around his noodle for a minute as the gentle pop and crackle of their small campfire filled in the background noise. Bloodstarves didn't count as dangerous. What exactly the hell did? No, stupid Ulrich, do not ask. Do you hear me, universe? He pleaded softly in his head. I take it back. There was no sign that the universe was listening. He could almost hear an imagined subaudible chuckle from the planet, though. Silly questions deserve silly answers. 72 hours later, the pair of them dragged themselves into the lowlands forest elf village, some 70 kilometers farther east and south of their intended stop in the Celestin city of Trachenir. Their clothes reeked, a stench like rotting eggs marinating in corpse juice. Ulrich pulled a sled. A thin leather cord connected him to Taipan, who was using it as a guide to follow him as he set the pace and picked their path. No way was he leaving the beast's body behind, not after what it had put them through. Ulrich looked to his shadow, noting the haunted set to her face, even though he couldn't see her eyes at the moment. Yeah, it was pretty bad. His robes, once so fine, so comfortable, had been utterly ruined by the creature. Already the outer layers were fraying, looking like canvas left too long under the sun. His exposed skin still burned, even after much rinsing and rubbing of dirt. Taipan had a bandage over her eyes, having taken a glancing hit to her lovely orbs. She said the effects would wear off in a day or so, but for now she was nearly blind. The guards at the gate had smelled them coming for almost half an hour. When at last the source of the disgusting odor became visible, one leaned over and spewed her lunch, having taken a direct hit to the nostrils from an errant current of air. The male guard watched them approach the final half-kilometer, assessing them as soon as they'd become visible around the bend, trail winding out from the final treed hillock between them and succor. His duty partner recovered from her sickness and watched balefully as the source of her distress closed in. 2 bedraggled travelers, one a comely, if too tall, Irielen, a hunter by the looks of her, and the other a human. Now this was a thing nigh unto unheard of. They had approached from the south, from the deep wood. Humans hadn't been allowed entry into Iriel in nearly 100 years. The woman turned to her partner and voiced their concerns. What in the treeless hell is going on here? An Irielan scout accompanied by a lordling of Prespang. And why do they reek as if they have been rolling in Nox's dung? Her partner only grunted a non-committal agreement. He was more concerned by the bulging packs the travelers carried, the sled with a massive corpse strapped atop it, and the obvious signs of prolonged battle that were upon the pair. Slight nicks on hands, bruising on knuckles, tears in cloth that bespoke bestial opponents' glancing claws, and dried blood soaked into their ruined coats. To say nothing of the cloth protecting the obviously blinded hunter's eyes. It was weeks before the trading season would begin, and despite his partner's claim that the manling was a lordling, something told the guardsman that he was not from the noble class of that place. For one thing, lordlings of Prespang did not hump their own gear. No reason for his partner to know that, though. She was young and hadn't done duty in any of the borderlands. For another, he did not move as a soft foot. Nor did he have the instinctive grace of the hunter beside him. No, there was something else going on here, and the guardsman's instincts said that it was outside of his pay grade. Only one thing to do when a riddle appeared: call for someone else to deal with it. The village guard beseeched his younger comrade, Serelin, too much besides their odor reeks. Go for the village council, tell them what is afoot. I will hold these two at the gate until one better suited for making decisions is arrived. She nodded, plainly happy to pass responsibility for whatever this situation was onto another. 3 weeks of gate duty did not prepare one for handling the unexpected. And then there was the horrific stink. She took off at an easy lope to find a village council member. Ulrich pulled his sled stoically, ignoring the digging of the hasty harness into his skin through his traveling robes. He offered thanks to the heavens that there was still a thick snow upon the lands to ease the passage of the skids of the sled, else there would have been no way to pull it. He would have been loath to part with their bounty, not after having paid so dearly for it. All their best-laid plans in shambles, all because of a jumped-up skunk. Just past tempting the irony gods, let it never be said that Ulrich Einar did not live a life full of adventure. 2 days he and Taipan had navigated the frozen wilds of Iriel, heading towards the lowland forests. 2 days of rucking at a hard pace, straight after they had taken the blood-starved cause and that of the mindworm. Taipan was not satisfied unless they had covered some 80 kilometers a day, even if that meant marching into the night. Ulrich did not question his shadow's haste. They had a plan and were bound to make up the time lost, waiting for the enraged killer vampire bats to die off. The rigor of the journey told on both of them, and Ulrich was struck yet again by the incredible physical optimization of the creatures in this world, cultivated by the impossible. Even the squirrels could put up a fight, as they found out when a pair of the things tried to drop down on top of them as they passed beneath the little bastard's nut cache. A rather unpleasant squirrel bite later saw the travelers encamped. The bite was almost offset by a lovely dinner of sautéed tree rats with a side of roasted gin nuts, sort of a mix between a walnut and a chestnut, earthy with a hint of sweetness, and none of the bitter tannins associated with acorns, even though they smelled like they should have those properties. Whatever magical nuts they were filling. The next day's travel saw a small group of creatures akin to heckler monkeys, high in a particularly large set of aspen-like trees straddling the path, descending on them when Ulrich, too distracted on his spell practice with the Serenoperception, tripped on a vine laid across the trail. The little beasts used the vine to indicate their usual prey passing through, and they dropped a somewhat sophisticated and incredibly heavy net on him. Taipan had bypassed the vine as if by instinct, and of course the monsters wouldn't have attacked at all if someone hadn't been incautious enough to trip over their trap trigger. Nevertheless, the trap was sprung, and the instincts of the little beasts led them to assault en masse. The resulting scrum had Taipan using a nifty trick in which she pulled her shadow into a set of small lances, impaling 3 of the creatures up to 2 meters away from her. However, the struggles of the monsters were sufficient to tear away the shadow stuff, and they had to be finished with practiced jabs of her knife. Ulrich fared less well under the net. It was weighted with heavy stones and thickly woven. 5 of the creatures were jumping up and down on him, biting and scratching where they could. He tried to drag his sword free and couldn't, between the monsters and the net. He started to go for his knife before he realized it would take far too long to cut free of the tangle. Cursing, he pulled on his core and reverted its mana, his concentration challenged by the battering. As pawed feet stomped and jarred, and it took him all of 15 seconds to condense enough Calum to fire off a rapid casting of 12 wind blades that tore through both the net and the monsters. In an interesting development, the travelling wind blades carried arcs of contaminating Charon through them, ineffectual in its randomness, but it would set his mind to thinking later of the benefits of such a spell. With their ambush repelled, their prey fighting back more than effectively, Taipan having started laying into them by arrows delivered with lethal precision, the remaining members of the monster troop fled back to the trees. Taipan scolded him the entire while she made him process each of the little monsters. He took it like a man, without bitching. This fuck-up was all him. And it was the second time in as many days that something had come out from the trees to start fucking him up. He was going to have to fix that. Damned Serenoperception was proving unwieldy. His useful range was a paltry 5 meters. The beasts had been fully 40 up, well outside his detection range. It also hadn't picked up the dead, dry vine across the trail. He just didn't have the perception to resolve low-conductivity materials like that yet. They were there, but buried in the noise of his spell's input on his flesh. He'd have to suck it up and keep practicing. The spell hadn't even matured outside of its first rank. Taipan declared them well into Celestin territory when they rose that next morning, a mere half-day's walk from the destination of Trachan-Ir. They'd get a real rest then, and a chance to finally dump off all the cores and scraps they'd harvested along the way. The twins rose beautifully that morning, reds and oranges slashing across the horizon, and the wind held a loosening of its chill, a hint of warmer weather coming. Ulrich pulled again on the straps of his pack, easing their press against his chest. He'd have to consider adding a little pad or something if he was going to end up humping so much weight that the thing dug into him. Their journey had been so far an odd combination of sedate and harrowing. If not for the swarm of mutant vampire creatures, he'd have called it peaceful. That and the damned monkey things, little bastards. He was about to comment on the oddly bimodal nature of their jaunt through Iriel when her raised hand brought him up short. Dick, he swore to himself as his body locked. Taipan had the guise of a meerkat, extending herself to her maximum height, her senses concentrating to pick up whatever had triggered her instinct to halt them. She slowly undid her pack, and Ulrich did the same, lowering them to the snow carefully. Several minutes of this went by. Taipan still wasn't moving, so Ulrich kept his ass in place. She had drilled him over and over on this. If the scout goes still, don't you fucking move until they say so. She'd said it more prettily, but that was the spirit of the discussion. He wasn't about to ignore tactical command from a lady who had been doing commando elf shit since before his grandparents were thinking about how nice each other's ankles looked, or whatever the fuck people from that generation were into those days. The snowbank 50 meters away exploded violently, a plume of snow and ice blocking sight immediately. Ulrich was readying his spells, a throwing knife pulled from the thigh sheath and Siroan cycling through it as he prepared a lightning javelin. Taipan had her bow drawn, string to her lips, and envenomed arrowhead aimed. The cloud of snow cleared in a wash of the loudest sound Ulrich had ever heard, a roar whose sonic energy slammed the frozen cloud away before it hit them like a paddle across the ears. The source of this roar was a massive pony-sized wolverine. It had been chasing prey through a burrow, and the prey had struck back, evidenced by the spray of blood and a torn muzzle, opening the side of its jaws to reveal the gums and wicked gnashing teeth within. The creature that had so wounded the monster was a black armadillo, if armadillos came in the weight class of German shepherds and sported obsidian knives on their carapace. Backed into a corner, the creature had lashed out desperately and was paying the price, snapped up as the predator's roar echoed, stunned, and was now held within the jaws of the wolverine beast. With a sickening crunch, teeth drove through the armored hide, and the armadillo came apart wetly, strings of meat and organs holding it together only briefly as the predator used its claws to hold it while it ripped with its serrated fangs. In a matter of seconds, the chunks of plate were stripped of their meatier bits, and a hollowed-out shell of blood-soaked black blades glistened wetly. Taipan had not moved, and Ulrich mirrored her. They were far enough away that they had not yet caught the beast's attentai. Here it comes, fuck. The beast swung its head towards the travelers and roared again. This time it became clear that the monster was using weaponized sound as Taipan's arrow, released as soon as it moved to become hostile, was blasted away. A ball of visible distortion in the air, like a heat mirage that traveled with incredible speed. The speed of sound, actually. It hit Taipan and knocked her flat. Ulrich threw his knife and got a taste of that medicine. A ball of sound-compressed air socked him in the mouth, knocking the knife away easily and disrupting his concentration on the spell even as he hit the snow, dazed. His vision doubled briefly, and his balance got scrambled momentarily, his inner ear shocked beyond its ability to orient. The effect cleared soon, but already the monster was taking advantage of its prey's incognizance, closing on them in lumbering hops that might have been cute in a creature weighing fewer tons and less obviously trying to eat them alive. Taipan recovered and put an arrow into the air from her back before rolling to her feet and sending another into flight. Her first arrow intercepted the beast's chest, driving into furred shoulder, and woo, fuck no, it didn't. The arrow caught in the beast's fur and slowed substantially. It might have penetrated the skin. The second arrow did better, burying halfway through the creature's cheek even as it dipped its head and pulled up, charge aborted. Ulrich's brain figured out where up went, and he clawed his way to his feet, pissed. Adrenaline-soaked senses saw the beast's intake of air that preceded that sonic magic. A weaponized bullet of sound that stunned its prey, and Ulrich saw his shadow dive to the side, evading the attack sent her way to roll smoothly back to her feet to send another arrow in retort. Never stopping, the elf put on a display not unlike the one she'd given him on their meeting. She had managed to turn her dodge into an attack. 2 arrows launched almost simultaneously, snapping into the beast's shoulder, energy mostly shed by the dense fur, but still biting it, especially the follower. That was her skill then, Archer's cadence, granting her an enhanced follow-up shot that bored next to the first, disappearing into the fur, indicating a solid hit this time. The beast yowled, and its claws, hand-long things, ripped up chunks of ice as it pursued its elven tormentor. Taipan didn't give it the chance, circling easily and putting another pair of arrows into its face, or at least they would have gone into its face if not for another slap of sound that drove for her that deflected those bolts in its wake. Ulrich now had a broadside angle and wasn't going to waste it. He drew again on his core, a second knife pulled free, and cycled Seron to charge the projectile. A second, then another, and as the beast attempted to close with his shadow, Ulrich sent the blade whirling end over end towards the monster. As the knife hit, he loosed the spell, and lightning crackled to life, flashing into its haunches. Lightning javelin, the jagged lance tore into the massive thing and knocked it flat as the thunder rolled through the forest. This creature wasn't a man, though. It was tougher, meaner, and a hell of a lot bigger. And Ulrich hadn't had the time to overcharge the spell. It lived. A large patch of fur burned free, and having absorbed a surprising amount of the bolt's energy, damn it, but revealed a deep wound to its back leg. A deep wound that did not stop the beast from scrabbling to its feet and charging him with scary speed despite the ungainly gait. Shit. Ulrich drew the blade of Zeftocht and readied another round of lightning. This time he didn't bother with the knife focus, he wasn't going to need it. The creature was coming right at him. An unguided bolt would be fine on a target this big. Ulrich's eyes took in the form of his shadow, crouched and burning with concentration. Darkness flowed up from her body. Her own mana-manipulated shadow enshrouded her arrowhead, coated its head in a sinister black tar, even as the rest of the arrow began to hum with a dense blue glow. Crying out as she released the empowered arrow. The bolt flashed rapidly, faster than the bow alone could launch it, tearing into the lightning-scorched wound with an arrow empowered with a combination of skills. Infused arrow to amplify the penetration of the bolt, and shadowburn toxins to turn that mana-cloaked arrow into a destructive poison that corroded the mana of the monster even as the infused arrowhead shattered inside its body, contaminating it with toxic fragments. The creature roared its pain, the staggering sound tearing through the combatants and freezing them, lifting a cloud of snow from the area around the enraged beast. Taipan's combination took a portion of strength, which was why she was caught flat-footed when the monster raised its stubby tail and hit her with a pulse from the glands by that tail's base. A bolt of acidic musk that took her in the face even as she watched her arrow hit the beast to do devastating damage. The burning fluid attacked her eyes immediately, and she fell to the ground writhing, pain tearing into her as she scraped snow to stuff it into her agonized eyes to dilute the effects as rapidly as she could. The creature whirled again, this time committed to bearing down on its tormentor and tearing her apart. It attempted another bolt of sonic fury, and the condensed sound fizzled inside its mouth, its mana already too disturbed by shadow toxin to utilize its weapon. It charged. Ulrich saw the beast's intent and his stricken partner and launched himself into motion, legs pumping, to catch up to the thing even while he took the shackles off his core and let Siron loose. He would be too late, he saw that. His lightning bolt wouldn't kill it, not instantly, nor would the poison inside it. Stormfire would kill it, but it was a slow spell that took both time to create and time to gain power and speed. He wasn't going to make it. Roaring, Ulrich took 2 hands and heaved Zeftocht as hard as he could, desperate, sending its glittering blue blade flying. The blade bit at an awkward angle, but that didn't matter as it continued to spin, ignoring for a moment the mass it cleaved, ripping deeply into the monster's back, before stopping, hilt proudly standing up from above the buried length. The monster sagged as its spine midway down its body was severed, losing its hind legs and releasing musk as the organ's control faltered. On it clawed, though, nearly upon its target who it would devour before it succumbed. Ulrich leaped through the corrosive, stinking cloud, the foul musk undirected without its guiding muscles, and landed on the creature's back, crackling violet arc of voltaic riot, tearing whatever it could reach. Half blinded by the burning musk, he fell to the bucking monster's back and held on with one hand buried in its fur. Locked in, he guided the magic instinctively, turning streamers of Chiron to the beast's skull and the dancing arc razored burning slashes through fur, meat, skull, and soon brain. Steaming, burning meat assailed his senses, and the beast jerked savagely below him before rolling over with its crushing weight, burying him even as its limbs flailed and jerked. An incredibly violent roll spiraled Ulrich, and he was disoriented by the sensation of weightless freedom for a moment. His battered senses realized he was airborne as the surface of the forest rushed towards him, torn fur still gripped in his hand, and he hit the snow shoulders first to bury up to his thighs, thrown some 20 meters by the dying monster. Ulrich came to his senses in an uncomfortable arch, most of his body beneath the snowpack and his legs above it. His body heat must have melted the snow slightly, causing it to compress around him a bit, because he felt claustrophobic. He briefly struggled before cursing and calming himself. A more focused bit of digging with his hands had him backing his way out of the short snow tunnel, and once he'd righted himself, he saw the monster corpse and his shadow, who had made a rapid blind sprint away from the beast when she'd heard its rush. She was still rubbing snow into her eyes, and he heard her using language that would make a sailor blush, so he knew she was all right. More or less. Chapter 110. To Sainajok. "Taipan, you all right?" he shouted, a little shakier than he'd have preferred. Adrenaline down and the post-almost dying shivers were starting to come on. He had no idea where his knives had gone and didn't stop to look, jogging to his shadow's side. She hadn't stopped rubbing snow into her face, and Ulrich was starting to become fully aware of the most intensely unpleasant odor he'd ever smelled emanating from his clothes. "It burns like spirits in mine eyes, Ulrich. I cannot see. And the smell, yerk!" Her words cut off as she spewed breakfast's remains onto the snow. That was the last straw for Ulrich's stomach as well, and he was forced to eject his boots from his mouth, hands on his knees. Oh gods, the smell. It made the broodmother den smell like pine air fresheners. Acrid, dead meat smell mixed with some kind of too-sweet rotted fruit, and rounded off by intense ammonia, it pervaded their clothes, their hair, their very skin. Speaking of which, his was now on fire. Ulrich dropped to the snow to rub it on his face and hands and neck, all the exposed skin that had come into contact with the musk cloud. Blessings to all good things that his hair had grown back in. It was 15 minutes before the pair of them stopped scrubbing themselves with snow. Now they were both soaked, chilled, and their olfactory senses had become, essentially, numb. Taipan sat with her back to a tree trunk, breathing heavily through her mouth and in obvious pain. Her grimace when she opened her eyes made it clear that she couldn't go on scouting. "I think I can't taste anymore," Ulrich announced suddenly. His tongue burned slightly, but there was not even a suggestion of taste or smell. "How are the eyes, Taipan? Anything I can do?" he asked. She groaned out, "They feel like they are covered in wind-driven sand, Ulrich. How do you think they feel?" She caught herself and calmed then. "I apologize, Ulrich. That was not called for. I am not blinded. Not permanently, but I cannot open my eyes for any duration. You will have to take the lead and guide me. It will probably be at least a day before the worst of the effects clear," she said, softer now but still obviously pained. Ulrich patted her shoulder, understanding. "It's fine, little lady, I get it. I'm going to get our stuff together and start a fire. We can stop for the night here, I guess. Or, far enough away from the stink ground zero," he told her. She shook her head, though, and climbed to her feet. "No. No, Glade Chief, we should go on." She refused before explaining, "There is a village a short way away. It is small and only really visited by some niche traders or hunters, so we may not be easily recognized there." Grimacing against the intense chemical discomfort, she pounded a tree trunk with her fist before she calmed and finished her thought. It is not what we had hoped, but we can sell off our spoils and cores and take stock there. It is best we do not enter Trachnir like this. They will remember us, if for no other reason than the scent we bring. We are without choice now. You must enter the village with me, and we will deal with any questions as discussed earlier. The Iriellan huntress gritted through clenched teeth. He mulled it over. They were both cold, but not freezing. It was still relatively early in the day. The twins hadn't reached Midson's Rise yet. All right, Taipan, if you think you can guide me blind, we'll do it. First sign you're struggling, though, and I'm going to set you down and make camp. I'm only with you on this is because I'd rather get you somewhere safe until your eyes are recovered, he informed her. But first I'm going to gut this bastard son of a mutant skunk, and then I'm going to make a sled to haul its ass to sell in town for whatever it's worth, Ulrich said decisively. As a bonus, he tied the remains of the obsidian armadillo to the thing. Those blades were scary sharp. It was an afterthought, but he also tied a lead to Taipan's belt so that she wouldn't have to worry about wandering off the path or trying to open her eyes to find her footing. Those projects didn't take over long, and they were well on their miserable, damned way before noon. They trudged miserably through the snow for the rest of the morning, Ulrich describing the local geography and the patterns on trail markers, so that the woman, so familiar with these lands that, even blindfolded, that she could choose their route. It was almost eerie the way the young elf managed to guide his course so precisely from memory of the signposts and landmarks. When they turned the final bend and saw the palisade wall of the village, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then regretted it when his burned-out nose got a solid whiff of themselves. Recovering scent went away again, his olfactory nerves shot by the horrendous stench. A few more minutes brought them trudging pitifully to the gates of the village, for which he was immensely grateful. Less so when they were met by a guard that had decided now was the time for jokes. "Halt, strangers. You may not yet pass into Senajok, not until I have been given leave to admit you. I apologize, but these are not times for trusting strangers, and pardon my saying, something about the two of you stinks," announced the remaining guard. Figures. Ulrich had wandered his arse all over the wooded reaches, and the first village they trip across has its gate manned by the lowlands elf equivalent of George Carlin. Ulrich staggered to a stop, the sled continuing for a few moments before friction did its thing, and Taipan thumped into his back, not realizing he'd ceased his forward movement. "Blasted man," she bitched, rubbing her nose vigorously. "Warn me before you stop, or I'll start finding you with a draft beast switch." The guard glanced at his shadow, and Ulrich rolled his eyes expressively. They shared a moment of commiseration. He understood how it went. "I apologize for the suddenness of our visit." Ulrich started using Elvish to put them at ease. "We were not intended for your village, but were accosted in the forest yonder. The beast on the sled is the creature that attacked us," he said, stilted but with appropriate grammar. "I have had no news in some time. What goes this part of the world?" Ulrich asked, hoping to play the agreed-upon part of the roaming barbarian trader from the lesser-known tribes of the far reaches of Prespang. Taipan had chosen this role based on his dress, indicating a successful merchant, his lack of knowledge regarding most of the finer customs or social norms, and, unbeknownst to him, his awful accent. Her Honor said Elvish bore resemblance to a land of his old world called Iceland, wherever the hells that was, but he staunchly refused to pronounce double consonanted words correctly and had no sense for tonal conjugation. As such, he would never pass for a local, but was well suited for a disguise as an adept northern savage with a penchant for making sharp deals. It was not unheard of for such to roam far and wide, and many had a familiar, if pidgin, command of elf tongues, not unlike her Honor's own. So long as she was around to help cover for him, all should go well. The guard, taking in the two and noting the heavily laden pack of the human man, his harness indicating he was the sole mover of that sled, and the overbearing nature of the elven huntress, decided quickly who wore the pants around here. As such, he ignored Ulrich's question to address his shadow. "Forgiveness, Lady Hunter, it has been some months since one of our Iriellan cousins has passed through. Your kin have been flocking to the borders. Tell me, what brings you this far south of your brothers and sisters, and in such uncommon company?" Taipan, for all her discomfort and the slight curveball thrown by the guard, picked up right where they'd left off in their planned ruse for traveling disguises. Business, cousin. Always business. It has been many years since I spent the majority of my time in my Irielen home. But how goes Orlathrim? That my kin might be guarding the borders closely explains much. Times have become strange up north. Less news comes across the borders in recent years, and almost no word has reached us since summer's peak. Taipan blended truth and misdirection easily, saying nothing untrue but not disclosing her identity at all. Ulrich had asked her how far she could lie about these things, when Irielen made almost a capital crime of lying in normal times. Her answer was simply, "I need not tell an outright untruth to cover for most questions, and, besides, they are not bloodkin. What do I care for their opinions?" Which settled it for him. He hated falsehoods with a passion equal to the Irielen, but if the alternative was wading through corpses and never reaching his goals, then he had to accept that you don't always get to do what you want. Needs must when the devil drives. My commission speaks truly. We came across a most uncommon monster for so close to Trachenir, and it has left its mark on us. We seek lodging, meals, and an opportunity to set up a trade for his wares. My companion is a wilding merchant from the far reaches, newly arrived to these lands. He can barely speak without sneezing, but his shares are split, and we get on well, if you catch my meaning. Taipan continued, speaking as if he understood but half of what she said, and nudging his arm with her elbow at the last. It was an effort to keep his face still. The guard appeared to take that fairly well in stride and gave Ulrich a once-over. Likes them long and broad, eh? Well, a pity, the lean man of typical elven stature thought. Come to think of it, she's a tall one for her kin too, the guard mused before replying. I know not when last you heard, but there is war on the horizon, cousin. Priest Spang, at the bidding of her masters in Prosper, has carried out vicious acts of aggression, with particular ferocity against your kin and for the plainsfolk. They murdered the royal family of the Lagranel in their beds, and if the messengers carry only truth, made close attempt on the royal family of Iriel as well. Your commission should be wary, lest he attract unpleasantness, the guardsman warned. The last thing the guardsman needed was a small riot, followed by a brief lynching. Good merchants were already hard enough to come by. Taipan didn't need to fake her outrage much. Truth? No exaggerations now, cousin, you are certain. The Golden Thrones have let their dogs slip leashes to bring war again. Did they not learn how things stand the last time the blood moon rose over their city? She wondered rhetorically. The guard shook his head. That the huntress was upset about these tidings was clear. Her partner looked none too pleased either. No wonder that. War was bad for business unless you were robbing battlefields. It is true, and worse the news for your kin, I am afraid. The current Lord Iriel is a child, a competent one, or so they say, but the previous Lord Baldurt Iriel is slain, victim of the bane employed by a suicide squad of combat mages from Prosper herself. There will be no blood moon to put the merchant lords down this time. This time it will touch us all. You see now why I must be fastidious in my duty. I hope, for your sakes, that you are headed north. This close to Iriel herself, you were fortunate the hunters are mostly consolidated at the borders and making ready to turn Orlathrem into a death march for the armies Prespang brings. They lost kin in the assassinations and are out for other kin blood, especially humans, the guard said, revealing more and gauging the reactions of the pair. They did not have the look of Prespang assassins, but one never knew for certain, and it would be no less than the guardsman's life if he did not take caution. Ulrich glanced to Taipan. He didn't know how far news had gotten, or how it had been shared or modified towards the interests of the Irielen. Bright Eyes had, according to this tale, hidden his father's survival. A clever move to buy the elf time to recover and to make Iriel seem weaker than they were, a move almost guaranteed to make their enemies more aggressive. Aggressive enough to walk into traps they might not have otherwise. Ulrich commended the little guy and hoped when the war criminal fuckers found out Baldurt Iriel was alive, it was just as the crimson magic he wielded atomized them. If Ulrich didn't get to them first, that is. He fielded the implied question about where they were headed, best that he appear his role as the merchant in question, too fresh from the wilderness to know what goings-on might be happening. "Grave news, guardsman, but you have my thanks for the giving." Ulrich accompanied that with a small pouch of minted coins from Lagranal, a small stash of which Taipan had secured before they departed. The counterintelligence expert amongst the two of them had planned well in advance for how they would infiltrate Prosper. The guard glanced at the coin, a check revealing a modest sum of bronze and even a silver drake, second in weight to a crown. It was not a fortune, but neither was it inconsequential. That told the guard the merchant was not inexperienced in the bribing of guardsmen. It was not a mark against. No merchant worth their salt hadn't had to grease a few palms and did it smartly enough to not lose out on the deal in the long run. He chalked that up in favor of the barbarian human being what he said he was. He pocketed it deftly. The village guards would drink well on him tonight after the village council was handed the pouch, and they handed him twice its weight in return. Standing orders, the guardsmen of over a century evidenced no change in expression at this good fortune. "Believe me when I say I want nothing to do with the Irielen for a good while, my former hunter guide excluded. Never have I had good luck negotiating with their kind, and the farther from their lands I may come in the next few days, the happier I will be for it. Already we were born farther south than I prefer, but the game was dictating our course," Ulrich said earnestly, for that was the Watcher's own truth. Between the Bloodstarves and this most recent fiasco, they weren't as far north as they'd planned, and Ulrich fully expected that he wouldn't speak to another Irielen until after they'd returned, a solid 6 or 7 months at the best-case scenario. "I would not have stopped so early in the day, but events recent force my hand. I cannot make for Traknir in this condition. As you can see, I must guide my guide until her eyes are recovered, and the rest— well, I have had better days, guardsman," Ulrich announced. A gentle breeze punctuated his statement, carrying the still fresh stench of musk into the guardsman's face. He retched briefly, wondering how they weren't sick from the— oh, they probably couldn't smell at all anymore, he realized. He was starting to feel badly for the travelers. They were clearly suffering, and those travel robes appeared to be coming apart even as he watched. The pair of them must have gotten absolutely soaked in the emissions of that. For the first time, the guard actually examined the heap of remains on the crude sled. Stars above, roots below. Was that a shrieking ravager? A big bull, too. He looked back to the pair, and his evaluation rose substantially. 2 to kill that thing, and neither one was badly wounded for it, even though they'd clearly not known about the musk the bastard things released. His eyes traveled over the corpse, noting its injuries. Burned away fur and flesh on its flanks, a deep penetrating wound with signs of poison. The Irielen hunters did love their poisoned arrows, and some kind of massive clean-cut wounds on the back. The head was a blasted mess. He could see sign that the bone was melted in places. So, the huntress was likely exactly that. The man, though, something was off about that one. That sword might explain some of the oddities in the wounds, especially if it carried an exceedingly strong flame imbuement. The runes on that weapon he could see over the man's shoulder gave him a feeling of latent potency. It was not uncommon to go armed. Only a fool, whose foolishness was only briefly suffered, entered the wilds unprepared to face a multitude of threats. Still, that sword, the wounds on the beast, a small test was in order. "Clearly the two of you have endured a great struggle," the guard said, stepping to the side of the gate before continuing in human. "I apologize for the suspicion, but these are hard times. Come, come. The village council will speak with you in a moment, but you should make yourselves comfortable." Ulrich was surprised by the sudden reversal, but noted that the second guard was returning, and a few rather exquisitely dressed members of her folk were sedately approaching behind her. He glanced towards Taipan, still pained and unable to see, and decided it was just as well to get this show on the road. The faster he got her to a bucket of water and some healing salves, the better. Out of habits beaten into him for months by his shadow and the royal guards in their damned drills, Ulrich saw the guard's knife coming before it was halfway out of its sheath as he passed by. He stepped into the guard's knife arm, just like Idra taught him, preventing the guard from making space, and jammed it back into its sheath with his leading palm while his other hand took the guard's neck in one of the more unpleasant grips Taipan had imparted him. A little pressure and a pull, and he'd have the man's trachea crushed and the blood in his carotid arteries stopped. The Lord Instinct whispered its seductions, and he felt the man's heartbeat in his fingers, beating counter to his own, slow, even. Should he kill the man? He'd volunteered for it after all, by going for the knife. Fingers tightened slightly, cutting off the pulse. Ulrich held the guard's eyes, ignoring the shouts from behind the gate, and tried to decipher what would compel the elf to throw his life away. Calm regard met his own, certainty in duty fulfilled. Well, hard to blame a guy for just doing his job now, wasn't it? He noticed the face starting to go slack as the lack of blood stole his consciousness, and Ulrich released his grip and gave him a hearty slap on the back, staggering him. Hey there, Chief. If you want to play games, I have a set of dice. You shouldn't pull steel even for a bit of fun, not unless you know me better. The lady back there is the only one who gets to have her knife on me, and we set the rules for that a long, long time ago, he said lightly but loudly, holding the guard upright while he recovered his balance. The knife stayed in its sheath. The guard did step away from him, though, and rubbed his neck where the finger indents colored the skin. The first attempt he made to speak croaked, and he had to clear his throat to be heard. Strong bastard. Hold, I was testing comrades. Just a test to judge our friends here. All is fine, they are dangerous, but not, I think, to us. The guard yelled, spears, short leaf-bladed swords, and bows lowered. A dozen fellows had come like termites out of rotten wood from the buildings near the gate. These people weren't nearly as sleepy as they appeared. Typical Varda. His comrades held the guardsman's opinion in high regard, it would seem. They had relaxed substantially at his call. Oh well, Ulrich stuffed the Lord Instinct back into its box and ignored it. For now, he'd wait to see if a little MDK was going to be necessary, but the next time they made a move he didn't like, he'd just cut loose with Stormfire and Voltaic Riot and turn the village into kindling. Taipan couldn't defend herself properly, and they'd had their one chance to play games. It appeared that the guard's words definitely held some sway. The additional reinforcements sort of diffused back into the village with casual stealth. Definitely not a good idea to wade into a kill box. He'd stand back and set as much shit on fire as possible and let them come to him if it came to it. Ulrich directed his attention to the guard that had started all of this commotion. So you want to tell me why you decided to do something stupid, Friendo? He said quietly. The guard had stopped rubbing his neck and leveled an even gaze on Ulrich. You are more than you say, even if you are not lying to me. I spoke no lie. These are dangerous times, and I am responsible for my people's safety. The guard told him, surprisingly upfront about the whole thing. It would be a failure if I did not assess strange circumstances as are brought by you and your partner. For now, you could have killed me and chose not to, even if it looked like you wanted to for a moment. It tells me that you and your partner likely did, in fact, kill that beast and are not part of a press-bang death squad who slew it for you and slathered you in its juices to act as a cover. Such has happened before, but you are no coward, and barbarians are not without their reputation for fighting. The guard explained, not remotely apologetic. They were interrupted when the snazzily dressed dudes approached to stand behind their guards. Ulrich wasn't sure how this was going to go, so he decided to just be cool, until cool wasn't going to be an option anymore. Travelers, you are come to Senajok, of the Celestine Elves. I see you have been greeted by good Joldir. Please excuse him, he is a fine man and takes his duties seriously. The first part of that had the intonation of a ritual greeting, and all the council members said it in chorus. Weird. That last bit, though, that was the woman in the middle, the one with the little grapevine circlet. What business do you seek with us travelers? Grapevine questioned. Ulrich was cut off when Taipan, who didn't exactly know what was happening but was reaching her boiling point regardless, started raising Cain. I will make my business the hiding of every sap-sucking one of you if you do not get out of the way and show me to a bath. Mark my words, Celestin, Taipan yelled venomously, beginning to lose her composure. Ulrich turned to see her striding past him and took her arm gently, holding her so that she didn't try to run over the village council, and tried to make peace. She punched him in the ribs softly enough to let him know her displeasure, but without the extended knuckle that would make it hurt. Well, hurt badly, he grunted reflexively when her not-so-little fist struck him. It has been a long road. I apologize for my guide's temper. Ulrich pacified, though he was not exactly a happy camper either. Just right now, you must understand, we are both of us at wit's end, and she gets cranky when she feels slighted. We told your man before, but we are here to recover from our encounter with the monster on that sled behind me, and to, if you are willing, trade for some of the supplies gathered from the less tame regions of the wilds. We did not intend on coming this way at all, but my fair huntress guide said that a kindly village would be far closer, and I tire of hauling this beast, Ulrich declared again. The villagers looked to one another, and the odd pair of travellers. Joldir has declared you mean no ill. Will you abide by the laws of this village while you reside and leave us in peace when you depart? Asked Grapevine, the last bit chorused again by the rest of the council. That there's some real children of the corn shit, they gotta stop doing that, Ulrich thought. Thrice I say and done, all we want is lodging and to lighten our packs. And I suppose new travelling clothes if they may be obtained. Ours have been rendered unfit for further use. A shame. The trader assured me that the Ariellan fabrics were passing rare and charged me in that vein, but I am afraid that they are quite ruined by this beast's fluids. We will abide by any tenants my guide assures me are appropriate, and will leave you the better for our passing through. Unexpected, though this stop was, Ulrich declared. Joldir deferred Grapevine to the guard Ulrich had choked. Let them in, councillors, before the huntress starts declaring blood debts and swearing she'll stitch our skins for a bedroll. Besides, if they slew that shrieking ravager, we'll lose more stopping them than if they'd just left on their own. I'll keep an eye on them, if it gives you comfort. The guard answered, somewhat generously. Then you are welcome to Sinajok, travellers. May you find repose, intoned the council, before turning to leave the odd pair standing at the gate. Ulrich was putting this day second in worst motherfucking days ever. Right behind getting burninated. God's blood, he was tired. God's blood, am I tired? Taipan, hang out next to our gear and I'll get us an accommodation. We'll get you something for your eyes as soon as we can. Ulrich commanded his shadow, slipping back into their old habit. And don't cut anyone. I know you're in pain, but we're still kind of under the radar here, he said quietly as he left. Don't cut anyone, he says. She grumbled before shouting at his back. Mine eyes will be fine. What I want is a damned bath and rid of these stinking clothes. Ihr Wunsch ist mir Befehl, madam, Ulrich called loudly enough that he knew she heard, even if she didn't know what he said. He'd repeated that particular phrase often enough to her when she was being imperious that she probably had some idea what it meant, but was too proud to ask for a translation. She knew by his too polite tone that it was something sarcastic. Now, to find an inn. It was, according to Taipan, customary to hang a sign from an inn with a painted caricature of the name of the establishment to indicate that it was a traveller's abode. Other shops and businesses would likewise be indicated by symbolic signage above their doors. He was still working on reading and writing in Elvish, and these different folks had dialects. Even some of their pronunciations sounded off in his ears when they spoke. So used to Ariellan was he. So it was that he roamed through town for a good few minutes before he found a signpost indicating the correct establishment, noting that the guardsman had followed from a respectful distance. His sidekick had remained behind to keep an eye on Taipan. As Ulrich stepped inside, he was reminded again of the elven tendency to lean into curving organic architecture. The low-roofed interior, wide beams supporting slats that were rough-hewn, was cozy. A hearth fire burned cheerfully in the surprisingly large common room, beckoning him to its smooth river stone to bask in the radiant heat. 4 or 5 sturdy tables of some hardwood were occupied by elfin forms, many with food and drink at hand, and a few games of chance were being enjoyed from the smooth sanded wooden floor. The decoration was less profligate here, he supposed, slightly less baroque, but the simpler carvings and embellishments were no less meticulously done. All told, he rather liked the laid-back atmosphere. He stepped up to a sturdy, wide counter with gleaming polished top and a different color and pattern of grain, indicating a lumber not common to Iriel. Manning the counter was a she-elf, who was the shortest he had encountered yet. She barely rose above the countertop, and her impassive gaze stared up at him from around his sternum. It took him a moment to register her, and he was convinced she was a child at first until he noticed that she had the regular curvature. She cleared her throat, loudly. "Ah, oops. Excuse me, Mrs. I have need of a room for a couple of days. Can you provide?" he asked, trying to be as harmless as possible. She took him in briefly and immediately covered her nose. "Not stinking like that, I won't," she declared before jerking a thumb towards her other guests, many of whom had turned to find the source of the olfactory disturbance. "There's baths, but I'm going to have one hauled out by the stables, and you'll rightly scrub whatever the hells you've been rolling in afore ye set further foot under mine own roof," announced the woman, high-pitched voice, businesslike but nasal, since she had hers pinched shut. He struggled to keep his expression even and to not sigh. "Yes, thank you. A bath would be wonderful. I have a partner. She also requires a bath. Would this be possible? I will pay for our stay up front. We only plan a day or two at most to recover from our journey and refit before we're on our way. How does 3 days sound? To be sure?" he offered, hoping the extra coin would perhaps mollify the diminutive innkeep. Her eyes considered the coin laid upon the countertop for a moment before she scooped it up with practiced ease, disappearing them into her pouched apron. He'd overpaid, as Taipan had suggested. Haggling could be risky, might only force him to reveal his ignorance and increase the likelihood he fucked something up. Also, he was desperate. The less said, the better. It would appear that the proprietor was satisfied. She stepped from behind her too-tall counter and gestured towards the stairs. "Rooms up there. Years is the front hall, third on the right. 2 beds, nay sitting room. We ain't that sort of establishment here. And I'll have ye burn whatever ye're wearing afore ye enter, eh?" she said merrily, with as thick an accent as he'd heard yet. Great. They were deep in the boonies of Orlathrum. He was actually sort of excited. He'd been thus far only spending time with the uppity-up of elven society. He wondered how the more usual folk fared. Hopefully, not too xenophobic, the point was to lay low while they travelled, not leave a trail of rumour. It was comforting that they were far enough in the wilds that people had a distinct accent that indicated they didn't travel widely, and thus news was less likely to get here with speed or out. Of course, that plan was somewhat trashed, given they'd entered town mid-afternoon, reeking of whatever demons bathed in and dragging a mangled corpse behind them. Fuck it, they were doing their best with what circumstances were available. "Of course, innkeep. It would be my greatest pleasure to be rid of this foulness, believe me. My gear, I am lamenting that it was also given similar treatment. Would you have a rather large amount of soap that I might give it a clean? It will stay outside, but I would rather not drag this smell around behind me if I can help it," Ulrich asked hopefully. I'll see what I can do. You're as likely as not to be pulling the Ravager stench from your gear afore it falls to pieces, but ye can do no less than try. The innkeep advised briskly. By the proprietor's words, the beast was a known one around these parts. He'd have to ask Taipan about it. She hadn't shouted any warning about either the sound weapon it used, nor had she expected the concentrated dosing of putrid substance. It was possible there'd been no time. The blasted animal was mean as its earthen corollaries were written to be. Back when there were any left in the wild. Just when he'd almost gotten over the incredible similarity between the old earth flora and fauna, they highlighted their critical differences, mostly size and strength and, frequently, aggression, to say nothing of the magical horseshit. "Can you go ahead and have those ready? I'll be along shortly with my companion. My thanks for your hospitality," he said, withdrawing reluctantly from the comfortable warmth inside. He and Taipan had fairly well frozen their asses off all the way here. They'd had to scrub themselves with snow, and it had proven to melt quite happily into their clothes, wetting them enough to allow the still fierce cold to strip their heat away. The innkeep waved away his courtesy and got on with her job, shouting for somebody named Gregor to see about a tub. Good enough. Ulrich turned and made his way back towards the gate. It wasn't a large village, maybe 30 structures in all, but it sprawled fairly widely, which made that palisade wall much longer than it really needed to be. It seemed in keeping with elvish sensibilities to spread out, though. They didn't like being packed in close together, so far as he'd been able to determine. Every building shared the same overall sort of pattern, a low stone foundation, distinctly different from Iriel's almost determined avoidance of stone. and cobbled base that made up the first meter of the ground floor of the buildings. Everything else was timber. They liked rough cuts on their exteriors rather than the carved and finished wood of Iriel, surely a deliberate choice. Also different, they used what appeared to be fired clay tile on their roofs, curved to guide rain and snow off them. Which worked, none of the roofs bore snow. They must have shoveled the entire town free of it, come to think of it, because Ulrich didn't see more than a dusting of the stuff inside the palisade. He noticed that the windows were narrow, paned with thick smoked glass, not the stylistic wooden meshes that favored an arcane barrier against air to hold in heat. So, lower magitech reliance in the wilds, too poor, too backward, too few mages around to maintain them. He didn't have enough evidence to validate any theory, so he left off of hypothesizing too much. All in all, the village was pleasantly rustic. He wouldn't mind a couple of days here to rest up, if fate allowed it. He found his shadow deep in conversation with the other guardsmen. Woman, whatever, his own tail strode up behind him as the two women glanced up at their approach, abruptly quietening so that the approaching men couldn't hear the discussion. The pair of them had a conspiring air about them, and he'd never known it to be a good thing to be the topic of discussion between ladies when they didn't want you to know what they were talking about. Fuck, Ulrich said. Mert, Jolder chorused. Chapter 1. 111. Some People's Kids. The two men looked at one another again, sharing a moment of certainty that whatever was going on over there boded ill for them. Nodding resolutely to each other, they advanced upon their respective partners, ready to face whatever the women had conjured up between them. Ulrich made a conscious effort to pretend he had not noticed the woman talk, and his shadow did him the favor of pretending she had not noticed him noticing. Such was how Varda spins, sometimes to the good of all. Ulrich then broke the news to his shadow using human, not with an intent to hide their conversation, but just to speed things along. I have us a room, Taipan, rented for 3 days and paid in full. Wrinkle is, we gotta take a bath outside first and burn our clothes, he informed his comrade in stank. He picked at the fabric on his shoulder deliberately, and the pinch of cloth tore free like char cloth, crumbling easily between his fingers. Heaving a heavy sigh, carefully without inhaling through his nose first, he regretted again the encounter with the monster. He really had liked those clothes, and they were a good long ways from Irielhos now, so there was little chance of replacing them. It is as well, Ulrich. I cannot bear this for much longer. Taipan lamented. Let us be on our way then. The sooner we have done with it, the sooner I can drink myself stupid and pretend this day did not happen. Taipan said doggedly. If she was ready to day drink, she was definitely in some pretty ferocious discomfort. His shadow wasn't quite a teetotaler, but she did not have a habit of imbibing anything but well-watered wines or her more common teas. Except for that one time with the mushrooms, but that was a special case. I get it, Taipan. I'll grab the sled and we'll be on our way. We're going to need new clothes. You got any clue where I need to go to handle that? He asked, getting the harness settled. She considered it briefly, her eyes hidden beneath the wrapped cloth covering most of her face. It was hard to track her thinking when he couldn't read her expression. Fortunately, one need not be a mind reader to know sheer misery when its caricature was before them. A tailor will have the symbol for silk over their door. I have taught you this character before, yes. She checked. He had to think about it for a moment. Cloth, cotton, bags, sewing, silk. Silk. Okay, yeah, he remembered that one. Illiterate pig. The man cursed himself again, vowing to learn proper reading when he was allowed to settle down for a while without war fuckery on the horizon. Yep, I remember it, Taipan, he answered, feeling a little badly that she'd gotten hosed so thoroughly pulling his bacon off the fire when the monster stunned the two of them with that sonic attack. Tell you what, you get first dibs on the bath and I'll try to get any old thing to cover us and you can accompany me tomorrow to find some real replacements for our stuff, Ulrich offered before sharing some of his doubts on the matter of their equipment and its functionality going forwards. I'm worried mainly that the packs are going to be a no-go, in addition to the travel gear. My smell isn't completely back yet, but there's still this background feeling of it being fucking awful. Plus, we'd probably drag in any predator for leagues if we went out there like this. She only briefly considered that before accepting gratefully. just a bit before she'd have been unwilling to turn him loose on his own, unescorted through Celestin townships where he could say or do something silly from ignorance. Her quick agreement was further indication of her suffering. When he started to pull the sled, he felt an additional weight on it and noted that his shadow was sitting cross-legged at the front of the thing. Frowning, he had to inquire, "And what exactly in the hell are you doing there?" To which she responded, "Getting what I deserve." Gesturing forwards like God King Xerxes from the slave-born throne, she commanded, "Now pull, you great draft oxen of Avalin, pull for your new Acer Lord of Stench." He wasn't sure if the locals spoke human well enough to know the extent to which he was getting sassed. Any thought to a master-slave relationship ruse was out the window with Queen Brown bosoms of the Amazons sitting there on the sled, expecting him to haul her around. He looked around briefly to see to what extent his indentured servitude was being observed. Both the guards were leveling raised eyebrows towards the two of them. Damn, if he didn't get the hell out of here, she was going to start embarrassing him. He could feel it in the playfulness of her tone. Her sense of humor was almost entirely consumed by the need to ruthlessly tease and discomfit through overly casual observations that a decent person wouldn't voice aloud. Blasted woman. It was fun playing the game, though. He'd just chalk this one down in his black book to get her back later. Ulrich leaned into the harness and pushed hard with his legs to get the sled moving, hampered slightly by the additional luggage of his shadow. She was a tall lady for an elf, and with her physique, not exactly light. Nothing for it. He knew better than to put up too much resistance when she got like this. In her own way, she was worse than Boldert, combining her mother's incisiveness and her father's blatant disregard for social mores or decency whenever she chose. Chugging along with his burdens, he nevertheless heard the conversation between the two women as the guards had been relieved at the wall to escort their visitors. It was an odd experience. Normally his shadow was so standoffish that even her own kin rarely spoke to her, unless they were warriors trading pointers or insults. Here she was, though, just going all BFFs with this strange lowlands elf guard. Ulrich was happy for her. Maybe she was starting to open up a little bit. Watcher's tits, he hoped she hadn't stumbled across a spirit kindred to herself. The world wasn't ready for two taipans. The guard, trying to ignore the more pointedly ribald aspects of the discussion going on behind him, focused on Ulrich. Nobody offered to help with the sled, of course. Assholes. Forgive my saying, Ulrich. Ulrich, but you have a good command of Elvish, with a distinct Irielen note to it. I take it you have learned from your guide. Or should I say partner? Jolder asked, still feeling him out. Ulrich didn't mind. He and his shadow had spent considerable time discussing their plans and cover stories, and he wasn't afraid of this level of scrutiny catching him off guard. This is so, Guardsman Joldir. Ulrich started before the guard interposed a fast, "Just Joldir, please." Joldir, then forgive me. My people assign ranks to each other in conversation out of habit, unless they are amongst friends. It is a habit of many years I have not yet lost in my travels. The distant reaches have many clans, and few of them are entirely friendly. Courtesy is a boon for avoiding unnecessary troubles, Ulrich said, keeping in character and not answering the guard's question. He was trying to play a careful game here, pretending to get sidetracked in conversation to see which things captured the guard's attention and which leads he would follow more intently. It was important to determine if any information had gotten out about he and his shadow's departure, which was why they'd decided to use their real names, such as Taipans was these days. If those were out here in Orlathrem, their plan was shot anyway, because that meant that word had escaped Irielhos, and if it was loose from the fortress, it was probably a lost cause to be totally incognito. In that case, they'd have to keep to the hazardous wilds between settlements and hope that the speed of their travel bought them breathing room to evade notice. There couldn't be people watching absolutely everywhere for them, after all. The only time such word could have escaped was during the Festival of Year's End, when the bigwigs of Orlathrem had visited and Boldert had introduced him. When he'd had to duel a jumped-up riverfolk lordling and murder him for being a colossal dick and for trying to kill him and steal his shit. That said, the Irielen were unlikely to have loose lips, and so it fell to the visiting lords and lordlings to be responsible for spreading that kind of sensitive information. Only the father of the dead idiot was a likely candidate, one Lord Morion, who was definitely nursing a grudge. Better to find out now that they were compromised than later, closer to the border and Pressbang's forces or Prosper agents. Joldir had taken a moment to think over Ulrich's fairly innocuous statement, turning things over for himself patiently. He was in no hurry. The two travelers weren't going anywhere soon. The guard nodded, as if the explanation made sense before continuing his investigation. Indeed, it is of no import. So tell me, how is it that a human goes in the company of an Irielan hunter? You may not be aware of this being of the short-lived races and not greatly familiar with the politics of these lands, but Iriel is historically no great friend of humans. Bad blood, much of it spilled to the forest floor, on both sides. Joldir led. Ulrich fielded that one easily enough. He more or less told the truth. An odd tale, as such things often are, Joldir. Ulrich began, using his barroom storytelling voice. I was escorting precious cargo, worth a king's ransom, I tell you. Then, from out of the trees, come a half-dozen arrows. He made a gesture of surprise with his hands as he continued pulling his cargo before telling the mostly true tale. It is all I can do to keep myself alive, but I am fortunate, and if I may boast a little, a fair hand in a fight. I closed on my attacker and managed to cripple their bow by cutting its string. Then, what do I see before mine eyes but the utter vision of a beauty unmatched glaring murder at me? Ulrich said, thumbing back over his shoulder to indicate the Irielan girl on her seat of honor. Joldir and his comrade followed the gesture and took in the blindfolded but still very clearly stacked specimen of elvendom and nodded their agreement with the assessment. Yes, indeed, the elf on the sled did indeed possess an uncommon robustness of form, even amongst the almost universally attractive Aesir. She did also give the indication of a somewhat cutting disposition. Ulrich continued and dropped his tone to a conspiratorial whisper. It turns out my cargo was under the protection of an Arielan of notable reputation who had sent a hunter to escort the prize to their domain. Louder now, and not bothering to hide his chagrin about how that meeting had gone, being shot at from the trees without warning and all, something he still gave Taipan a hard time about even to this day, he told the now enthralled Joldir the only problem was the noble person who was to receive this particular prize had not notified their hunter as to who exactly it was that brought the goods. Being an Irielan, of no particular love for Valin or otherkin generally, she who sits upon my sled right now took exception to my presence so close to an elven city. A loud snort came from behind them, and a lilting, "Ha! Serves you right, wandering the deep wood." In a conciliatory tone he carried on the story. You see what I have to deal with. Even so, she was not entirely to blame. I had not known in my youthful folly that it was not done to simply roam the wilds as you please, especially for a manling. But it happened that the cargo was found damaged upon its delivery, and my host was surpassingly furious. The elf lord demanded satisfaction, and when she could not provide suitable answer, she was assigned to my person as reparation for the damage. Joldir and his female partner nodded at that. It was not done to leave debts unpaid amongst the Aesir. If one could not come up with means to make whole the injury, it wasn't uncommon to use one's own service as restitution. We travelled widely together after that, mostly through dangerous lands, and, after a fashion, became comfortable with one another. Enough so that she decided to continue on, even when my journeys were to take me outside of Orlathrem into the reaches of Pressbang. That is where I seek to return now, it being near to the start of the trade season. Ulrich concluded the rehearsed cover story he and Taipan had agreed upon. It was almost entirely true, if slightly skewed. Bright Eyes had been worth a king's ransom, being a king's son, and he carried his skin with him always, making it delicate cargo. That Taipan had nominated herself the one to go investigate Bright Eyes' return was not necessary information. Minor adjustments to the tale just served to mask his origins more than anything else. The Celestin guardsman interjected, seeing a chance to pry without seeming to, "And now, what has you so far inside of Orlathrem in these cold days, this many leagues distant from the outer reaches of Pressbang? I winter in the south these days. It is far more comfortable than enduring the blizzards of my ancestral home. Truthfully, I do not get on so well with the tribesmen as I ought. I mostly prefer the wilds and only the company of that sharp-tongued wench back there. Ulrich answered immediately, looking over his shoulder and grinning at the seated elf. Taipan stuck her tongue out at him and made a chopping motion with her hand. Take that, missy. The village guards were suitably impressed. Aye, now that is a tale. I admit I haven't heard its like, but it makes things clearer. Ever are the deep woods folk sticklers for their pride, and a debt unpaid would not pass. A fair hand in a fight, you say? You are over-modest, youth of the tribes. It is a rare thing to see a ravager bested with so little price paid. The female guard, Serelin, he thought praised. Joldir very carefully did not mention that Ulrich had diffused his assassination attempt like a professional. Young, but not so naive. Whatever places the Valin had been were not trifling. His response had been swift, decisive, and showed evidence of experience dealing with such attacks. Joldir didn't eliminate the possibility that the pair were pre-Spang spies or killers, but it was increasingly unlikely. Firstly, it was unheard of for one of the deep woods folk to consort with otherkin, let alone their historical enemy Prosper. Secondly, those agents that did make it this far into Acer lands simply didn't wander around Orlathram as if they owned the place, like these two did. Joldir was exceptional at detecting untruths. His stalwart guardian class gave him insight into such attempts. The man was either lying with such incredible ease or telling too much truth for it to be the difference to register to his senses. Either way, he was near certain that they were not in his town to cause trouble, merely caught up in unfortunate circumstance. Still, the sooner he got rid of them, the better in his eyes. He hadn't come out to this flyspeck to wage wars or sniff out Prosper's agents. He needed to pry whatever answers he could from these two. To all evidence, his partner was engaged in a deep discussion of textiles with the huntress, and they were right now debating the merits of wool against waxed canvas for travel coats. The true intent of Serelin was to determine if she could catch her conversational partner in some kind of ignorance or slip that might unveil more to their nature and intents. That talk led to the female guard lamenting the destruction of their clothes, whose cut and quality were uncommon, as Iriel did not freely trade in bulk for such things. The she-elf associate of the supposed trader turned that aside, making intimations that she preferred her partner outside of his clothes. Perhaps the barbarian tribes were far more open about these things than was typical of many of the oddly conservative-minded Valin clans. Serelin was now walking herself down that rabbit hole with her deep woods cousin, in rather more flagrant fashion than even he was used to. To his credit, the man didn't appear to be disturbed by the bald remarks. For his own part, the guardsman surely wouldn't have cared to be described in such detail to strangers, even if it was high praise. "Fucking Taipan!" Ulrich yelled to himself, keeping his expression studiously clear. He wasn't modest about his body, but he didn't go around telling everybody every detail either. If he leaned over and started telling the guardsman about her various odds and ends, he was positive she'd be taking issue with a sharp instrument. "Never mind, it's fine. You'll never see these people again. Let her say whatever she wants, if it keeps them from thinking too much," Ulrich reminded himself. Instead of concentrating on the women, he returned his attention to the conversation with the clearly still probing guard Joldir. "This monster here, it is common to your region?" Ulrich asked. "Not at all, Ancient's mercy, not at all," denied Joldir fervently. "This variant beast is one of the few that has plagued the surrounding forest for the last few years. We've lost a few merchant trains to it, and a group of bounty hunters that went out towards the end of the trade season to end it never returned. Why it left its normal domain and approached the outskirts of Senajok is strange, and no doubts worrying." Ulrich didn't doubt that one bit. Seeing such a monster close to home would give him the willies too. "I am afraid I cannot take too great a praise in the beast's death," he told the pair of Celestin coppers. "It was a great deal more fortune than I am comfortable admitting with the creature, this shrieking ravager. I have encountered similar beasts, but this one lived up to its name. Its cry stunned a smaller prey and revealed the nature of the threat before we engaged it." Without exaggeration, he indicated Taipan and gave honest praise where it was due. "In truth, I give most of the credit for the kill to my hunter friend. She is as skilled with her bow as her people's reputation would suggest, and put several shafts into it blunting its attack. Her poisons did great damage to the beast, and it was well on its way unto death without a single action on my part. Ulrich couldn't keep the self-recrimination from his tone now, as his mind drifted back over the events of the attack. On her own, I have little doubt that my partner would have simply disengaged and run the monster in circles until it succumbed. My presence, though, forced her to face it directly, for my own safety. While I can defend myself, unfortunately, we neither of us were prepared for the creature's hindquarters weapon. I would not again like to encounter such a monster, Ulrich told the guard, neglecting to mention his role in the fight to shift attention to Taipan, all according to plan, and again, almost entirely true. Yes, Seralin agreed. The Irielen have a reputation for being fierce combatants at range. At this, Joldir found his opening to inquire. I noticed, speaking of weapons, that not all the wounds were from arrows, and that you carry quite the blade on your back. It fairly radiates its potency. Who made it? Asked the guardsman too casually. The guard knew very damned well who had crafted that sword. Its maker's mark was shown in tales of legendary victories for the Orlathrem, especially where Irielen heroes were involved in the recent centuries. What he wanted to know was how under the stars a human had come to own it. His sword was a topic of great debate betwixt him and Taipan on the way to the village. Ulrich had anticipated the question. The wounds of the beast would be seen, and hiding his sword was nearly impossible. So best not to cause other questions by outright denial. He figured, though, that it would be best to put the investigations to rest by simply telling them that a Svartalfheim made it, given Smith Uldin's description of the metalwork being similar to their own. Taipan disagreed, suggesting that an older, experienced elf would recognize the work of Irielen smiths, especially her uncle's lauded craft, given that his maker's mark was easily distinguished upon the blade. In the end, Ulrich decided to trust his shadow's experience, just as well he had, so that he could spin her suggested yarn. It was bought at dear price, though far less than its true worth. My partner called in a dear favor for the opportunity to have it from its owner, who was no longer inclined to leave that redoubt of the Irielen. They do not welcome outsiders, as you well know, Ulrich answered carefully. Without my dear Taipan acting as an intermediary, there is no doubt I'd have ever got my foot in the door with such a one who then held it, outside kicking the door in. Ulrich sidestepped, not mentioning that was exactly what had happened. Taipan's quiet laugh from her perch was taken as just indulging in the image, rather than the memory. I did not know the reality of the weapon, its powers or its value, until well after I'd acquired it. According to the lovely lass up there on her sled throne, the blade bears the maker's mark of a legend of the Deepwoods folk, one master smith, Galad Uldin, whose art has not been seen in generations. He never sold his craft to non-Irielen, so I knew I had something precious. It has lived up to its maker's reputation. Ulrich praised easily, not needing to exaggerate that last statement in the slightest. The guardsman grunted like he'd been kicked, so Ulrich knew he'd thrown the man for a loop. Forgive my saying, trader, but even now you do not appreciate the true worth of that sword, if indeed it was made by Galad Uldin. It is a wonder that none have tried to take it from you, Joldir said, leaving the suggestion open. I never said that they had not, had I? Ulrich said quickly, it lives up to its maker's reputation. He repeated. The elf accepted that readily enough. He had first-hand experience that more than suggested a would-be robber would have no good end trying to take that wonderful sword from the human who pulled the heavily laden sled with apparent ease, not straining or breathing with difficulty, though they'd come most of the way across the village. Far stronger than most of his kin, the barbarians in those reaches must be impressive. And fast, too. He'd planned to put his knife on the man's chest to see if he flinched, and had not expected to have his draw snuffed or the killing grip put on his throat before he could react to the move. Those grey eyes had without a doubt passed his death through them and decided against it. That was the gaze of a man who had had blood on his hands and would again. Something to remember, Joldir had data enough to clear them of most of his suspicions, though. Not all the mystery was solved, however, but then, whenever was it? There were still the burns and the clearly liquefied or glassified bones on the head. but he'd probed enough and found nothing out of place except that the two themselves were such an unlikely couple. That they were was clear enough. They moved in the way that two long in one another's company did, comfortably and naturally around each other. The hunter was clearly one of her kin's image, ill-tempered and with a tongue like a dagger, but she gazed fondly on her partner's back, and spoke far too candidly about his rear. For his part, the barbarian took her jabs patiently, well trained to her habits. He wondered if the man knew he wasn't running the show, or if he simply didn't care. Ah, well, he was over-curious, a good trait in a guardsman, but it got him into trouble occasionally. "Here at last," Ulrich announced, coming to a stop at the inn's modest stable. "If you don't mind, Joel dear, I have to tend to my partner's wounds and see to our baths. We aren't allowed inside until we dispose of these foul clothes, so I must acquire some temporary garb as well. Needless to say, my troubles are not yet over." Ulrich had got in some quality people watching on their way in, between his first trip into the town and now this slower-paced one. Of note, these people were not fighters mostly. For the first time, he was getting a look at what the common folk of Orlithrum had to offer, at least in this region. Of the Irielen, he'd seen only the royals, the combatants, the duties of the fortress, and the accompanying craftsmen immediately necessary for supporting the warriors. Here, he saw far more variability in dress. Due to the season, heavy coats frequently accompanied the outerwear of a similar sort of cut to a trench coat, but in flannel. Those coats looked uber-warm. Interestingly, there was a distinct lack of pants, which the Irielen favoured. Here they seemed to prefer thick wool dresses of just past knee-length, with some kind of tall furred boots that covered their calves. Both the men and the women wore these not quite kilts. There wasn't a whole lot of dimorphism in dress. The men and women shared virtually the same dress to his eyes. Truly, there wasn't much beyond the obvious to distinguish the sexes other than that the women kept their hair in various braids and buns, while the men wore short cropped hair. Since elves were mostly smooth-featured and comely by default, he had some trouble telling people apart. It was, just as before at the festival, that their belt knives served to distinguish individuals most easily, each with a different hilt, sheath, and frequently style of blade. He'd had it explained to him that those knives were indicators of the profession and standing of their bearers, but the rules for that went so far over his head, they were experiencing different weather. The guardsman bid them a temporary farewell and gave report to his superiors, leaving his far younger partner to keep watch from a discreet distance. Ulrich saw that, in an empty stable stall, a large wooden tub was already filled and steaming. On its outer rim was a hook, where hung a sturdy scrub brush and a puck of soap on a string. The water would cool quickly in the cold air, so Ulrich hustled his shadow off the sled and assisted her to the side of the tub. She stripped off easily, uncaring if any saw, because such was the way of Irielen bathing. They enjoyed common baths and were not shy of their bodies under those circumstances. "How are your eyes, Taipan, still pained?" he inquired. She nodded. "Improving, but still I cannot have much use of them for at least a few hours." "Take ease, Ulrich. The worst of that is past," she answered. "Now go. Shoo. Find for us something to wear and be not gone long. The water cools rapidly, and I'll not have you complaining about a cold bath." She chivied him away. Likely she just didn't want him fawning over her. He scoffed. As if. He was no mother hen, and she was far too grown to be a chick. He left her to her scrubbing, hurrying away the faster to join her in ridding himself of this wicked stench. A few minutes roaming down the wide, packed dirt streets found the symbol he was looking for, a symbolic needle and cloth bolt that bespoke a tailor's shop. He knocked on the door, realizing that he'd win no friends carrying his odor into their shop. A few seconds passed and he was getting ready to knock again, when the door opened quickly and a short male elf glared at him, his fist ready to knock right around the forehead area of said elf. "Don't beat my door, now what do you wah?" The elf retched before continuing angrily, "Sweet gods above and below, what hellish stink have ye brought to mine doorstep?" "Good afternoon, shopkeep. That is the reason I have knocked instead of entering your abode. I and my travelling companion ran afoul, quite literally, of a creature not so far from your town. We were both of us covered in its musk in the act of slaying it." I am here to make purchase of 2 sets of traveling gear for the both of us. For now, though, I merely need any rough thing that may provide decency until you may have us measured. My partner is about yay tall, Ulrich indicated with his hand, and about so around. He finished measuring with his hands in a circle, transcribing her imagined diameter at the thickest part of her hips. The tailor frowned but realized he was being offered a nice windfall. The trade season wasn't for some weeks yet, and this would be a fine chance to make a little extra coin when normally he was slow enough to be entirely too bored. Aye, that is the rumour that has gone round. Very well, you're in some luck in the end. I have a set of working shirts and pants that'll do until I can fit you tomorrow. Mark and me, neither will be of any great quality. They are for the stall boys who've nae deigned to pay. Years will be too small unless ye remove the sleeves and the bottoms of the legs, the tailor said, anticipating a profitable exchange. Ulrich nodded. That would work just fine. That is acceptable. What do you ask for the rough wear? He asked. 1 sill drake apiece, said the tailor, attempting highway robbery. I'll eat these reeking boots first. 1 eld crown for both. Ulrich rejected immediately. He recognized an insanely inflated price when he heard it, and if he didn't challenge it, his cover as a merchant would be instantly blown. He still suspected his counter-offer was too high, but he needed at least the appearance of being offended by the tailor's initial number. The tailor smirked, knowing he had the upper hand now that he'd gotten a too-high counter-offer. Witless barbarians, even if they were experienced hagglers in their own lands. 3 eld crowns for both, or I'll pull ye up a table and watch your dinner on those boots, countered the tailor, knowing he had the upper hand in this, but not wanting to drive the man off completely, not for the amount of coin he'd make on the job. Ulrich grimaced, letting the tailor know he wasn't pleased. Done, though I may consider leaving future beasts to roam around your lands next time. You might try getting them to buy cloth, he said with heavy sarcasm as he laid the coins out. The tailor grinned as he pocketed his good fortune and went to the racks in the back of his shop. He didn't even need to look to find the finished but unpaid for work attire. This was a truly slow period for his business. Sturdy canvas and flax, nothing special other than holding up to a beating. Both in a dingy grey that wouldn't easily stain with ox shit. The most common beasts that were stabled from farmers and trade wagons. Ulrich took them without further complaint and saw that he was definitely going to have to tear the sleeves off of the larger of the two. His shoulders weren't going to fit a garment sewn for the normally slim elves. Even the other was slightly too short for Taipan, her being a tall lady for one of her kind. My thanks, shopkeep. I'll be back around tomorrow and pray you've found some mercy in your heart for bedraggled travellers, Ulrich said in parting, earning another grin from the tailor. Yeah, that's about what he figured. He was happier in the glade when money wasn't a thing. He returned to the stable and saw that his shadow was in the act of scrubbing some of his favourite places. He crept up slowly, planning a prank before he realized that his smell was going to give him away. Damn it. Stupid skunk. Defeated, he approached his shadow and announced the results of his mission. This one has a report. Clothing has been acquired, but this one must admit a robbery has occurred. I am sorry. I could not stop the heartless thug from making away with his ill-gotten gains, Ulrich said before he narrated his shame. Taipan giggled openly at his defeat and told him it was a time-honored tradition for the rubes out in the boonies to fleece strange travelers. She also informed him that he'd done better than he knew. It would have been even more suspicious if he'd gotten a fair deal. That did take a bit of the sting out of it. Deciding that was as close to a win as he was going to get, he stripped out of the ruined robes one last time, lamenting their parting, and joined his shadow in the large tub. She yelped and complained briefly, not expecting him to actually join her in it. Soon enough, though, they came to an arrangement. Her settled on his lap and his arms resting on the sides of the tub. The water was still warm enough to be pleasant against the cool afternoon air above it. Ulrich breathed a long, relaxed exhalation of peace. At last, a break in the journey that didn't involve screaming or life-threatening harm. For a few minutes, he simply was. After that, he started getting curious. His partner was, frequently, a mystery to him, an enigma that begged to be solved, at least in part. For instance, Ulrich had not been able to pin down where the borders for acceptable discussion might lie. Taipan hadn't had any problem at all narrating things he wouldn't have discussed aloud to anybody that hadn't been there. His earlier suppositions that she might tend towards prudishness were long gone. The woman was highly sexual when she wanted to be, just selective in the extreme, and slightly standoffish from over-pursuit in her youth. When it was with someone she trusted and whose company she wanted, she was quite liberal. He tested that by letting his hands roam, earning another yelp from his shadow. "Ah, Ulrich Gla, what do you think you are doing?" "Unhand those," she croaked. "I refuse." He denied her, being careful not to hang on too tightly, but leaving her no room to dislodge him. "I could not help but notice some rather daring claims made as I pulled us through the village. Would you care to explain how you so cavalierly speak of our chambers to a complete stranger, Taipan?" He interrogated calmly, punctuating his questions with squeezes that drew more sounds from his shadow. "Enough. We were merely discussing hypotheticals. I was Stop that, you degenerate. We are in public." His partner argued semantics while under assault. "I was only helping her to catch her interest. She pursues her partner in the guards, and it would have been out of character if I pretended indifference. You must believe me. Now stop with that." "Petting," ordered the well-groped elf, thoroughly chastised, and Ulrich desisted with his investigation. "Later, Ulrich, and you may continue to your heart's delight," Taipan declared him in a husky tone, growing keen on the idea. "Promise?" he checked with a final emphasis. "Promise. Now focus on removing that horrific stench. You may scrub me, no fondling, and then I am going to escape so that you may focus on your own person, once I have done your back." Taipan told him, unable to hide her smile at the anticipation of a good back scrub. Following their exchange of cleaning services, the glorious woman left the tub to quickly rub herself dry on a provided towel before donning the rough working tunic and pants that were tailored for an elf near a hand shorter than herself. Ulrich was surprised to find that his shadow had rediscovered capris. The shortened lengths didn't do much to protect from the bite of the winter's afternoon, though, and his shadow muttered imprecations against the slain beast. Deprived of any toys to occupy his attention, Ulrich took the soap and cloth and applied themselves without mercy. He was pretty sure that he'd sacrificed most of the surface layers of tissue before he extracted himself from the now too cool for comfort water, but the odor did not follow him from the tub. He'd sign any contract any demon had to offer had that not been the case. While he had scrubbed and lathered, and then scrubbed and lathered, and prayed to anything listening to remove the smell from his hair, Taipan burned their garb. He could see the faint sadness in her expression. She'd been wearing those clothes since he'd known her. That same sturdy grey-green doublet, the same canvas pants, and her warrior's black silks under it. The only thing that survived was her boots, too low to catch the blast of funk, for which Ulrich was eternally grateful. He loved those thigh-high boots. For himself, he would also miss his Iriellen travel robes, finer material he'd never worn and more comfortable to travel in he couldn't imagine. A blend of layers that resisted the elements without being too heavy to make moving anything less than effortless. He allowed himself a little materialistic regret, even though, all things considered, their clothes were a small price to pay for not being killed by the sound-wielding creature. The shrieking ravager, these people called it. True to the tailor's claim, he had to remove both the sleeves and to create a small tear down the middle of the chest to allow for his much broader upper body to fit into the shirt. The pants were tight, but he'd just have to live with it for now after he'd removed the calves from them. Taipan, through barely open and bleary eyes, told him to have tomorrow's pants use the exact same size in the rear as these he wore, and he knew that he could do no such thing. It felt like he had a pair of hands on his finer anatomy, and he was distinctly self-conscious as they walked around the stable yard, locating the sled in an out-of-the-way nook near the stable's small paddock. Thankfully, they'd dropped their packs before the fight, or those would have had to remain outside as well. The requisite tasks complete, the two of them entered the inn and found a seat at a small table near the hearth of the common room. There they deposited the heavily laden packs. He put his sword next to the chair, propped against the wall, and finally got to enjoy a moment of peace. A roaming barmaid came around soon, and then they made an order of the inn's dinner. Soon both were able to wolf down a crunchy bread, slabs of mystery meat, which was delicious, and a preserved vegetable stew. It was heavenly. Hearty, salty, thick, and with a few novel items that had not been available in Hos. Plenty of mushrooms, some celery stalk things that were topped in cream cheese or something. Murmurs of villager chatter filled the low-ceilinged room, as did the mortared stone hearth's heat. It being the middle of the afternoon, village elves wandered in, and those who had been already a while wandered out, the even traffic having something of a beat to it. Smells of wood smoke, drink, some kind of heady smokeweed from a few scattered pipes, cookpots in the kitchens, and the general odour of humanity pervaded the low-roofed common room. Ulrich found this ambience extremely cosy, wholly different from the sort of imperial court feel of Hos. This was much more down to earth, possibly because the inn was actually built upon the ground and not a magical tree fortress. Fewer relief carvings dotted the walls. In fact, he saw that the beams that made up the place were almost exclusively rough-hewn, perhaps a sign of the relative youth of this place compared to the centuries upon centuries of Hos and the city beneath it. He'd have pictured this kind of place if someone were to describe an old Viking longhouse or some such. Now, if only he could be certain of the peoples here. Speaking of which, their minders had likewise found a table and occupied themselves in idle conversations over a shared meal, or at least they kept a casual expression while they made heinous plots. Since Ulrich couldn't detect any inclination towards their being up to no good, he was forced to assume that they might actually be honest folk doing their jobs. But maybe not. His companion knew him too well and detected his slight discomfort. "Ulrich, stop with your roving eyes. It is fine," Taipan chastised mildly, despite being unable to see him. Did anyone mean harm, they would have done something already. "I cannot see much, but I hear fine. All is as it should be. Order us an ale or whatever swill is available. It will take the edge off of your nerves and the burn from my orbs," suggested Taipan from her seat across the small inn table. He must have been too obviously eyeballing the room. Well, fine, so he was a little jumpy. Her assurance did put him at ease, though, and he got up to execute her recommendation. The tiny innkeep worked her own bar and efficiently secured a couple of ceramic mugs, a dark grey clay by the look of them, from the grid of such containers hanging from pegs on the wall behind her counter. Oddly enough, the short elf secured the mugs with a long stick. The ease of practice, hooking the handles and passing the mugs down the length of wood into her waiting hands, like a performance of some street vendor, made it almost look like common sense to be unable to reach your own earthenware otherwise. Why had she put the mugs so high up that she had to use a stick to reach them? Mysteries will abound. At least these were honest-to-God Steiner mugs, not glass, but close enough. Ulrich was a little surprised to see so much use of stone or ceramic material in these folk, where it was virtually non-existent amongst the Irielen. Interesting, the little differences between elf clans. Still not much metalwork to speak of. He paid for their drinks, a few bronze servants each. Never a man to be profligate in his old life, he found that he had an almost hereditary reluctance to spend money, which didn't really make sense, given how little need he'd had for it in this new life. As he walked their mugs back to the table, filled with a pale, bitter beer in which he noted a distinct citrus flavor from his sipping off the tops of the heads, he was surprised that he had any attachment to the concept of money. It had been almost 10 months since he'd even considered symbolic wealth. Some habits were well entrenched. His parents had preached conservative finances, and, it seems, those lessons had stuck somewhere deep in his psychology. It was enough to put a smirk on his face. His old mam in particular had been a stickler for living within one's means. He liked to think she'd be proud of him being moderate in his fiscal choices. He had almost reached their table when he saw that in the chair he'd intended to reclaim sat instead a blonde elf of lightly tanned European complexion. The common hue of the Celestin, his silvered eyes lacking the metallic flecks so characteristic of the elf tribes. The elf's build was that normal slim athleticism typical of these people, but the ears were only a few centimeters too long and not as pointed as the rest of the patrons in the hearth-room. Was this one a half-breed? All the elves he'd seen to this point had very distinct vibrant luster in those peculiar pigment flecks in their irises. Was it some kind of sex-linked allele, maybe? Or maybe just, wait, no, stop it. Ulrich cut himself off. Later, Ulrich, worry about hereditary fuckery later. For now, the dude is in your chair and looking at your wounded shadow like she's something he'd like to eat. The interloper in his chair wore garb that marked him for some sort of local soldiery. Lightly armored leather jerkin, greaves, and vambraces. The usual long belt knife was accompanied by a short, broad spatha in a second sword belt, all plain dark leather. The boots were muddy and the gear ill-kempt enough that Idra would have been personally insulted at the lack of care given one's field kit. The uninvited guest was also smirking and tossing his bangs while staring down the ill-fitting worker's shirt Taipan wore while he gobbled some sort of nonsense in Elvish, too far away for Ulrich to make out against the background wash of the village folk in their cups and at their dinners. Immediate irritation suffused Ulrich's expression, but they were trying to keep a low profile, so he clamped down on it. Just when he took hold of his emotions, his hands took hold of the mug handles and he heard the distinct clicking of ceramic breaking, the handles snapping when he heard a particularly blatant suggestion towards Taipan's person. Now he had to carefully keep holding the stupid mugs. If he relaxed his grip, they'd fall to the floor. And he'd have to pay for the mugs and the ale. Fuck. Ulrich took a single long deep breath in through his nose, held it for a long 10 count and released it slowly, through his mouth to get his temper in line. His steps became more measured and sedate, giving him time to relax as he approached. Taipan, though he couldn't see most of her expression through the cloth wraps, was not appearing to offer much in the way of welcome for their impromptu guest. That didn't appear to register on the elf's face, not that he was doing much observing anything above the neck. By the way he undressed her with his eyes, Ulrich's teeth ground lightly and he set the mugs down on the table as gently as he could, managing not to slop any of the beer as he did. The elf didn't do himself any favors in Ulrich's estimation, giving him an exceedingly dismissive once-over and a light humph that seemed more like an invitation to being dribbled off of the floor a few times than anything else. Iriellen didn't play games like this. Any Deepwoods elf Ulrich had ever known would have already been telling their antagonist to get their arse somewhere they didn't mind bleeding and get ready to use said arse to cash that check their mouth was writing. Steady, lad, he told himself. Easy. Just stay calm and we'll take our leisure in the room. This sort had been a somewhat common occurrence in Ulrich's experiences in the nightlife scene. Jackasses who liked to play fuck around and find out were a dime a dozen in the young folks' bars, especially when the lasses were dancing and the lads were a bit soused. Just don't give them any undue attention and they'll take the hint. Withdraw, if at all possible, and refuse them the chance to garner attention and they'll normally go somewhere else to find their fun. And if you can't make an easy retreat or they push their luck, you drill their nose, pull their shirt over their head and start laying into their kidneys, so's that next morning piss reminds them not to be a clown with strangers. He'd only had to do that a few times. Normally he didn't have to. His frequent barroom pal and interior decorator had his back. Gods, for a kid as disarming and laid back as Remy had been, he'd sucker punch a wiseass like a mousetrap slamming down on an unsuspecting pest. Ulrich could use old Remy here right about now. Forcing a smile, he addressed his shadow with as much equanimity as possible. Stay frosty, old man. Cool, ice cold. Taipan, it seems the common room grows busy. Shall we retire? He said with too measured casualness. Oh, it seems the pet has returned. A pity. Blondie declared loudly to the room, projecting his voice to make sure the rest of the patrons heard him. Yep. Ulrich Einar was going to beat this elf like a drum. That's what was going to happen tonight. Perfect way to end the day, really. As I was saying, the loudmouth interloper said from Ulrich's chair, I have another 2 weeks before the caravans begin running in the north. What say you ditch this boring ape and I'll show you more refined touch? The elf asked, as if Ulrich were not there. I think not, Taipan said clearly, disdain dripping from her tone. You have had your ask and I have no interest, as you would know if you were not a preening half-wit. Let us be gone, Ulrich. I think that I would find the quiet of our rooms more to my liking. This one's presence fouls the ale. The former hunter announced, equally loudly for the room's benefit. She made to rise and the elf's hand snapped out to take her forearm roughly, holding her in her seat. I did not say you were allowed to go, you humans bitch, he spat. Ulrich didn't see the guardsman or his partner approaching from their seats, having observed the goings-on and come to retrieve the elf, a too late attempt to defuse the situation. Ulrich didn't see his partner's other hand moving like a viper, drawing her belt knife to open the soldier's throat. Ulrich didn't see anything except the slight grimace of pain on his shadow's face and the creature who was causing it. His hands locked onto the soldier, gripping the shoulder and chest, and he lifted him from his chair, turning his body to sling the slight form away. A 65-kilo mass thrown 4 meters hits a sturdy hardwood table with plenty of force to break it, it turns out. Doesn't do the person that does the breaking much good either. Before the swearing soldier extracted himself from the table's remains, Ulrich grabbed his leather cuirass and pulled him into the short, vicious left hook that dislocated his jaw. He lifted the elf higher and slammed him back into the kindling and floor, drumming the elf's head against it. The meaty thud was satisfying to something inside him, satisfying enough that lifted the limp body even higher this time and brought it down again, harder. He had to drop the elf when a couple of Blondie's friends dove into his legs and waist, trying to tackle him. They might as well have tried to tackle Warren Sapp. He'd have laughed if he wasn't pissed. Ulrich made them regret their decisions immediately when he dropped a 12-6 elbow onto the back of the one trying to tangle his thighs, smashing something and dropping him to the floor before he wrapped his other arm around the one on his waist, a guillotine choke squeezing the neck. Hands groped ineffectually on his arm, and he drove his knee sharply into the exposed chest, driving the wind from his victim, who gave a strangled cry so he could choke him harder. He was reaching down to take the elf's head in his hand and twist it backwards when 3 more forms hit him and succeeded in moving his balance. He had to release the gasping, half-unconscious elf to stay upright. His hand over a face, Ulrich kicked the one of the attacker's legs out from under him and shoved him into some neighboring tables, their patrons none too happy about having their meals and beverages turned into their laps. A fist from somewhere caught his cheek, snapping his head to the side, and he caught the next attempt, broke the offending arm, and twisted the bones for good measure. After that, things pretty well devolved into total chaos. Someone drew steel behind him and suffered for it when Taipan cut the tendons in the would-be ambusher's wrist before knifing a kidney. Ulrich didn't see any of that, though. He was too busy laying about him. Punches came in, and he ducked into them, covered them or slipped them, taking minor damage before answering with greater evil. Somebody broke a mug over his head, and he kicked in their knee. After fighting free of another 2 trying to get hold of his arms, he donkey-kicked one of the assailants who'd come running in from behind, heedless, hard enough to launch the bastard backwards, and then set about practicing every single act of violence he'd ever learned on the rest. The Irielan Royal Guard were good teachers. Taipan was even better for this nasty kind of fighting. A pause left him standing, bruised, a cut lip, a bloody nose, and probably a black eye if the discomfort in his cheek were any indication, with his shadow behind him, blood running down the edge of her knife from the couple of Celestins who'd thought to bring weapons into the fray. On the opposite side were a small group of new challengers. They didn't look like they were having fun anymore, and a couple fingered daggers, but didn't draw them after a hasty look at the blindfolded elf who'd badly stabbed a couple of their comrades for pulling steel. Only a few moments had passed in normal time. Sitting at their dinners, Joldir and Seralin had drawn their batons and warded away as many of the inn patrons as they could reach before heading into the melee. The village's guards waded in, cudgels swinging to concuss, and drove their kinfolk back. They had the sense not to get within reach of Ulrich and make themselves targets. Instead, they prevented extending the rampage by providing new fuel. When a minute went by without anyone getting close enough for him to grab, the blood red faded from his vision and Ulrich regained some measure of rational conscious thought. He immediately was glad to see he hadn't used magic, or his sword. There weren't any obvious corpses, even though some of them wouldn't be doing much any time soon. He resisted the urge to stomp the groaning form at his feet. At some point, his already slightly torn shirt had been completely ripped away. The lightning scars from his awakening burned a faint violet, and he realized that, while he wasn't actively using his core's power, Ceron was cycling a hair's breadth away from being released. All his will had to do was whisper. That would have been very bad. Joldir, red in the face, was screaming at the villagers, "What makes you think this was a good idea, huh? Think the bull ravager on that sled outside just killed itself, do you? And for what? So Barsol, the idiot caravan guard nobody lets around their daughter, can put his hands where they are not wanted. What in the hells did you daft bark weasels suppose was going to happen, eh? Mark my words, if any one of you takes another step forward, I'll wash my hands of this, and we can just bury the lot of you tomorrow in the same hole." Oh well, there was the voice of reason. Taipan made her thoughts on matters plain as well, her lilting voice raised high enough that all could hear her. "My Valin partner is too kind-hearted. From now on, you face me, and he is the only one I have ever left alive behind me. I will kill as many of you dirt scrubbers as volunteers." It was a clear enough statement of where she stood. He didn't doubt at all that, if anybody got cute, he was going to see his Taipan do some fairly awful things to their anatomy blindfold or no. She had that look about her at the moment. Ulrich wasn't so sure he wasn't going to join her, even though he'd settled down some. Fortunately, the cause of all of this mayhem was unmoving where Ulrich had left him. If he saw that bastard so much as twitch, he wasn't sure he had enough restraint to not go over there to correct that problem. The villagers, the ones still uninjured anyway, looked abashed. 4 out of the 6 worse off were also out-of-season caravan guards wintering there at the inn, familiar faces all, but not natives of the village. The other 2 were known drunks and troublemakers, so really no one who mattered greatly had been affected, right? Just 2 travelers who'd actually done the people a favor, killing off a beast so close to their farmlands being accosted by some transient thugs mostly. Some few nursed a couple of bruises, maybe a loose or missing tooth, but no real damage. None of their business at all, really. Thusly becalmed, the villagers sort of mumbled a general apology to the air and departed, after they hauled the caravan guards outside under the fuming glare of Joldir and his partner. Chapter 112. Breakfast on the house, triage costs extra. A fair hand, you say? Joldir addressed him sardonically, taking in the carnage. Ulrich shrugged. Fair to middling, certainly nothing to write home about compared to the curb stompers he'd been training with. Any one of the Iriellan royal guards would have cleaned that common room out, probably without getting touched. Even Christ, their newest member and young as he was, would have fared better. Of course, Ulrich hadn't pulled his sword or used magic. It hadn't occurred to him to do either one, losing his cool in a fight. Bad news that he needed to be better. He'd been pissed before, he'd been murderously furious, but normally he stayed on top of himself and kept some semblance of control. It was a friggin' miracle he hadn't grabbed up his sword and started laying about with it. Or worse, his magic. He had a feeling that some unconscious consideration of his shadow being caught up in the crossfire was the only reason this inn still stood. He hadn't been specifically trying to kill anybody, but, as it turned out, he was pretty sure he might have cashed the tickets for at least 2 or 3 of these caravan guards. Especially the one he'd kicked. That one had taken it square, and he'd felt the body fold a bit. Well, at least Taipan hadn't gone off the deep end. I've seen better," he said honestly, in return to Joldir and his partner. "You're fortunate that my partner here is indisposed. She takes less kindly to affront than I do and has a sharper response to it. Part of why I keep her around, you know. That and you would wander around in circles until you starve to death out here in the forest, you tundra walker," chimed in Taipan cheerfully. She was in a surprisingly good mood now that the fighting was over and nobody else took her up on her offer to commit assisted suicide. He saw why when he took in their table with the 2 empty mugs. The woman had drunk his beer while he was in the middle of all of that. Slattern. Joldir and his partner shared a good, long sigh. "Yes, well, I feel we have probably escaped from the worst that could have happened." The troubled guard intoned evenly, taking in the 2 travelers. He turned and called at the wall, "Minna, how are things on your side?" Or at least Ulrich thought he had called to the wall before he looked down and realized that the tiny innkeeper had knelt down over the guy he'd kicked. Her hands glowed the soft green and orange of Sano, healing magic working on the caravaneer to repair the damage. She must have already helped some of the others because they weren't moaning or bleeding anymore. The one Taipan had knifed in the back was still pale and looked like he would have run from her had he had the strength. At least one of them had survival instincts. Ulrich had to admit being impressed by the innkeep. She was somehow incredibly hard to track, like some kind of healing ninja. Or a reverse grey man. They are as well as could be expected, Joel dear. There will be a tab gross large ready for ye to enforce momentarily. Further table, a set of chairs, the cost of sandin and treatin my floor to remove the blood, and the healin'. Also, they are barred from my establishment. The lot can find a shack outside of town to huddle in for all that I'm carin'. I run a peaceful place for drinking away a day's toils, stuffing bellies, and laying down a burdens for a night. Not a battlefield medico's station, she announced, still working on the elf with the flailed chest. And the two of ye? Well, I cannot rightly be blaming ye. Still, one more of these and you'll find rest elsewhere, yeah? She said, laying down the law. Yes, ma'am. Both Ulrich and Taipan intoned with sincerity. The innkeep nodded her acknowledgement and returned her complete attention to her spell work. Catching all of the bone fragments out of the diaphragm, liver and lungs was turning out to be a huge pain in the arse. The female guard, Cerilyn, in the meantime, had gone to check on the source of all their woes. She bent down and inspected the body before she slid a finger across her throat to indicate that well would remain dry henceforth. Served the bastard right. Just as well, Joldir said as his partner rejoined him. Constantly at the women, was he? We had more than one complaint, but always his friends were backing him up, threatening any who would object down. Any time they pressed, we threw them out for a few weeks, but caravans are the lifeblood of this village. They need the guards to pass through the forest in good order. It was coming to a head, no matter. The much younger guard told them, not a trace of sympathy in her tone. Taipan nodded her agreement. For some, stupidity is a terminal disease. It is nothing to grieve when those manage to find their own way to feeding the forest. Sometimes they need some small help, and that is nothing to cry for either, she proclaimed, still with that cheerful lilt in her voice. If he didn't have a volume of tangible evidence to the otherwise, Ulrich would have been sure that his shadow had the hardest arse on the face of the planet. She had no chill at all sometimes. The guards looked to each other and muttered, Iriel and Bones for sure. Ulrich had to agree with them. All signs pointed to the deep woods folk breeding them fierce down that way. Any doubts about that in the minds of the guards were gone. They'd watched the barbarian's huntress guard his back against a half-dozen. Any who came within her reach suffered for it. And that was with the blindfold. Well, at least things had settled down. He was coming back off from the adrenaline rush, and the tiredness of the long day before was amplified greatly now. Post-combat highs had deep lows. He was thrashed. That he'd just committed somewhat justifiable homicide didn't even register to him. Varda was a whetstone polishing the edges on its denizens. Softness was not conducive to a long life expectancy. Dimly he remembered Baldur-T's claim, I kill them and think little of it, and had to be slightly amazed at how smoothly that transition had happened. He yawned, caught off guard by his own heartfelt desire to sleep. Taipan glanced at him and fetched their mugs, refilling them without being asked. Ulrich laid the same price as before on the wide countertop. I speak for no one else, but this day has gone too long. Have you any further need of our presence here? No questions, official statements, or anything like that, he asked Joldir. That one would have spit on the floor had not the innkeeper Minna been nearby. What is there to investigate? I told all who stood at the gate that both of you were dangerous, and you brought your own proof. Barsol went out of his way to provoke a fight with the both of you, and if you hadn't killed him, your partner would have, with just cause. The village council will be glad to hear that the caravan guards have had one of their worst offenders removed and the rest chastised. No, this is as clean an ending as could have been hoped for, in all honesty, the guardsman admitted. Those tattoos, or no, gods above and below, are those scars. I have not seen the like before. What does it mean that they glow? The guard asked incredulously, his voice suggesting that he had some idea. Ulrich hadn't ever seen that particular phenomenon before, and they'd faded back to their usual appearance now, but he knew how his core had felt, how the Seron was flowing like his own blood, and had his own suspicions. If any of those idiots had ever cornered him, or put him into a position that triggered his survival instincts, he had a feeling there would have been a lot more bodies. No good to anyone nearby, Joel dear. Let us hope there will be no need to find out. He deflected, unable to offer any better answer regardless. It was good enough, though. The guard had been around long enough to know that any more such questions were more than rude, and a scan would create more problems than it solved. It was not uncommon for an uninvited scan of another to result in an immediate reprisal. There were some things one did not do unless great need drove. He would not invite greater chaos to satisfy his curiosity. An elf didn't grow old being foolish. Taipan returned with the beers, and Ulrich took up their packs. He'd wasted perfectly good coin on that shirt. He should have taken Dickwad's coin purse, Ulrich thought to himself. No, he told himself. You aren't actually a barbarian. He shook his head as they climbed the stairs. It had only been a year. What changes would he have experienced in 10? Frowning, he threw that aside. Don't brood, Einar. Not this time. Just live for the here and now. Do your best to be a good man and forget all the bullshit that ever got fed you in your old life. Here, the weak get eaten. There they just got penned up like cattle to live out their days while they were milked their life's blood. In nearly every way he had to measure, Ulrich realized that he was a happier person here than he ever was there. Here it felt like he moved in lockstep with the rhythm of this world, instead of being always offbeat in the old one. Up the stairs they marched, and the room was a small but completely acceptable affair. 2 beds, reasonably sized. A window of foggy, smoked glass allowed the afternoon light to spill, diffused, into the room, casting an amber glow on the furnishings. Taipan set their mugs down on a small round table, and Ulrich sat heavily on the bed closest to that window, a groan of relief escaping him. What a fucking day! The funk of the beast that had necessitated this stop in the first place was near to gone, only the barest whisper remained on their packs and flesh. Bad enough, and a reminder never to take for granted anything with regard to the monsters that populated Varda. That reminded him, if his senses didn't deceive him, Taipan had done something amazing while fighting that monster. She'd layered her skills. Sitting up from where he'd sprawled on his back, he saw that she was occupying a seat at the small table and grinding herbs from a belt pouch with a mortar and pestle. A rather elegant clay pitcher, glazed and painted with wildflowers, was providing the water to create some kind of minty paste. Taipan, did my eyes deceive me, or did you use 2 of your combat skills simultaneously? I thought I saw you use shadow toxin, very awesome by the way, alongside of an infused arrow. It fucked that thing up about as well as my lightning bolt, and I noticed that it failed to use its sound blast after you did it. He asked, unable to keep the praise from his voice. He didn't want to stoke her ego too much, but it was impressive as hell. She smiled behind her bandage. You are not mistaken, Glade Chief. I can use 2 or even 3 of my skills at the same time, creating synergies between them. It is a thing few can do, and the mark of an advanced combatant. My shadow toxin disrupts concentration of mana, she told him proudly. I have heard Idras can utilize 6 or 7 different abilities and hold that for up to a minute sustained. It is how he was able to slay the Archmage Cryomancer and live to tell the tale, only losing a single eye. She explained, the awe as she did so obvious. As usual, just when Ulrich thought his respect for Idra had reached the appropriate level, he found that the old Blademaster had gone even further beyond. It had been a kingly gift that Baldurt Iriel had given Ulrich the opportunity to learn from that elf. If the fundamentals were, well, fundamental, then Ulrich had been set up well to have a fighting chance, since his had been built by the hands of a true master. His shadow continued, explaining her technique. To use 2 skills layered is my limit for now. I can do 3, but it leaves me so weakened for a minute that it is not normally useful. I feel myself coming to a breakthrough, but have not yet reached the point of stepping towards the next level. If things continue as they have, I should be there inside the month. She joked. Even as long as she'd been serving as an agent of her kin, she still clearly had the hunger to improve, to expand her skills. It was motivating. He hadn't had long enough to really internalize the full scope of the elves' dance of 1,000 steps, but he knew that he was moving easier than he had in the glade. His balance had become more sure, and his feet more decisive. The difference in being in a winning and a losing position was a matter of centimeters, placed by degrees, in fractions of seconds. Small details grew large in battle, and he appreciated greatly that he hadn't had nearly the natural ability to come out into the world, as he had been before his time in Irielhos. Taipan had now given him another avenue to advance himself. Combinations of skills, perhaps of spells. He'd done a similar thing a few times, mostly in the middle of a battle, where instincts had led him and he hadn't been able to fuck it up through overthinking. Definitely would be something to consider, but for now he was zonked. He drank his beer and helped the elf apply the poultice she'd been working on to her face. The skin was flaking and angrily red, and her normally lustrous eyes bloodshot. He felt badly for her and couldn't help holding her head briefly. She leaned into him for a moment, taking comfort. They weren't frequently very clingy, but this was a definite time for it. Neither had admitted it yet, but there had been a close call. Varda was a scary place. The creatures and plants that flourished all had weapons, some hidden, some not, and even veterans had no guarantee of being able to anticipate all the abilities of their foes. Alertness, caution, focus, preparation, and fundamentals were the keys to staying alive out there. To fail in one of those things was to be forced to lean on the others more heavily. Failing too many, and something would give out, placing you into a situation like that of his shadow. He had no doubt that she could have kited the creature around forever, if not for worrying about him. But that was beyond her control, and so she used what tools she had, and the result was a victory, at cost. Ulrich had no doubts, though, that somewhere in her mental journal of possible dangers, the shrieking ravager's abilities were categorized, annotated, and countermeasures established. The second one, if there was a second, wouldn't so much as ruffle her hair. A comforting thought, that. He was going to ask her more questions, something about classes probably, but she'd removed her clothes and he forgot what they were. The second bed went unused. They probably disturbed their neighbors, tough nuts to them. They rose later than was custom. The window faced the setting sun, and the pair, used to the outdoors, slept until the daylight was enough to light the room. Ulrich was woken by the moving of his partner, who'd already started tending to her injury. The poultice had done wonders overnight, when the athletic woman carefully removed the blindfold and face wraps. Much of the irritation was gone, more like a sunburn than acid, and the light sensitivity was a thing of the past. She blinked slowly a few times as the soft glow of morning bathed the room in a soft ambiance, taking in the first painless sight since she'd been hit by the beast's musk. Ulrich was about ready to get his day started as well, but Taipan's deep stretch, arms overhead and back arched, caused them a greater delay. She should know better than to do that with him right next to her. Or maybe she did. No matter, schedules were for suckers. When they returned to the common room, the evidence of the previous afternoon's conflict was gone, except for the decidedly fresher finish on certain parts of the floor. Appraising eyes raised to watch the pair descend the stairs. Ulrich noticed that these were a different set of clientele than had been there yesterday, but rumors had found their way around. It was inevitable in a village as small as this. Ulrich had decided that the thick wool blanket being worn as a toga or sarashi of sorts would be better than going bare-chested in over-tight shorts. Damned Caravana grabby paws, may his bones bleach in an appropriate hell. He might as well be working at a Chip and Dale's. Fortunately, he was following behind an actual God's blessed beauty in Taipan. Most people had their eyes drawn to her, regardless of their inclinations. The lass was a verifiable hottie. Absent her face covering, even with her reddened skin, she pulled attention to her. He could sort of just coast along behind her in relative obscurity, the human barbarian of no concern. That part was according to their plan, in fact. The fewer people who recalled him, the better for moving into Prespang and, eventually, Prosper. His partner evidenced no concern over the gazes directed their way, and he supposed that she had learned to ignore garnering attention as a member of the Irielan royal family and a woman of outstanding attractiveness, even amongst her incredibly aesthetic people. Aesa were, according to Ulrich's tastes, a generally exceedingly sensual folk. Even their men were pretty, which was a surprise to a thoroughly heterosexual man like himself. But it was like being surrounded by actors and Olympic athletes. You didn't have to want to make love with them to recognize beauty of form. Taipan sat at the table they'd occupied the previous afternoon, empty again. The same serving girl came by, noticeably more apprehensive than the day before. That would happen when you observed two people more or less kick the dog shit out of a small mob consisting of your neighbors and regular customers. Regardless, his shadow put in their order for a loaf of fresh bread and slices of the mystery meat, which Ulrich thought had a distinctly porkish flavor, if a bit leaner than the hog meat of his old life and the stone plate boar he'd had previously. They did not wait long. Bread that steamed when it was broken made Ulrich's mouth salivate. The baker did fine work. It was a crunchy, crusted loaf with fluffy insides, and a smidgen of honey turned it into a fine breakfast alongside the pan-fried strips of meat, too lean to be called bacon. As Ulrich shoveled food into his mouth, his mind searched back, and he came to the realization that part of his shadow's standoffishness was probably related to the sorts of behaviors exhibited by the village's most recent corpse. How many times had she been accosted by some lordling or dignitary or some such who tried to push her into accepting their attentions? A good part of her snappish behavior was easily explained by having to deal with that sort of behavior. It also put his initial meeting with her into a better perspective. He'd given her a rough sort of treatment in that regard, and it probably colored her opinion, rightly so, of him early on. He regretted that now. If he knew then what he knew now, he'd have come up with some other way to mortify her into trying to murder him, so that he could turn her planned ambush around on her before she really knew what she was dealing with. Well, it was a good thing to be reminded that you never knew entirely what motivated a person or what experiences skewed their perspectives. They almost certainly had sensitivities about which you might never know until you stumbled across them. In his case, at least his incredibly insulting approach had been entirely predicated on maybe killing her before she could put steel in his back, and she was aware of that fact. She'd admitted making several plans to that effect, which was pretty upfront on her part, if anybody asked him. He probably owed her an apology anyway. Actually, damn it, she'd said he would end up killing a couple of people who wanted to test him through going after her. He'd believed her, no thought of doubting her crossed his mind, but he hadn't expected it to start so soon in their journey. You were right, Taipan. I might have been underestimating the temptation of some of the worst elements of the frontier towns to give you a hard time or to push my boundaries. It's something of a revelation. Let me know if you can think of anything I can do to prevent any future events like yesterday's, he admitted. The former huntress carefully kept her "I told you so" smirk off her face, though he could nearly feel it radiating from her despite her controlled features. I am glad that you have learned to trust my judgment so easily, Ulrich. It only took a single killing and near massacre of a handful of backwards caravan dregs, but you still learned fairly quickly, she said, graceless in her small victory. Always one to twist the knife was his shadow. He kept his voice low to avoid saying anything that might give hint as to their identities or purpose other than the one they'd stated openly. Yes, fine. You were right, he said, allowing her to gloat. Problem is, we've made noise. If we are to make it through the borders into Prespang without detection, we cannot very well be leaving corpses to mark our path. What would you have us do? He asked. She leaned back, sipping a hot tea, to mull it over. While she did, he dipped his delicious bread end into his cup of milk to sog the very tip of it. Milk, as it turns out, was available from a wide range of herded creatures, and only some of them resembled cattle. There were llama-like critters, called vikun, a little smaller than their extinct earthen counterparts, but with a longer, thicker wool, whose milk flowed lightly yellow and carried a distinct vanilla note, which had sourced this morning's drink. There were also some more unorthodox sources, not all strictly mammalian, including a monitor lizard the size of a mini pony, known as Gila, with incredibly powerful digging claws that was used in many elven agricultural plots to till and fertilize the soil with its dung. The creatures liked to create similar patches of turned, soft dirt in which to nest and had been domesticated for centuries. That the females also produced a very sweet milk for offspring from cryptic teats, hidden beneath special scales on its underbelly, was a sizable bonus. Wild ones were notoriously venomous, the opisthogliphaus, or grooved rear-toothed monsters, chewing potent hemotoxins into their prey. which included most things up to a near-grown adult elf. These domesticated ones weren't nearly so toxic, not having their diets supplemented by the noxious insects that contributed to their glands' venom production in the wilderness. Ulrich had not initially believed Taipan when she told him about them, not until she walked him out to a stable, a fenced-in set of burrows in which the things lived in merry little communities of about 20, below the boughs of Irielhos some months ago. Absent their usual keepers, the gates to the fenced areas were left open for the creatures to subsist off the land, which they did easily. They were too territorial to wander far from their home, though, which made keeping them fairly easy. Ulrich had only had to run for a minute or two before they stopped chasing, the elf woman running the limbs of the trees above easily, though almost slipping from tears of laughter blinding her. He was pulled from his ruminations on animal husbandry when Taipan appeared to be ready to explain how they were going to stay off the radar, scrubbing her hair briefly before leaning forward over the table. "The new plan is the old plan," she stated simply, deflating him a bit. "Our approach is a good one, the best that could reasonably be attempted, Ulrich." She continued softly, explaining, "What we failed to account for was that, thanks to the death of the forest lord and the pulling back of the usual elven forest tenders, the wilds are wilder than normal. Greater beasts are traveling, migrating towards the plateau. At the same time, things kept caged upon the plateau are moving towards softer lands around them, especially the more dangerous variants of the canopy in the Forest of the Forgotten. This means that we simply must be more cautious." Her fine eyebrow raised, and she went on indicating him with a delicate gesture of her hand. "By we, I do mean you, Ulrich. You are much louder than me, and though you are well practiced moving in the forests, compared to most of the humans I've seen, it is not as if you are an Iriellan harvester or hunter. I can only do so much to prevent encounters with the denizens of the wood, if we cannot move with the stealth of a triad." Ulrich didn't take that personally, it was simple fact. While he moved pretty comfortably through the bush, there was no comparison to how easily, and above all, quietly his shadow did. She took even more of the potential bite out of that statement by continuing to review the situation, a bit of uncharacteristic charity on her part. Coupled with our need to move quickly, I do not think even a veteran triad could both cover the terrain as we have and remain completely cloaked from encounters. The Bloodstarves alone would have forced an engagement. Their senses are too well tuned to finding prey from the skies. The Shrieking Ravager, a variant of several creatures with which I am familiar, I have not encountered before, and its hunt of a separate prey just happened to bring it to us. Bad luck that was unavoidable, though I admit that I slipped up and allowed myself to be disabled unacceptably. As for the excitement last night, there, I believe we may find a modest improvement. I'll say it plainly, Ulrich, you are being too soft. Had you simply broken the idiot's neck from the very start, for the temerity of occupying your place, we would have had much the same outcome with less than half the riot. Taipan upbraided him gently. There is a reluctance in you to initiate violence. Once provoked, you perform well, but you are too slow to respond and too eager to avoid the conflict. Others will take note of this and seek to push boundaries. You have explained to me the non-violence of your upbringing, the peace of your old life, but you must leave that behind you. It only invites aggression in those who have not learned to recognize the signs of a foe beyond them. Hence you're having to kill idiots like Lordling Morion or that one from last night. Only one with a reputation for being unassailable may present a gentle front. For the rest, you must wear your potential for danger more openly. Intimidation will save us more killings, Taipan advised. Chapter 113. Running the Numbers. It made sense in a weird way. Not being a belligerent asshole was one of the fundamental tenets of his upbringing. Civility, openness, and non-aggression, these were baked into his life in the before. Ironically, these traits, while great for interaction with powerful individuals like Balda T or Idra or Taipan's mothers, who had no need to project their strength to assert themselves, failed to leave an impression of anything but vulnerability to the occupants of the frontier. What he viewed as basic civility and social lubricant could be construed as an opportunity. Like a poisonous frog, bearing its vibrant colors, He needed warning mechanisms to make every low-life thug take heed and leave him the hell alone, especially if he was hauling a catch like his shadow around. Which did beg a somewhat important question. All right, I see what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing with you. Clearly, playing nice is not getting us the intended results. Before we get to finding a correction for that, though, I do have to ask you why you didn't just kill guys attacking us. I know you could. I've seen you. You're easily the scarier fighter between the two of us, especially if I'm not using my core's abilities, he inquired. Oh, that, she answered, a bit taken aback, as if it was obvious. At first, I just wanted to see how you would respond to various forms of insult. When that heckler monkey laid hands on me, I was readying to end the drought beneath his feet, but you threw him out of mine reach. For the rest, I judged it a good opportunity for you to gain useful experience without much risk. You are like a fresh warrior on their first rotation abroad. If I shelter you too much, you will never learn the way of things, and it will cause only more problems down the road, Ulrich. You are growing up now, and that means letting you make your own mistakes, where I judge that they will not greatly harm you, she explained. Ulrich frowned a little at that. That made it sound way too much like parenting. Or no, maybe it was closer to a senior NCO, a crusty old sergeant letting a green officer learn the ropes without holding their hand. Yeah, he could live with that a little better. Fine, I can accept that, Taipan, he conceded. Baldarti had once described him as being as a child of these lands, and in many ways that remained true. But try not to have too much confidence in me, all right? Yesterday, that mook turned my Lord Instinct to 11 and broke off the knob. I don't really want to have to go around killing a guy every time we visit a new place, so maybe we ought to figure out a way to avoid similar happenings. I know you can take care of yourself just fine without me, but I'm probably physically incapable of not trying to MDK sons of bitches like that one. If that guardsman hadn't stopped the mob from getting close, I'd have killed like everybody. Or tried to. And if you'd been free and clear from the room, I'd probably have used lightning, and it's hard to say how that would have turned out, but I'm guessing not well, he told her, seeing her eyes widen. Really? You were so angry for me? She said, her ear tips reddening. That is one of the most flattering things you have ever said to me. I cannot wait to lord it over Hallet, that randy she-goat. She might have got you first, but she did not have you raging over her, Taipan exclaimed with a cheerful light laugh so rare from her, before he could get over how pleased she was that he'd almost started a riot just because some fuckwit grabbed her arm. She threw another wrench at him. Jealousy is not something I am prepared to endure, but I will be making sure you know your affections are returned later, tonight. Perhaps this afternoon too, she whispered, her voice taking on that husky tone that was entirely designed to put his libido in charge. Ulrich looked around briefly and had to clear his throat. If he kept meeting that emerald gaze, he was going to be too hot under the collar to think about much else. Yikes, she'd turned on some serious come hither. Even his busted social barometer could pick this up. It would be best if we get started dealing with that beast outside, or I do not think we will get much done today at all that doesn't involve ruining sheets, Taipan declared as she stood, a little loudly to Ulrich's hearing. Yep, there were a couple of definitely jealous hate beams coming in from a few sources, not all of them male, as Ulrich rose to join her. He wondered how many would have remained interested if they knew the precondition for grabbing her attention was to avoid being murdered by her and maybe kill a bunch of people on behalf of her family. Honestly, the longer they were together, the better the trade that seemed fuck those people. It was slightly unfair that she'd employed her feminine weapons only to put the festivities on hold, but she was both right and, he strongly suspected, letting the tension lead to greater payoff later. She could be devious like that. It was a consolation to know that she was switched on as well, though he'd not have put a murderous fury as high on her list of turn-ons. Which, he had to think now, should have been a little more obvious. Taipan was Taipan. As they left the room, Ulrich's brain jumped a connection, something said almost in passing a long time ago by the other elf he'd shared a bed with, who Taipan had just mentioned with more than a suggestion of familiarity. Hey Taipan, just how exactly do you know Hallet anyway? She acted like she knew you, spoke of your habits, and offered me a small piece of advice with regards to avoiding being weak around you, all of which ended up being pretty on point. Ulrich asked, not knowing if this was dangerous territory or not. Taipan's grimace said, "Maybe. That fat busybody should keep to her own affairs. It is rude to discuss a shadow like that. I will go have words with her when next we meet," his partner said, her voice not quite angry. He was betting there would be fewer words than her statement led on. She didn't stop talking, though, being content to answer his question. "Halit and I are of a similar age. She and her sister Cinna, who you trained with alongside the Royal Guard, are of a notable house in Iriel. We all grew up together in the same class of children and competed against one another in all things. She grows thicker and fatter than most of the Irielan women and so draws the attention of many suitors who lean towards that preference, though she refuses to tie herself down. I suppose, if cornered by fire, I would admit that we are friends, sharing an inner ring, but that does not mean I approve of her in all things. Such as that donkey's bray she calls a laugh or her wanton flirting." Taipan continued. He wasn't an expert, but that was either the sort of unflattering dragging that accompanied very close friends or jealousy. Since his shadow was, for better or worse, one of the most confident women he'd ever encountered, he was forced to assume that jealousy was completely impossible, and that Halit and the woman next to him were, contrary to the surface-level hostility, tight. Ulrich exercised all the self-preservation he had to avoid correcting his lover's descriptions of the prior as being fat with a PH and thick with a CC. Taipan was the prettier of the two, but Halit was definitely a bomb. He praised himself for this restraint, and for finally understanding that there was a difference between one woman saying another was attractive and you saying it. He did not understand why this difference existed, only that it did, especially when you were discussing one of their friends. He'd made that mistake once. Once. "Oh, I see," Ulrich said mildly, keeping his tone completely neutral. "It is good to know that you had friends growing up. For some reason, I had some suspicions that you sprang full-grown and hateful as a tiger with a bellyache." She tossed her hair at that description, not taking it as anything other than a statement of fact. "That did not come until I had reached my coming of age and grew tired of the attentions of such as you used to paint the floorboards yesterday," the woman said, sarcasm heavy. "Okay, yeah, that was fair. That was slightly impressive, by the way, Ulrich," she complimented from out of the blue. "I did not think you strong enough to kill a warrior, even a low-level, immaturely classed one in such manner. A blow to break his consciousness and 2 sharp slams to smash the back of his skull. It was well done, completely bypassing his armor." He couldn't take credit for that. He couldn't remember it. "Yeah, well, I wasn't really what you might call all there for that," he confessed. She nodded like that wasn't news. "If you were in a blood rage, you would almost certainly not recall the incident. Some classes, such as berserkers, are able to concentrate their rage and hold to thought, but absent similar skills or traits, it would be unlikely for you to do so." Classes, eh? His had not changed significantly in some time. He supposed it was a matter of experience. He'd only really had a couple of actual non-training life or death experiences since coming into those classes. It sort of indicated the lifestyle his shadow had kept, and her age difference, that hers were so advanced. They came to the sled, parked where it had been yesterday, tucked away in an out-of-the-way stall. He noticed that the other stalls were empty, apparently. No travelers were passing through the village. The two of them had come into the village at an extremely unseasonable timing. The oversized wolverine, not quite as large as a horse itself, had been mostly disassembled when the town guardsman who had nominated himself to keep a watch on them, Joldir, wandered over casually. Ulrich had noted him hanging out at a discreet distance, him or his partner. They apparently took turns, but he'd come over now for some reason. "Good morning, travelers. I see you've been busy with the spoils of your battle with this monster," he said, as if he hadn't watched the entire time. Everybody knew the subterfuge for what it was, but it would have been rude to point it out. "And yourself, guardsman, we've been busy," Ulrich answered, putting the sky blue and silver-ribboned core of the beast next to the rows of teeth and claws they'd pulled free of the skull. "How does the morning find you?" he returned, knowing exactly how the morning had found the guard. Still, the game needed to be played. Joldir spread his hands, indicating a balance of ups and downs. "It is more peaceful than yesterday evening, but still abnormally boisterous." the village council met and issued an edict for the caravaneers to pay the damages to Minna's business, which they grudgingly did. As well they had too, or there'd have been blood in the streets and none of mine. The guardsman said without humour, "You and your comrade were declared innocent of any wrongdoing in the matter. As I knew that you would be, it was as clear-cut a case of defending oneself as could be asked. Barsol sealed his own fate by touching your comrade, and his friends had no call to attack you to defend a criminal. The man you kicked lived, by the by. A friendly warning, that one has a reputation for violence, though we've never caught him or his comrades in the act, and has the backing of a minor house in Trachen-Ear." Joldir said. Ulrich had to credit this elf. He might actually be a pretty straight shooter, for all that he was a little too keen on trying to figure out what Ulrich and Taipan were up to. "That is good news, Joldir, and thank you for the heads up. Since you're here and probably the man to ask, I have some goods for sale, cores, mostly, from some of the particularly nasty varieties of beasts we encountered. Would I be allowed to set up my travel shelter here as a stall?" Ulrich asked, still keeping to their cover as a trader and his permanent guard. Joldir didn't need to think about the question. It was actually mostly up to him to regulate the actions of traders within the village. "This is permitted, though many of the homesteads around the village will not stray far from their hearths, not for a few more weeks," answered the guard. Ulrich nodded his acceptance of that. "No blame can I find for them for that. The season is far from over, though I feel some warm currents that promise the worst of the winter to be bygone." Spurred by the conversation with Taipan earlier regarding the movements of beasts and the guard's fair treatment, he felt compelled to give the elf a warning of his own. "Where the forests this upcoming year, Joldir, you and the villagers here. My travel has not been peaceful, though it has been far less eventful than if I did not have so skilled a guide. There is something afoot out there. The wilds are crawling in a way that I have never seen. It has my guide's backup, and if she is nervous, then everyone else should be as well. Where the forests," Ulrich repeated, hoping he'd given enough warning without being able to say too much. Joldir considered that. This was not the first he'd heard of something being strange out in the wilderness. Some of their better foragers had reported odd sightings. A couple of hunters had disappeared towards the end of the fall, experienced men who had run these woods their entire lives. The appearance of this shrieking ravager did not bode well for their fates. He'd put out a general call for caution, just in case. "Thank you for the alarm, Traveller Ulrich. You and your partner may have confirmed for me a rumor that the forests are unsettled. I am afraid I must pass this message along to the village council. My fellow guard, Cerilyn, will be here to see things remain peaceful. Feel free to ask questions of her if you need." Joldir offered a short, sharp bow, more an inclination of the shoulders than anything else before he departed. Ulrich turned to Taipan, catching her eye. "What do you think? Was that good enough to let them know to keep an eye out?" He checked. "It is," she confirmed. "If they do not take heed of an Irialan-trained scout, even one who has severed ties with the homeland, then they are too stupid to help." He probably wouldn't have said it that way, but if the shoe fits, wear it. "All right then. Let's set up the shelter here and put this stuff on display. What do you think we ought to charge for the cores?" he asked, realizing that he actually had no idea their value. For all that he was supposed to be a merchant, Taipan had to explain money to him again. "Listen more carefully this time, Ulrich. You do recall the base metals used in coinage valuation?" she asked, slightly miffed. "Yeah, Taipan, that part made sense to me. 4 metals, each with a different base value and rated 1,000 to 1 to each other, weight for weight. Bronze called elds, argentum called sils, electrum called ours, and orichalcum called tons." He recited. Of course, the metal part of that discussion had stuck with him. It was the weights that he had trouble hanging on to. "I forget how the weights are supposed to operate," he said, drawing a click of her tongue. "Each weight refers to the multiplier of the base value of the metal. The servant is the single denomination coin, represented by a hand. From there is a squire denoting 10 servants, represented by a runed dagger, and 10 squires make up the knight, whose representation is a blazoned shield. Then there is the drake, which is worth 10 knights and represented by a dragon's visage. Finally is the crown, composed of 10 drakes and represented by a royal circlet. Taipan said slowly and drawn out. All right, calm down, lady. I got a lot of balls in the air right now. He scolded lightly. It clicked. Oh, okay. He saw how that was supposed to work. Okay, so you take your servants to be one, and then each weight is 10 times the one before it, so it's a simple base 10 with exponents for weights. Servant is power 0, squire is power 1, knight power 2, drake power 3, and crown power 4. But the metals are graded by thousands, so it takes 1,000 eld servants to make a sill servant, 1,000 sill servants to make an ore servant, and so on. He summarized. Taipan looked confused. Uh-oh. What do you mean, exponent Ulrich? I have not heard this before. And powers, what are you saying? She asked, genuinely befuddled. Oh shit, he was using mathematics. He'd just assumed that was common knowledge. Damn it, that was a slight wrinkle. He mulled it over. How to explain this? His fingers snapped against his leg while he worked it out. All right, this is worth laying out, Taipan. Come over here and sit down, Ulrich ordered. The woman didn't argue at all, just came over and sat cross-legged next to him in his blanket toga. They looked like a couple of crazies in a homeless camp or something. Okay, so the way the number systems I grew up using work is that they operate on repeating cycles of tens. We call that the base 10 system. Essentially, you start by counting single values, starting with 0 as the default, until you reach 9 single values. At the 10th value, you reset the numbers, using a value for how many times you have reached 10 and the same 9 numbers for each digit as you count. With me so far? He checked. She nodded. Yes, this is how we do counts in Iriel as well. She said, surprising him slightly. What are the odds that base 10 systems would be shared? There were plenty of other options. Maybe it ended up being a matter of efficiency or something. Selective pressure towards base 10? That's ridiculous, Einar, stop it, he told himself. As he chastised himself, Taipan used her belt knife to inscribe each symbol for 0 through 9. At 10 she inscribed a unique symbol. Oh, okay, that was different. Apparently the elves used an expanded symbology for each place value and then used a base 10 multiplicative in front of it to keep track of how many there were, sort of a factoring system. Interesting. All right, yeah, so you've got the gist of it then. So the way this works to keep track of really big numbers really fast, we're going to just say that we have 1 of something, and we're going to say that is 10 to the 0 power, just like you were counting, okay? Think of it like this, he said, drawing a 1. There's a 1 and there aren't any zeros next to it, right? But if we write 10, that's this, and he wrote a 1 0. So 100 is 1 and 2 zeros, and 1000 is 1 and 3 zeros, and so on. You got it? He checked. His shadow was smiling, her eyes widened with excitement. I do. So when you say power, you mean to say times 10, yes? Holy shit, she actually caught on fast. Yeah, that's exactly it. Wow, you didn't take long to figure that out. He praised, genuinely impressed. She preened. Mine mother Vedia always says that I wasted my mind chasing squirrels. Perhaps she was right, but I would like to rub her nose in this. She would eat her words. His shadow exclaimed, well, all right, since that didn't take long, then what I was saying was that the metal values are all power 3, each servant being 10 to the 3rd power of the servant before it. Each weight, though, is a smaller difference, being only 10 to the 1 of the weight before it. So a servant is 1, a squire is 10, a knight is 100, a drake is 1000, and a crown is... Ulrich was cut off when the lovely lady sitting by his shoulder shouted, 10 of 1000, in excitement, right into his ear. Right, he said, still impressed. He considered the soft bribe of Joldir yesterday. The silver drake then had been a pretty hefty sum, compared to the bronze crowns. He hadn't known the difference was so large, he hoped he hadn't blundered. Quickly, Ulrich inspected the coin purse that Taipan had insisted he be the one to carry, as a merchant or trader wouldn't let any other but themselves carry that. Inside he saw a healthy domination of elds, mostly crowns, a scattering of sills, mostly middle weights, though he spotted at least 1 crown. There was a mere 3 or 4 ores, though each was a drake, representing more than the rest combined easily. Lastly was, though, standing out for its almost iridescent silvery hue, a single ton, a knight worth the rest of the bag together by far. God's blood. He wasn't certain, but he was pretty sure they were loaded. He looked up at Taipan. Taipan, correct me if I'm wrong, but are we rich? He asked. She ruffled his hair playfully before answering, Of course. What did you think my dowry was worth? The coin pouch fell from his nerveless hands, striking the dirt with a muffled chink. Chapter 114, Last to Know. What? Ulrich said dumbly. Taipan was grinning from ear to long, narrow ear. It is not yet the season for catching flies, Ulrich, but I applaud your attempt. His shadow laughed at him. What do you mean, dowry, Taipan? He asked. Okay, Ulrich, just calm down. It probably means something different out here. What are the odds that a tradition like that would even exist out here? She laughed then, loudly, not the light titters that typically accompanied something she was amused by. This was an actual God's honest laugh. She managed to control herself for a moment to explain. It is a common enough practice amongst the highborn, Ulrich. Children who will not inherit the seats of power or controlling interests in their families are less desirable than the direct heirs, and so they are given away with a dowry commensurate with their value, typically a sum of coin, to secure a worthy spouse. She instructed, telling him exactly what dowries were in his old world. Oh gods, what the fuck? How did this happen? When did this happen? The expression on his face must have been worth as much as the purse to her, because the dusky elf sitting beside him was all but laughing hysterically. Full-on, rolling belly laughing. Ulrich was too stunned to muster a response other than to watch dumbly as the woman enjoyed herself at his expense. Wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, she managed to control herself enough to pick up the purse and put it back on Ulrich's belt. Finally, he managed to form some kind of response. Aren't dowries for married couples? Real fucking genius, Ulrich. Just the biggest brain. She grinned again. Oh no, he thought, there's some kind of nonsense elven cultural fuckery about to go on, isn't there? Highborn in times of war, frequently due to the distances between them, offer 3 gifts to declare their intent to marry. You gave me my brother's life, you gave me my life, and then you gave me my father's life. What 3 greater gifts could I have been offered? And we are in times of war, are we not? She said, driving the nails steadily into his coffin. Yep, there it was. Cultural fuckery spotted. Father said it was perfectly legal. Mother Vedir said it would be unthoughtful to reject 2 proposals for marriage, if you recall the incident with the Forest Lord's core. So, before my mothers and father, I accepted your offer. Father regrets, though, that there could be no wedding, since I abdicated my place in his household when I declared myself dead. Brother Lumitsate, Lord of Iriel, made it official, and had the royal family trees updated accordingly. The dowry, Father gave me to do with as I pleased, since, as he said, this coin has no use to me now, but to make me smile. Taipan let the story unfold with obvious delight. Baldurt Iriel, you bastard. He'd got what he wanted after all, despite Ulrich's best attempts to slip the net. Ye gods, he'd never had a chance, had he? And they did love their pranks, did the Iriels. He started to wonder how long she would have gone before telling him no, before springing the trap. Exactly when were you planning on telling me that we were, with regards to your kin, married? He questioned. The cat that had the canary never showed so much satisfaction as his shadow. When either you made an attempt to escape or asked me, I decided that this was close enough to an ask. You are thicker than Varda's bones. She laughed again at him. The shock was starting to wear off. He supposed it hadn't been much difference than being married these past 2 months, had it? She'd already been tied to him, dooming him to her company for basically forever. Or until he could be far enough from Boldayati that elf didn't kill him for breaking his oath or finding a way to keep Taipan from tracking him with her hunter's mark voodoo. He hadn't even noticed a difference, so it didn't matter. He glanced at the elf and very deliberately discarded that thought immediately. If he said that out loud, he was pretty certain he didn't live to eat lunch. Sighing heavily, he returned to organizing the inventory for their impromptu shop. For some reason, he felt slightly more invested in its success now, and that was horseshit. Nothing had changed. They were still doing the same things, in the same places, pretty much without any difference. And yet, he almost felt obligated to be successful at it now, Where'd he'd almost been unable to care about it before. God's damned Iriellen. He briefly wondered how many people knew. Fucking all of them, if he knew how Baldert's evil, twisty mind worked. All but him. It was too rich a joke for that jackal to resist. Wait, all but him, and he'd bet his boots, one other, had been deliberately left out of the loop. The other victim, though? Gald Uldin. Him because it was hilarious for him to be running around married and not knowing it. Smith Uldin, so that he'd have to wait until Ulrich and Taipan returned to Iriel to make a big deal about his little girl being wed. That was the kind of spiteful shit for which Balderty godsdamned Iriel lived to do to his closest friends. These elves wore him out. Glancing up, he couldn't help but observe to his shadow and apparently wife, "You know, it figures that your idea of a honeymoon is traipsing for months through monster-infested wilderness on our way to go murder a bunch of war criminals." Taipan nodded in agreement but asked, "What is a honeymoon?" So Ulrich was obligated to explain the practice of his old world for a wed couple to take a vacation just for the two of them to enjoy each other's company and, at least in the most ancient forms of the tradition, sire a child. "The first we will do a plenty, Ulrich. The second I think not for a while yet. I am another year outside my time in any case. For now we are adventuring like the heroes of old Ulrich. Bringing wrath and flame and vengeance on them, our enemies," she declared, sounding so much like her little brother when Ulrich had made the lad a wooden mask that it was scary. "You know what? Fine. It's totally fine. More than fine. I'm married to an absolute 10 out of 10 tigress of an elf." "Sure thing. Couldn't be better," Ulrich declared, giving in. "See? I knew you would come around, especially because—" Taipan began and then started whispering things that Ulrich was pretty sure used to get you arrested in some overly dictatorial theocracies. She'd convinced him sufficiently within a couple of minutes. "My question," Ulrich started as the two of them sat in the doorway of the shelter with blood-starved cores, ravager pelt, butchered meat, bones that Taipan was scrimshawing into various elven luck charms she said hunters favored, remains from the damned tree-net monkeys, and the smaller pelts and cores of various small game the woman had hunted on their way, "is why would you want to remain my shadow, now that you're official? I thought that was supposed to sort of invalidate the whole lifelong servant thing." Her attention didn't waver from the carving, her hands turning the piece and working the small razor-sharp knife she kept specifically for that use when she answered. "Because it's more fun," she told him, still smiling as her hands moved the dainty carving knife. Her expression lifted with her voice, lilting musically. "Why would I wish to remain behind in Irielhos while you go out seeking an adventure from story? Besides, all of mine life I have wanted vengeance against the ones who caused my family pain. Now you are off to go do this very thing and I should stay back? Never, Ulrich. I will go together with you and we will make the ones responsible for our suffering taste it in spades." What more could a hunter ask for? She asked and answered a series of questions that fairly well encapsulated for Ulrich the sheer insanity of anybody making enemies of the Iriellen. These elves were full throttle, and he couldn't really see anything wrong with her response. "'Cause I wanna was a pretty good argument in Ulrich's playbook. Life was worth losing sometimes. In addition to the sheer radical hazard of leaving the safety of the city walls, that come what may willingness to throw themselves into the world was probably what accounted for the somewhat lack of older individuals. These folk knew what it was to live a life, not to merely endure one. All of this was just him trying to get over the fact that he'd gotten married without knowing, and he now had to lament that he was no longer allowed to sip the sweet nectar of sin while bedding his lawful wife. When life hands you incredibly hot, athletic, uber-competent sylvan princess wives, you just gotta make do, he told himself sardonically. There was little point to denying that he did not deserve to have her company, and that he would have to try to be a better person because of it. A mindset that he'd struggled with throughout most of both his lives. Being a naturally slightly misanthropic personality did not lend itself to being a romantic very well. Struggle with one's own flaws was just a part of things, he supposed. Now what really chapped his ass, though, was that he'd gotten the feeling that his destiny was less and less his own ever since he'd gone to the Iriellen fortress city. No, rather before that, when he'd met the little princeling in distress. Yeah, all the way back then, his conceit of living a calm, peaceful witchman life out in the wild was thrown off course. Never a man to blame the heavens for his fate, Ulrich nevertheless had met a creature that claimed to be a god, and backed it up with tits that had to come from paradise, and he'd witnessed a living storm that reached into space and spoke to him in some kind of half-remembered way. It was possible there was a guiding force out there somewhere, pulling a few levers to push the odds in certain directions over others. Just a few subtle nudges on probability would have been enough to make the difference. The wisdom of using mental resources on such a problem was questionable. He simply had no way to know. Everything felt like the logical consequence of a choice made. It made him think of some of the more bizarre treatises of quantum determination, how one state changing led to another state changing, leading to a cascade of events that resulted in macroscopic, almost predetermined outcomes. His decision way back then was to pretend that he'd never read that mind-bending text and to live his life. It was a good plan then, and he figured it was a good plan now. It suddenly occurred to him that if he'd satisfied the conditions of some archaic practice and freed Taipan from their bond, she could have left at any point those months ago, which meant she was here all this time by choice. She'd said nothing, though, not a hint. Not so's he could determine, though, as she said, he was thicker than a nuclear waste vault. It was an oddly understated way to declare her intentions, by doing rather than saying. He was jarred from his ruminations when a villager, an older elf with the faintest strands of salt peppering his short shoulder-length hair, stopped by their impromptu stall. "Hey there, laddie, what are you asking of those hunters' charms?" he brogued. It took a moment to pass the accent, but Ulrich got there and passed a glance to Taipan, whose eyes flicked down, leading his gaze to where she held 3 fingers discreetly by her thigh, then made a 0, followed by another 0, and tapped a bronze servant, which was tied to a leather thong around her thigh, along with a servant of argentium and electrum. Ulrich hadn't seen her secure the leather cord with its metals. An incredibly sharp move to pass Ulrich prices. She presented one of the 2 completed trinkets, as Ulrich channeled over 30 years of exposure to advertisement, crafted by expert head crackers, to prospective customers crying, "Those finest examples of Iriellan hunting charms are a mere 3 eld drakes. Carved from the teeth of a savage beast, killed only yesterday, they wear the blood of its last kill still. A fine selection, finer for the cost. They will only go up as my partner's fingers warm up this morning, I can promise you." The elf looked even more interested, leaning in. "Who now? Is that so? I am having to admit they carry a sort of sense of the beast in 'em. All right then, give yourself a deal," he said before he pulled 2 eld drakes and a crown from his purse, passing them along. Ulrich didn't know if it was intentional or a mistake, but he counted out change immediately, holding it up to the elf. "Done, and with my blessings on your hunts, good sir," he declared cheerfully as Taipan handed the carving to the buyer. As the man wandered away, Taipan nudged him. He glanced over to see her frowning at him. "What?" he asked. She shook her head slowly. "Since when do you sound like a seasoned merchant hawking goods from his shop?" "You were even pleasant." She probed, astounded. How did a person even describe modern civilization and its pervasive exposure to advertisement? Best not to get into it, really. He wasn't prepared to unleash that kind of evil on this sweet, innocent planet. Rather than go into consumerism and broken materialistic societies predicated on endless consumption, he shrugged. "It is a thing you pick up in my homeland. Masters of trade are constantly shouting into your ear with their pitches, selling all manner of nonsense at all hours of day. Eventually it just sort of crawls into your brain and lives there." "Really? You are being serious now? No jokes?" she asked, flabbergasted. He nodded, not sure why she thought this was the oddest thing he'd told her about his past. What with all the marvels of flying, a rail system, electricity, etc. "Ulrich, that is like a form of torture. I would not do that to my worst enemy. To offer no peace, no silence, to disturb their every waking thought with shrill nuisance. Terrible," she said with actual pity in her voice. "It is no wonder you are worms in the head," she concluded. He couldn't even disagree with her on that one. His parents had said it was much, much worse back in the pre-collapse eras. Endless shouting, blaring, loudspeakers ranting about the latest this or the freshest that. Somehow, a few marketing strategists had survived the collapse, and they bred like flies in shit. In his own time, things were more muted. There were decibel limits and enforced light pollution ordinances to prevent undue waste of electricity, but when your entire world is connected to an information network, it wasn't hard to be nearly constantly exposed to some form of advertisement. Glad he was to have never lived pre-collapse, although he supposed there were still great forests then, at least a few. Anyway, he said aloud, breaking out of those pointless meanderings, I do have some experience through exposure to the game of marketing. It was not good enough for the woman. She had this matter like a dog on a ham bone, locked between her teeth for proper chewing. And that you were being nice, she asked. What do you mean I wasn't that nice? Just being a little energetic is all, projecting a certain air of joviality for the customer. He defended himself. You could do with a little of that attitude more often, she told him, pointedly. This from her? The member of a clan of elves that was considered biting and unsociable even amongst their own, and she herself widely considered to be amongst the more difficult of their kin. Taipan was an asshole cubed. He did have to grant her grudgingly that he could be a little door sometimes. But come on, pot and kettle over here. Yeah, okay, lady. Maybe I could spend my energy being a little more happy-go-lucky, but I'll do that when you stop picking at my every flaw. He outlined his conditions. But how else will you grow if I do not point out everything you do wrongly? She asked slowly, as if deeply confused. By calmly and gently, and without most of the sarcasm, indicating what to improve on. Fewer insults, maybe slightly less gloating. He answered as matter of fact as he could manage. But how then am I supposed to enjoy fixing all that is wrong with you? She asked, still confused. Yeah, that's about what he thought. I am glad that we have these talks, Taipan. I truly feel fortunate to be able to get to know you better. He said dryly. You are welcome, Ulrich. It is good that you are aware that you should be grateful for my company. Was her retort equally serious? Actually, by this point, he wasn't even sure if it was sarcasm anymore or a genuine expression. It was a particular talent of the Iriellen to do both at the same time, and his brain hurt trying to pass it out. He didn't have further chance to hurt himself in his confusion because another elf, this one with an apron that suggested prolonged exposure to high heats, but with an earthy floral odor that indicated that they weren't a smith. Fine, close-fitting gloves indicated a need to prevent direct contact with things, but a desire for fine dexterity. An herbalist or pharmacist? I see that you are in possession of some interesting cores there, trader. Would you care if I inspect them? Opened the elf, her hair woven into a complex set of miniature braids, sort of reminding him of fancy dreadlocks. She spoke very quietly, as if in a whisper. He had no objection to that and told the prospective buyer thusly. Her delicate gloved hands, the leather-stained various colors, took up a blood-starved broodling core with long fingernails on the thumb and ring finger of one hand, acting like forceps from a slit in the glove material. She studied the core, intently turning it around. Next, she extracted what looked like a small jeweler's lens and continued her examination. The core's facets and colors burned brightly in the morning light, crimson and rust, emanating from within. Eventually, the elf appeared satisfied with the blood-starved broodling and picked up the broodmother's core, giving it a similar treatment. Her eyes flashed silver, and Ulrich knew that she was using an ability similar to scan, perhaps an appraisal skill to dissect the core magically. He considered that he might want such a skill himself. It would have potentially saved an incredible amount of tedium, along with some misery in determining herbaceous toxicities in the glade. Mentally, he put a checkbox next to that one to follow up with Taipan later. Whatever this examination revealed, the elf turned her eyes to him with naked desire for the core. I would have this and all of the other blood-starved cores you have available for sale, she stated softly. Can you tell me, if it is not against your business interests, where you located a swarm of these creatures? They are not common to these woodlands, are in fact quite rare outside of Iriel's darker forests and caves, inquired the elf woman softly, almost too quietly to pick up. Ulrich had already discussed these types of questions with Taipan, and they'd agreed that it wasn't necessarily revealing anything that they'd encountered them near the border of Iriel and Celestin, about 3 days south and west, though I could not tell you with more certainty. My guide here does most of the navigating when we enter the less traveled trails, Ulrich reported. I cannot read the Irielen markings, and she refuses to reveal too many of her people's secrets, even after all this time. It was when we came across such markings that I even knew we had crossed over the border, drifting too far south to escape a blizzard. Still, there was a wide river, frozen, and the beasts were snatching up anything that moved. I am afraid you won't likely find any more. My partner here assures me that the creatures were far outside their ranges this far north. Even as you say, it was this, buried in the body of the brood mother, that spurred them out of their normal territories, Ulrich reported, telling the agreed-upon tale and revealing the, up to this point, hidden gem that was the mindworm core. The alchemist, if that's what she was, went still at the sight of the sickly yellow hues. So, she recognized it instantly. A mindworm, leading a swarm of blood-starves. I have never even heard of such a thing. Are you aware of how fortunate you are not to have been turned into the parasite's host and become a vector for atrocity trader? The elf asked archly, but still quiet. I did not know of it, nor did my talented guide, not until we'd brought down the brood mother and the little horror came shambling after us, piloting the corpse like some macabre puppet. It was my guide who realized the danger. You have her to thank for ending the threat. He explained earnestly, the memory of jerking legs and tentacles vivid in his mind. The elf had reached for the core, instinctively driven by sheer curiosity, but Ulrich covered it with his hand. This one we're being a little more careful of, fair customer. We had planned to turn it in for the bounty in Trachnier some day or two further along the road. Would you better or match their offer? Ulrich pressed. If he could unload this foul-feeling thing, he'd be glad to, but according to his shadow, it was going to fund their entire journey, which he was starting to suspect was going to be more expensive than he'd naively conceived at its outset. The alchemist didn't even flinch, even knowing the cost. She rose back to her full height, characteristically short as her other kin, compared to the Irielen he'd come to familiarity with, and made to be off. I will return with haste. I did not carry so much coin on my person. Who in their right mind would? You will hold this, and the blood starves. I will return, the woman demanded urgently, hiking up her pocketed dress to run full tilt. He looked at his partner. Well, what do you think? She wore a thoughtful look, but a bit too skinny for your tastes, was her answer. He blinked a few times until that registered. When he did, he ran his palm over his face, slowly, until he could figure out what to say that didn't involve cursing. She was right full of it this morning. His mouth opened to object to her as a person when she cut him off with a laugh. I jest, of course, Ulrich. If she has the coin to cover this, we should certainly sell all the cores we may. No one questions a trader carrying coin, but there will be many inquiries that accompany the presence of bloodstarves, and even more so, mindworms. It is best to unload these problems in a backwater like Senajok, rather than a more prolific place like Trashn-Ir. This serves our purpose well, Taipan summarized. He was glad she'd found the time to give him a useful response in her busy schedule of taking the piss out of him today. Well, it was fine. He probably even deserved it. Ulrich was fully aware that he could be an utter bastard. It was one of his defining personality traits. Unlike him, who tended to respond to provocations in immediate history and obtain satisfaction in the moment, Taipan had a gift for gliding over perceived slights, like a small boat in the high surf, only to stockpile it for future address. The result is that he was never precisely sure what he was paying for, only that she was collecting on something. Speaking of collecting. All right, well, I'm glad we're agreeing on that then. So quote me a price for the swarm fiasco. Oh. No, wait, let me try to guess first. He demanded, trying to determine what a bloodthirsty swarm of monsters and a mind-controlling parasite were worth. Some amount of finger-counting occurred, accompanied by mumbles of incoherence, but he arrived at the wild-assed guess of, "It's right about 1.5 ear crowns, isn't it?" Taipan smiled and gave him a pinch of fingers, indicating close before she tabulated the values. 1 ore crown for the mindworm, as I have told you before. Each blood-starved broodling is a sill squire, of which we have 20 and 5. A blood-starved brood mother is going for a sill drake. She listed. Ulrich started doing the math. 25 sills by 10 was 250 sill servants add in the drake. 1,000 servants, and you got about 1,250 sill servants. The mindworm was a crown, 10,000 ore servants. Nope, he was way off. The entire blood-starved swarm was just about 1.25 ore servant. God's blood. The blood-starves weren't even close. He was immediately confused. Why did they rate so little compared to the mindworm? His baffled expression must have given him away. You are confused, Taipan stated the obvious in the form of a question. He had to know. Why in the hell are those vampire bat monsters worth so little? Taipan waved her most recent piece of scrimshaw at him like an instructor's baton. It is because they represent vastly different levels of threat, Ulrich. She replied, clearly enjoying lording her experience over him. This is what he got for trying to explain radio waves to her, he thought. That had been a 3-hour disaster and had ended up with her refusing to hear any more witchcraft from him. He'd nearly choked on the irony of hearing that from a woman who could track him by a concoction made up of his bodily fluids and thaumaturgic ritual. The blood-starves are simple creatures, almost without thought in their aggression, and whose signs of activity are very clear. Their dens are easy to find, and as you saw with my poison phial, easy to empty. Not only that, they can only act freely at night or in very limited capacities in shaded regions of the deeper forests, where few people would live or work anyway. So easy to find, easy to kill, and of limited range, thus not dangerous. Taipan summarized succinctly. The mindworm, however, is nearly impossible to recognize by its presence alone. Even scan does not detect it within its host. That makes them very difficult to locate and destroy. His worldly partner narrated gladly, always happy to talk shop. Additionally, they have an instinct to disperse themselves as widely as possible, and because they carry the knowledge of their motherworm, who extracts knowledge from her host, they can be exceptionally devious. They are also capable of killing and changing hosts very rapidly, jumping from one to another in but a few moments, thus are highly dangerous to engage in close quarters. His Iriellan wife, which still somewhat shocked him, continued to instruct, describing the horrors in detail. The lass wrapped up her lesson on mindworms and the hunter economy. To summarize then, they are almost limitless in range, extremely hard to detect, and lethal combatants attacking from close range using the body of a friend or loved one to seed with their offspring. Taipan explained, reiterating some of her prior points and reinforcing the insidious nature of that creature. Hence, the bounty of a single electrum crown, 10,000 ore servants, to reward the eradication of this menace before it can spread its taint and ravage an entire nation. There was some spooky shit inhabiting this planet, he concluded. Wait, that's huge. That's a fucking huge amount of money, he said, confused for a different reason. How the hell does that random stranger in the middle of nowhere have that kind of money lying around? He questioned. Now Taipan was pleased with him. There, Ulrich, that is the proper question, the deep thinking. If, as I suspect, this woman is an alchemist of high repute, choosing to remain in a remote place to hide her research, then she is likely very wealthy. Her research expenditures might even be covered by the Alchemists Guild. If she is ranked highly enough, she explained without sarcasm, it is such people that discover the means to create reagents for processing cores, imbuing materials, synthesizing antidotes, and creating elixirs. Unlike mages who use their own cores to enact changes on mana, the alchemist learned to use what is already there to weave the magic of the world into new forms. Unlike mages whose abilities largely die with them, the Alchemists Guild leaves a legacy for all the future, Taipan told him with a touch of reverence. He was unexpectedly happy to hear this regard for what sounded to him like the first instance of a culture of modern science that he had heard. The smiths hoarded their secrets and techniques instead of sharing them, but the alchemists seemed to have gathered to regulate and share their art, even if they didn't exactly promulgate it publicly. Neat. He thought it was a slightly silly question, but he had to get more information on the state of scientific discourse and research in this odd world. Why then does this maybe secret alchemist hide her research? Taipan didn't comment on the question itself, So maybe it wasn't so dumb, because until it is published officially by the guild, it might be stolen and the accolades given to another who only perhaps fine-tuned a few steps, or made minor modifications based on inspiration gained by accessing her findings. There have been cases of an alchemist murdered by their colleagues due to jealousy and greed, their entire life's work stolen along with their lives. Taipan said, clearly regretful about such goings-on. A large amount of wealth can be attached to the discovery of a new way to heal wounds, or separate metal from ore, or to empower a core to survive awakening. I should mention now that you must never, under any condition, share your knowledge of how you cured the bane from my father. I do not think even my family's aegis would shield you from that. She warned him. Oh shit, he'd forgotten about that. Lurking around in his head were probably a few things that might be worth a man's life, even if he didn't recognize what they were. Damn, he'd have to be doubly careful talking about his old world's technology now. The alchemist returned then, with a somewhat larger pouch and a large crossbow hung heavily from her belt, he noted. She took every core they had, all of them. He said nothing about the purchase, acting as if it was just every day that a transaction for the value of the village in which they sat traded hands, the vast majority of which came from that single yellow and orange core. Thanking the alchemist, probably for her custom, he sat back a little taken aback. Taipan, is this why people make a living risking who the hell knows what heinous monsters out there? If you get lucky just once, you sort of win for life. That is part of it, Ulrich. The dusky elf agreed. For some, though, it is for duty and love of kin. Many would be left naked against such creatures. The hunters of Iriel donate the vast parts of their fortunes back to the coffers of the nation, keeping only the greater items of their careers to fund their lives. Some give it all away, content to live and strive against the wild, feeling never alive while in the safety of the tamed lands. I was never one to find comfort within the walls of a room. His shadow answered eloquently. He wanted to confirm this next part, even if it might hurt. So, you don't regret coming along with me on this little journey or getting stuck babysitting an ignorant human that might get you killed? She replied instantly, I am having the time of mine life right now, Ulrich. You are growing, and I will grow with you. I feel that if we survive, we will eventually walk every shore that Varda has to offer. He felt a warmth that he'd never known before then, like a lamp lighting next to the thrum of his core. That was nice. Chapter 115. Wrapping up. The rest of that day passed more or less in peace. Joldir and his partner, Serelin, stopped by on several occasions to check in, ostensibly to openly spy on them. They did nothing more nefarious than to slightly overcharge for scrimshaw, which, Joldir had to admit, were of a reasonable enough quality that he considered getting one for his somewhat obvious fellow guard to let her know her interests were returned. Other than that, they made for the near-perfect image of a nomadic tribesman, fresh from the wilds, hawking his goods under the watchful eye of a hired local scout. That the man was clearly using a blanket as a covering for his upper body, with most of his lower legs exposed to the brisk air, without indication that he felt the wintry chill, only added to the veracity of their claims. Those northern tribes were said to be fairly robust against the colder climates that close to the endless white, the subarctic tundra and coniferous wastes. Ulrich, for his part, did not actually mind the cold too much. His body had adjusted to the cooler air within half an hour, and he was fairly radiating heat now. It was when he went indoors and roasted that he was going to be truly uncomfortable. They sold out most all of their stock, by virtue of it being near the end of the long 5-month winter, and some folks were running a little lean on supplies or just wanting to taste fresh game. The fur went quickly, and Ulrich decided to hold just a little back, enough to help line the cloaks they would need made. He had great respect for the toughness of the howling beast's fur, given that it had shed a massive amount of energy from Taipan's bow. Blinder, not quite deflecting arrows, but making their penetration drastically reduced without a direct hit into the face of the dense pelt. The bones went easily as well, having used in various ornaments, handles, and carvings for tools or weapons, needles, fish hooks, and the like. Taipan was not the only engraver of bone in the place. The only things that remained were the uncarved teeth and claws, on account of Taipan wanted those to work on of an evening. She had begun to remember the enjoyment of a relaxed spell of peaceful artistry. Anything that distressed his shadow was to the good. Having her on a knife edge all of the time would be detrimental in the long term. And they were, for better and worse, in it together for the long term. With the twins about midway through their descent and shadows lengthening through the quaint village, Ulrich and Taipan packed up their shelter shop and made way towards the tailor. The gruff horse thief of a craftsman gave a start when he saw Taipan, as well he should, and another when he saw the Lichtenberg scars tracing Ulrich's own hide, since he'd decided to forego the blanket indoors. In this, his shadow had been more than correct. If his scars suggested that some yokel should find something better to do than harass the strange folk, then he was happy to wear them openly. She went on to share with him one of the traditions of the Valin barbarian tribes, namely ritual scarring. Mostly it was a thing done by some of the more notoriously aggressive tribes, and the more extensive the scrollwork on flesh, the greater was their standing in those lands. Ulrich would have passed for a man with a fearsome reputation amongst those peoples. Of course, when one of their actual warlords found out someone was mocking their tribe's customs, that one would have ridden across the tundra with his entire clan at his back to skin them, or at the very least test the one who made such a claim in their people's custom. The tailor likewise was not aware of that, this being the back end of nowhere in the elven lowlands forests, but he didn't want to insult paying customers any more than was necessary to part them from as much coin as possible. Especially when one was a hunter from those notoriously surly deep woods cousins, and the other had survived whatever did that to him. If he'd done it to himself, even more reason to avoid an offense. The man was barking. What followed was a very matter-of-fact, efficient fitting, and a heavily accented declaration that he'd have the order filled in 3 days, the both of them being too tall to refit anything and requiring him to make to specification. They settled on the price easily, at least from Ulrich's perspective. Taipan led that charge and demonstrated once again that she could haggle a person down to their teeth and make them feel grateful for it. Back outside, the reds and oranges and purples of sunset were starting to unfold. "What do you think? Supper?" Ulrich offered his shadow. She agreed readily, and they strolled deliberately through the sleepy little village back to their inn. It was a picturesque place, with its stone foundations, its rough-cut timber walls, fogged glass windows, and clay-tiled roof. The rest of the village shared this theme, just writ smaller. The inn was the only 3-storied structure to be found within the palisade wall, and only a handful of particularly successful businesses boasted 2 stories. The inside was as warm and cozy as he remembered from this morning. A clean smell, like dried cedar, filled his nostrils, accompanied by the savory scents drifting from the kitchens. He soaked it in, the lavish smells a reason for rejoicing after the walloping their olfactory senses had taken the previous day. It had been most of the last 30 hours, but without being able to taste as fully as he should, and to smell nearly not at all, even absent the musk stench. Shuffles of feet, the clink of mugs against the varnished hardwood tabletops, and the omnipresent murmurs of hushed conversations filled the room. This was the rush hour for the inn, which doubled as a restaurant for the villagers. A hard day's work was rewarded with a cheap, rich meal, prepared by a practiced cook, and a warm place to share that meal with their friends. It had the sort of vibe of a hole-in-the-wall pub, Ulrich's favorite places to go to find a drink, back before he'd gone completely off of people. If a few more eyes followed them than the previous day, he couldn't tell the difference. Certainly nobody tried to bother either he or his travel mate at any point. The custom of eating in silence did not transfer to these elves. That must have been a particularity of the deep woods folk. These lowlands forest peoples chatted happily, if quietly, amongst each other throughout the meal. They spoke with their hands, but not to the extent of those he'd observed in the fortress, who at times carried half the conversation, sometimes the important half, in sign and gesture. All told, it was a people-watching haven was the inn's common room. Except for the trouble with the caravan guards, the Celestins were striking him as much more laid-back, less intense, than their Iriellan cousins. When Ulrich shared that observation with his partner, she agreed, noting, None of the other tribes of the Orlithrim are as driven to the militaristic traditions as those of Iriel. We are the final line in the forest, the heartwood of Orlithrim. Our traditions reach back the farthest, back to the initial descent from the plateau of Enchants. To preserve that which must not be tainted, we must be harder than our neighbors, she said without contempt for her cousins. They are soft because they are allowed to be. When needs arise, they will show their mettle, though it will not be with the same depth as my own kin. Taipan concluded. Fascinating. He was a little surprised that he'd been welcomed in Irielhos, as he had been, given their reclusive habits and general disdain for other kin. None of that had been directed towards him, except from this dusky beauty herself, back before when she still laid her every personal grudge at his feet. Why was it that the only person in the entire fortress who hated humans so blatantly was you, Taipan? He asked. She only took a moment before answering. You bought their tolerance by returning Air Lumitsate to them. Had you merely stumbled into the deep wood forests and been met by a scout ranging about on patrol, had they not killed you immediately, they would have bundled you in a sack and dragged you to the border to hang from a tree. There you would stay until someone cut you down before you died from thirst. Or not, but that would not have been the scout's problem, she said seriously. And when you met father, you showed courage and did not flinch before him, which earned you some respect, especially when you were willing to trade barbs with him. Later still, my brother told of your acts in saving him from those who had him and against the golden heckler monkey troop, which cemented in their minds that you were not of the cowardly ilk with whom they had been told comprised most of Prespang's humans. When you actually took seriously your instruction, it settled things for most. The good word of the royal guardsman went far towards the others, accepting your presence, especially Idra, who said aloud that you were an ignorant youth but of a good sort, if we raise him correctly. That was a hell of a kindness then. Truly, he owed these people much. They'd sort of taken him under their wings, when they easily could have chosen to reject his presence on principle and history. And yourself? He asked, willing to test those waters. All humans looked like the ones who murdered my brother, and it was only a matter of time before you showed your true colors, so that I could slay you. I thought it was father's real intention to place me close enough to keep watch on you and destroy you should you prove false, she said, admitting the not quite open secret between them. Taipan's eyes narrowed, though not towards him. She must have come to a realization. Sure enough, she muttered, crafty old goat, before explaining herself. Which may actually have, in fact, been one of his primary purposes in the entire thing, aside from finally having reason to pull me from the front lines. Never think my father bowled at simple, Ulrich, even for how he carries on. While he does not care to give his attention to small niceties, he is entirely capable of casting a web of strategies to catch any who might mean harm and ensure their destruction. It is his purpose in life. The huntress warned him. It was not a bad thing to be reminded that while Vedir was openly threatening and clearly the one from whom his shadow had inherited many of her mannerisms, it was her father who was feared for his wrath. No pointy-eared humans these, and he would do well to keep it in mind, especially now that he had some of their scariest as the in-laws. Ulrich gave his shadow a thumbs up. Roger Taipan, this one hears and understands. I had my suspicions about there being wheels inside of wheels. Honestly, given that any one of about a score of your folk could pretty easily see to it I didn't live to see tomorrow, I never saw the point of worrying about it, he told her in return. I had no idea what I was getting myself into bringing Bright Eyes home. In my stupid brain, I was just taking some lost rich kid home to see his parents. All the rest, never saw it coming. His shadow patted his thigh comfortingly. No one sees an Irielen coming, Ulrich, especially not me. The good news is that you have lived through the experience for now. He finished his beer with a deep gulp and wondered how her trying to be nice could sound so close to a threat. Welp. Ulrich slapped his thigh. I think it's about time I take you upstairs and legal wife you, Taipan, he announced quietly. Her grin was near enough as good a reward for her agreement as what followed. Okay, maybe not, but it was nice to get her to smile. That much was true. Taipan took his arm with hers and walked him up the stairs, leaning in close to whisper, I think not, Ulrich. Tonight I am going to be legal husbanding you, loudly. 2 more days they stayed in the village. Their supplies they were unable to restock. The village was itself awaiting the trade season. The end of winter acted like a held breath on the Orlathrum. Come spring, its exhalation would bring dynamic life. Since they had no more goods of great value, the alchemist having made away with their cause, and the villagers having already picked through the items they wanted from the spoils of the monsters encountered on their way, which Ulrich struggled to remind himself was only about a week and a half since they'd left Irielhos. They opened the shop in the mornings to sell Taipan's carved charms for modest sums. Their afternoons were free, and they took the opportunity to roam the forests around Senajok, mostly because his shadow-slash-wife grew bored staying inside the walls of the village. His hunter counterpart despaired of ever teaching him to move without making noise, but unbeknownst to her, what he was really doing was training his Serrano perception to pick up her signature as she navigated the woods. His sensitivity was increasing rapidly, the inputs across his skin starting to assemble into a more logical approximation of the environment. Certain parts of it, at least. If he closed his eyes, it was as if he saw a grainy static into which the edges of more conductive things had a dense white signature against the pixelated background. Something living, like his partner, stood out in a loud relief. Ulrich liked to imagine this was rather similar to reading Braille, but with all of you instead of just your finger. When the spell's rank increased on the second afternoon, he was able to pick up a significantly better range, his brain adapting to the signals through exposure. Instead of his near point-blank 5-meter range, he could now get a more or less precise feel for living things up to about 20 meters out. Not enough to have helped against the netting monkeys, as he had dubbed them, nor the Ravager, but it would have served well against the Bloodstarves, and any heads-up that bullshit was inbound was most certainly to the good. He still lacked the ability to resolve well any substances that had particularly poor conductivity. That dead vine tripwire would still have tripped him. He was starting to think it would require some sort of mental filtration, like resolving those objects would require comparing them to the other objects he could pick up. It made his brain throb, and he quickly abandoned that concept. It was simply too difficult. Better to improve the fidelity for what his spell was telling him than force it to do what it wasn't really designed to do. If he wanted true imaging, he'd have to refine this sense into some kind of pulsed radar. A sort of working theory for that was available to him, but it would be a project for another time, when he could sit for a few weeks and hammer it out. Damn it, Ulrich, step with the ball of your foot and roll it down gently. Taipan cursed at him when an errant foot made frozen leaves crackle loudly. She stomped over, deliberately loudly to mock his noise, and then just as quickly walked away without a sound. He could sort of see the difference in what her feet were doing, and he might be able to do it if he went at a snail's pace. To do it as she did? At speed? Nope. He'd have to retrain his cerebellum. It was an entirely different gait, with a different balance. Sorry, Taipan, but I'm not going to be able to do it in the near future, no matter how many times you show me. He admitted to her, not ashamed at all. It's not a matter of knowing what to do, it's a matter of getting my body to do it without my having to dedicate my entire attention to the operation. I can be quiet and effectively blind, and friggin' slow. Your body just does it now, mine is relearning to walk. It's enough that I am starting to get this whole using your fighting stances while moving normally thing down. That had been a piece of advice from Idraz, the master combat instructor for the Royal Guards, Christ Idraz's young protege and Ulrich's sparring partner, and Taipan, a talented hunter. Ulrich had been trying, but it took concentration. Results came only gradually. The swordmaster of Iriel had not been kidding around when he said Ulrich had to relearn to walk. Well, throw it on the pile. Ulrich had balls in the air. Anyway, that's enough of your torture, Taipan. I have something to show you now, Ulrich announced proudly. She lowered her brows at him, skepticism plainly embedded into her features. What now are you going to do to try to kill us both? She asked. The lady wouldn't let him live down that overcharged stormfire that had exploded next to them. Waving his hands, he put her at ease. Nothing like that, Ulrich claimed, eagerly wanting to show her the progress. It's for detection purposes. I can find you by your electromagnetic signature and sort of see without needing daylight, roughly. It only really works if there's a lot of water in the things that I'm trying to see, though, so I've got a few bugs to work out. Ulrich let the Chiron in his core ramp up, increasing the power that he'd used up until then. He was starting to figure out that mana scaled aggressively, small quantities not precisely doing the same thing as large ones. His initial spells hadn't really cared about that, more was better. For the more complex things, though, it was possible to overexert yourself magically, to produce an unintended effect. That was mostly how Stormfire had come into existence in the first place. As such, he cast the Serrano Perception and used the soft regular pulses as a benchmark. To his skin, the usual disturbing crawling pressure of sensory appeared. His shadow, standing close to him, lit like a torch to his senses. Gently he increased the mana expenditure of the pulses, and immediately the crude image he was generating in his mind sharpened, edges becoming more distinct. He now had a rather precise outline of Taipan's figure, along with the nearby vegetation. The snow proved a somewhat confounding signature, a sort of washout effect that he had to tamp down to mentally filter out, like ignoring the sound of a busy street as you listen to music. With gradual increase in output, still nothing compared to his offensive spell work, he extended his senses to envelope the area around them. He had to close his eyes to get a better feel for the wild array of information bleeding into his senses. There, he located what had to be rabbits burrowed deep beneath the snow. Pointing to his 4 o'clock and low, he announced, "Burrowed rabbit-like creatures, 3 of them, in a den about a meter below the surface of the ground." Turning, he pointed upwards, towards the outer range of his perception, and right there, a nest of those bastard squirrel things. 2, with a litter of 3 kits. The benefit of this spell is that it wasn't blocked by objects that it didn't pick up, they just remained invisible. He could see through walls and clothes. Hidden weapons, hidden limbs, anything like that. It couldn't hide from his magical electro-perception. He was like an electric eel. This close, he could see the beat of Taipan's heart, the regular pulsing of bioelectric signals operating that muscle pump. Holy shit. You wouldn't believe how weird this is, Taipan. It's like being blind and finding out you just had to take off the black goggles. He said, excitement loud in his voice. "That is wonderful, Ulrich," Taipan congratulated, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder. "But whatever you are doing, it is making my skin crawl so. Please, stop it." Eh? He looked over at the soft Persian skin of his shadow and saw the raised goose flesh along the entire length of her exposed flesh. Hairless, he might add, elves didn't grow hair other than on their heads, and once old enough, their faces. Oh, you mean you can feel it?" he asked, oblivious in his enthusiasm. "My skin is like being covered in ants, Ulrich. Yes, I can feel it." Probably excess charge causing a static build-up. Maybe he could just increase the frequency of the pulses and drop the amplitude. Sort of build the image through its repetition. Slower resolution. It would take more pulses to generate the same level of input, but each would be less demanding on him and maybe wouldn't be as obvious. If someone knew what he was doing, a cloud of steam or vapor would very effectively blind this ability, at least temporarily. There might be ways to spoof it too, against someone who could use Siron to pulse as he was. That would be really loud to this sense. Even so, let's try. Ulrich made the adjustment, reducing the strength of the pulses. Immediately the somewhat crisp outlines of leaves, branches, water-laden roots dimmed, and his shadow's outline blurred. He concentrated on increasing how rapidly his core pulsed, and the image began to resharpen. "Fuck, this is cool," Ulrich told himself. "Magic is so much God's bedamned cheating." "How now, Taipan?" He checked, looking at her. The goose flesh was gone. Yes, good. "It is better now. There is almost a vague itch, but I would not notice it were I not looking for such things." "Nailed it!" Ulrich yelled, before grabbing up his partner and whirling her around, ignoring the squawk she released. "Ah, put me down. You are a gifted wizardling, I get it. Now stop swinging me around." She complained, but not harshly. Since she had declared his greatness aloud, he deigned to replace her upon the ground. Grinning, Ulrich summoned his status, the first time he had done so in a long while. It had undergone some fairly crucial changes, though most were subtle in their effects. Status. His dexterity at a baseline had increased, the mark of months of dedicated practice in the elven footwork and in sparring with his betters. It was his classes, though, that were proving more interesting. He hadn't known when, probably in the middle of one of the more intense struggles in recent history, but his classes had changed slightly. He had a trait from his elementalist class that explained much about why his magic was being all kinds of fucky, and he had a feeling that he knew why the scars had shimmered while he was raging, and how he'd taken comparatively little damage for how many opponents he'd faced in the common room brawl. Synergism was passively boosting his mana's tendency to interact optimally in its different forms. That mostly explained the odd arcing chains between those wind blades and the fact that the overcharged, but thoroughly Chiron-contaminated flame crash hadn't just poofed into randomly ionized static, but had produced an exceedingly potent new spell form. His magic was starting to compensate for his core's evolution. At last, it would help greatly until he could master his core's innate psionic nature. At least the interactions of mana would be mostly bent towards a favorable outcome. An Akashic helping hand, that was. Surge was different. This was an active ability, the first he'd gotten since Battle Rhythm. He could concentrate and effectively burn his core's reserves of mana to heighten his body's physical parameters, so sort of a magical adrenaline, on top of the natural juice. He'd have to be careful with that. He could imagine very quickly beating the shit out of his own neuromuscular systems and muscle attachments with such an ability, especially if it happened when he wasn't in control of himself, like earlier. That might be a little spooky. It was gratifying to see how his spell list was coming along. He'd accumulated a pretty diverse repertoire and now had a sensory-type spell to go along with his offensive and defensive spell forms. Instructor Gotha, damn his dry bones, was a wizard in truth. Ulrich had grown much under that aged elf's tutelage, but enough gloating. Now it was past time to be continuing the journey. They returned to the village, it not quite being noon, determined to be on their way. Traknir was not so far away, but they'd not reach it in time to get through the checkpoint at the gate before nightfall, even in this season. Taipan estimated that even now there would be enough traffic through the southern trade hub of Celestin to warrant approaching in the morning hours. Late arrivals would draw attention, and they'd already done too much of that. Joldir, the canny guardsman who had kept to his word and held them under watch since they'd entered the village, stood at the same gate, alongside his partner Serelin, who, Ulrich noted, wore the charm her senior had purchased from Taipan the day before. "Go now in peace, trader, and I wish you luck. Perhaps do not stray too deep into the wilds, lest you be covered anew in foul stink," joked the guard. Ulrich inclined his head. "My thanks for your advice, guardsman, and for the hospitality of your village. I do not regret this detour," he returned politely. It had been a fun little stay after all was said and done. He and Taipan were dressed in their newly completed traveling gear, more akin to the common wear of the village locales, at Ulrich's insistence. Taipan had chosen not to indulge in the local fashion of adopting a kilt, though, preferring her closer-fitting pants, the spoil sport. Their overcoats, though, were lined with the fur of the creature that had sent them to this out-of-the-way little village and proved every bit up to the challenge of shedding the winter's fading bite. Waving, the pair departed the village and made way at a steady, if somewhat sedate pace. Serelin turned to her partner. "There will be no peace where those two are concerned, will there?" she stated, more than asked. Joldir met her eyes and nodded once. "None. They carry anarchy in their pockets. They are fine enough folk, but I am glad that they leave before any more of their fate finds them here," he uttered with relief. Chapter 116, Those That Hunt Tigers. With the falling twins on their left, they headed along the wider ways. True roads these, which were made to handle wagon, carriage, or other traffic of considerable width. It was easy going, and soon after leaving the walls of their stopover behind, Taipan opened up her gate to bring them to a swift run. Ulrich soon was grateful for the lightening of his pack. It would seem that his comrade was, contrary to her earlier opinion, determined to reach the trade hub. Soon a small river began to parallel their track, its frozen width ribboning softly back and forth between the low rises of the terrain. As they'd come north, Ulrich had noted a distinct softening of the land. Gone were the abrupt bluffs, the sudden hills and steep drops. Even the pronounced rolling that had been typical of the northern Iriellan territory was gone, replaced by the gentle ripples of earthen rises. As his breaths made a metronome, evenly in, held a moment, evenly out, in tune with his steady heartbeats and with the strong tread of his legs, the distant suns colored the skies with impending evening. A later evening than the one before, Ulrich noted. Days had begun lengthening several weeks ago. If a festival marked the event, nobody in Iriel had made the time in their preparations for eventual war to celebrate. They were following a wide, swinging turn in the road around a particularly dense stand of obviously coppiced trees. A lumber farm, the river having diverged to the other side of this slight rise. Just as they came to the gradual peak of this climb, Taipan's stride began to slow. He came abreast of her and let his softly burning thighs and calves finally find a chance to rest. They'd come far more than half the way from Seinajok to Trachnir, they had to have. The elf woman by his side confirmed that shortly, declaring, "We are a stone's throw from the city now. As easy a run as could be hoped, Ulrich." He wasn't sure he'd call that easy. Doable. Not easy. Best not to countermand her over semantics, though, especially not when it made him seem like a wussy. "Whatever you say, Taipan. Here I was wondering if you'd go all the way to the walls before the suns fell. Are we getting camp set up?" he asked. She smiled then, and it wasn't the fun sort. "No, Ulrich, we are going to lay an ambush for the ones who followed us from Seinajok," she stated with distinct eagerness. "Huh? We were followed?" Ulrich asked. He hadn't noticed anything. Damn it, this was not a piece of news he welcomed. "Indeed, I set the pace that I did because it allowed us to get well ahead of our would-be pursuers. They will be another quarter round of the twins in getting here. Plenty of time for us to have a welcome ready for them. It is almost certainly the caravan guards we encountered earlier, come to relieve the world of their thoughtless waste of air," she told him with unsettling casualness. Taipan was gone full Taipan, he realized. Ulrich found the proximity to the city more than a little jarring for such a thing. Won't they be taking a great risk to attempt whatever they had planned so close to the settlement? She led him away from the wide trade road, gesturing to the negative. Not really. In all likelihood they have friends and allies within the city. Some of those might even already know what they intend, message birds sent ahead to establish a cover story and, perhaps, a meeting place to share the spoils. There are fewer guards out these days. Most of the actual warriors will have been called to muster for the imminent spring's hostilities. The jackals will be in full force to take advantage. Ulrich found himself reminded again of the harshness of Varda and of the openness of its peoples to conflict. So be it. "What do you have in mind?" he asked, preparing himself mentally for what was coming. "I think a pincer maneuver will work well. You from the front and right side of the road. I believe that they will expect to have somehow missed us on the road unless one of them tracks better than I would expect from caravan guard dregs," she stated, eyes scanning the terrain, cataloguing it for use. "There is a very small dip in the road which will allow you to hide from their sight as they come up this grade. I will take a firing position in that tree, 50 meters back along our trail. It offers a beautiful angle on them at this point, and they will have no cover." Taipan plotted. "I will open the ambush by shooting into their rear, turning them and raising panic. You will then hit them with whatever spell work is most devastating. I would recommend those sharp blades of air. They are fast, nearly invisible, silent, and you appear to be able to guide them to some extent. Send as many of those as you may simultaneously. I noted about a dozen when you tore yourself free of the dropper ape trap," she outlined calmly. Ulrich thought it over. She'd probably be able to put 5 or 6 arrows into their enemies within a few seconds. If he was preloading those wind blades, he thought he could get upwards of 15, ready to go for a simultaneous casting. He'd be something like 40 or 50 meters away, right around the optimal range for the spell to gain velocity enough to be fantastically lethal. After that, the spelled Calum started to break apart, becoming brittle on impact, losing some of its punch. Damn, it'd be like shooting fish in a barrel. Here I go killing again, he thought. Is there any reason you'd like an intact corpse? He checked. If she didn't need a body left over, he'd follow the Kylum Blitz with Stormfire. It would be fairly violent if allowed to travel so far before impacting. No, she declined. If you can wipe them out before they recover from the initial volley, do so. We are not interested in what they carry, only that they do not survive to trouble us further. Cold as a mountain stream was his shadow. Oh well, stupid is as stupid does, and following an Ellen into the forests with notions of causing trouble was right up there. Gotcha. Make sure you keep well away then, love. I'm going to turn them into a memory on baked clay. Ulrich confirmed. Wait, wasn't he going to do something with those little arcs that seemed to want to jump between the wind blades earlier? No, calm down, wizard boy, he warned himself. Little did he know. Keep it simple. This is serious. You can practice later. I don't know, on squirrels or something, he promised himself. Taipan nodded her agreement. Just as she turned, he took her arm and pulled her in to kiss her about as thoroughly as he knew how. You never knew. The harshness in her eyes left for a moment when he released her. She put a hand to his cheek for a moment. Then all was death and dying again, and her mana erupted, grasping liquid darkness that wrapped shadows around her, causing her to vanish into an almost impossibly difficult-to-track form. Son of a bitch. His wife was a spooky lady when she wanted to be. Okay, Ulrich, game face. He felt the stabilizing force of warrior's instinct settle over him, bringing a measure of calm, despite the creep of adrenal release into his system as he set himself into the small depression that his shadow swore would hide him from their sight. She was the expert, so he lay flat, keeping his face from peeking over the edge. They waited a little closer to a half-rounding of the twins, and the reason why became obvious. Dudes were struggling. They had, all 8 of them, tried for a while, it seemed, to keep pace with him and Taipan, pulling a small cart behind them. Big mistake. She could run forever, and he was grown used to trying to keep up with the Ellen Royal Guard. He mostly failed, mind. But he tried, so his conditioning was top-notch. These caravan guards had the appearance of not much more than thugs who had lucked into an easy gig. The poor sods. They didn't know it, but he was about to do them a favor. It was probably 3 months before they got torn limb from limb or eaten alive by one of the migrating beasts that were now roaming the lands freely. There. It was the guy he'd kicked, wasting the time of the innkeeper to heal him. Wasting a second chance at life. Ulrich sort of took that personally. He started weaving the mana cleansing that would restore some measure of his mana to an unrefined state that he could impress the essence of air and sky into it. Kylum, and then to ready the mental forms that would craft 15 blades about the size of a butcher's knife, traveling at about 30 meters per second. It'd be mostly painless. The stormfire that came after, perhaps less so. He heard Taipan's opening salvo by the pained yells, some cut off in that way that indicated the owner of the voice would not be saying much ever again. Ulrich rose from his concealment to see the backs of 5 of the caravan guards. 3 were on the ground, 2 of them very still, one dragging himself towards the side of the road. Regret tinged his mind somewhere around the edges of what he was about to do. He hardened himself with the thought of what these people would have done to him, and his wife had the situation been reversed. Hate flared. Yeah, that helped. Anger and the song of the Lord instinct pushed the mana faster, poured it into the spell form. The combination of calm mind guiding a seething malice purred to his core to add a little something he hadn't initially intended. And he felt the spell sort of twist, almost as if it snapped into the form it was supposed to have had in the first place. Elementalist helped to refine the weave of magic, and his own will guided the roiling Kalem blades towards a unity of purpose, binding them in threads of Siron to a central blade. Wind blade times 12. Override. Galvanic Mistral. Ping. Ulrich discarded the box to watch the evolved form of his basic spell. The original 15 he'd planned had instead warped into something like 12 scythes, tied by thin threads of crackling lightning. They swirled and rotated around a central blade that leapt forwards like a rifle shot. Ulrich was coldly observing a common theme to the imbuement of his old elemental spells with his new Saronic core. They all of them gained an order of magnitude in their velocity, and as Ulrich saw the working unleash its fury on the turned elves in their violence. The stormfire he'd planned was quite unnecessary. Where before had been people, desperate, wrong-minded, perhaps evil, But people nonetheless. There was now meat scattered in a rough oval about 12 meters in diameter, like some kind of fucked-up jigsaw puzzle that still bled into the snow-covered road. The pull cart was kindling. He felt a little sick. This was a touch different than the kidnappers who'd hurt a child. It was also different than the duel with the lordling who tried to usurp his position. It was certainly different than the enemy wizard who'd burned him. As for the asshole that had grabbed Taipan, he wasn't even really totally trying for that one. But this here, no, this was plain old-fashioned, premeditated murder. Justifiable, maybe, but definitely a whole bag of murder down there. Idly, he looked at his status and noted that the experience had ticked up by another 240. So, 6 lives were worth about 40 points apiece to the reckoning of the world. Nice that it had put such a round number to it. Get your shit together, Ulrich. This is Varda, he scolded himself harshly. Those fucks were gonna slit your throat and laugh it up with their buddies at the pub later. Who the fuck knows what they'd have done to Taipan? Oh wait, die when she got hold of them. That's what, never mind. He sort of almost saw the cloaked form of Taipan leap from her perch some 15 meters up, roll and come up running to rejoin his side, flickering ribbons of shadow falling from her as she released the skill. That was purely neat as hell, he thought distantly. He called up the box that he'd dismissed earlier. Yeah, he thought, that's about what he'd figured, and then some. Interesting that it used dexterity instead of will, the first time that had happened. Probably because the ability to control the rate of that rotation was related to how well he controlled his mana, and that was a dexterity-related thing. Simple, elegant, awful, just like all good weapons. Taipan saw his expression and remained silent. She probably knew him well enough to speak his thoughts back to him, but chose not to. He stayed silent for a minute, letting the natural gusts of air stir snow and dead limbs as he watched. There was a difference between killing monsters and killing people. There probably shouldn't have been so much. All lives were ultimately as valid as each other. That is to say, the universe didn't give a shit about any of them. But it was hard to not feel anything, even though the nagging animal that occupied residence in his hindbrain was just now settling down to a pleased sleep. Yeah, instincts are one thing. This was deliberate. It does have to be this way sometimes, doesn't it? He implored. Her hand found its way into his and squeezed. It does, Ulrich Glade Chief. To master your destiny is to remove those who would end it. She confirmed. Well, all right then. He released a breath he didn't realize he'd held. So be it, he repeated to himself. Let's go, Taipan. I'm fine now. It takes some getting used to is all. He told her, forcing himself to be firm, even though he wasn't fine. Not yet. A distant voice chimed in with forced cheerfulness. Getting there, though. Gods help him, it did get easier. She led on away from the site where 8 of her distant kin made the mistake of underestimating her and her honor. It had been a fearsome sight. He'd risen, and a swarm of swallows made of air and lightning had flown almost too quickly to follow, tearing through the bodies of the unprepared would-be ambushers with incredible fury. It reminded her of watching a flock of the sparrowbirds flit here and there after mosquitoes diving and whirling. Sometimes her honor managed to show flickers of his real potential. It was exciting and terrifying. If she cultivated him well, he would grow into his strength. If she failed, he would cripple himself, limiting his own growth out of fear. Taipan refused to allow it. She'd chosen him for that peculiar blend of sometimes incredible gentleness and sometimes insane violence. Both had to be tended, and the challenge was part of the fun. Her wonderful monster of a husband was going to grow up quickly. The Plateau of Enchant deserved nothing less from its guardian. As they drifted to a spot around the bend, some easy walking distance to the frozen river, but far enough from its banks to be hidden amongst the trees, off of the road, Ulrich busied himself with camp tasks, chopping a night's firewood, breaking a hole in the ice to carry water, making a small stone wall fire pit in which to build their conservative campfire, the usual. The familiarity helped to square away his mind, which refused to stop turning over the sudden transition from peace to war that had presented itself this day. As he pondered, he came to the slow realization that his shadow had little to no buffer between these two states. In fact, in a way, he had to consider that there might not actually be 2 different states in her mind. She'd strolled along for their run in much the same fashion as she had at every point since they'd started. It was only him that hadn't caught on. The more that circled around in his brain as he watched the easy movements of her attendants to their dinner, the more it made sense. There was no difference. She was on a hair trigger always, was ready for battle always. It was his mistake to not have internalized the reality that they were in danger at essentially all times. Ulrich would have thought that getting the shit burned out of you in an ambush would teach you a little something, but he was evidently slow on the uptake. He stirred some coals and watched the sparks scatter, little cinders climbing to fade away. It was an apt metaphor for living in general, a brilliant burn of intensity that, naturally, was bound to fade quickly, especially when they threw themselves into a situation that they did not understand nor appreciate. "Why would they have come after us, knowing that you are Irielen?" Ulrich asked suddenly. He needed it to make sense. It was stupid. It was the height of ignorance. He'd been around for less than a Vardan year, and he already had learned enough to know that chasing a hunter into the forest was just not going to end well for you. But no fewer than 8 of these elves, who should have known better, had done so. Me, I understand that. What's a human youngling, after all, against all 8 of them armed? Forget about the fact that they'd just gotten their asses handed to them by said human. They clearly had the advantage if you discount magic. But to come after you? Their Deepwood's cousin. What would drive them to that sort of foolishness? He continued. Taipan poked the fire herself and watched a moment, gathering her thoughts. It is a fair question, Ulrich, and I have thought about it some. The short answer is that I do not know, she admitted, sending short locks bouncing back and forth as she tossed her head. You are right, they should have had greater wisdom than to pursue a vendetta into the wilds, in the city before us, that I could have seen, but to so overtly attempt to trail an Irielen hunter, and they themselves barely seeing 60 years with no combat classes to speak of. It is beyond foolish, she determined. Ulrich chewed his cheek while he turned it over, his fingers absently snapping against his leg. No reason of their own maybe, but possibly a reason given to them, an opportunity to make it big, something worth the risk. He looked to the crouched elf, her high boots tucked under her thighs and her fingers trailing through her hair. What are the odds they were looking for us specifically? Her finger stopped its idle roaming and slid across her throat. Then they are the dumbest elves in Orlathrum, and we have done my peoples a great service in ridding the lands of them. I am not so very old, Ulrich, by the reckoning of my kin, but I am known, and not for my kindness. If they came into the forest after us in full knowledge of who I am, to say nothing of who you are, Forest Lord's bane, they would have brought thrice the number, expecting to lose half. That sort of checked out. Taipan's classes and level indicated the degree to which she'd essentially lived for being a dagger in the night against the men and beasts that might threaten Iriel. They hadn't brought nearly enough to deal with even just her. He hummed aloud. This situation stank more than the shrieking ravager's musk. Okay, so probably not looking for us. Not specifically. But for travelers in general. Think we should go check the bodies for some clue what might have spurred them on. It seems a little far-fetched they came on so hard for a simple bar fight, even if their buddy did cash it in during it. What I know of you people, basically everybody would have said that he had it coming and moved on, Ulrich offered. It seems a fair plan and costs us little time. Taipan agreed a little too readily. You were going to do it anyway, weren't you? He checked. She nodded. It seemed better to bring you away to set up camp. You were too disturbed at the moment. She confirmed. You have collected yourself then. This she delivered with a slight raise of eyebrow, suggesting that he should have. Ulrich sighed and gave the hand sign for all is well, before answering. It had to be done. They accepted dying when they chose to be there, and leaving enemies behind you is no way to see a great many sunrises, he said, reporting what he had learned. Glittering teeth, pearly white and slightly sharp canines were displayed in Taipan's smile. Good, then you are paying attention after all, the huntress praised. They let the matter lie for the rest of the evening, enjoying the silence and the proximity of their company, and retired to their bedrolls early to rest. Ulrich spent the first watch with his Serrano perception up, watching the distant motions of small animals and birds as they went about their nocturnal business. Late into the night, he roused his partner for her turn and laid down in his blankets. The wonder of it was how easily Ulrich slept. A loud, cracking yawn heralded the day for the reforged man. A light scratch of the scalp and its lengthening hair and some other places preceded his rise to begin the day. He left the shelter, noting that there was just enough light to see, pre-dawn coming rapidly to true daylight. The moon, larger than its earthen counterpart, was in a thin crescent phase and had nearly fallen, sitting huge and bright on the horizon. The accompanying moons of the trio were in their umbral phase, invisible against the coming day. While his breath fogged in the morning air, he had to consider again that this world was a gift, its natural beauty a thing to be treasured for as long as he could manage. To appreciate it longer meant he had to stay alive, and currently, staying alive meant figuring out what would motivate a group of caravan guards wintering in a sleepy little nothing of a village to follow a trader and his guide out into the forest to murder them. Taipan had already rekindled a low fire and had even prepared a treat in the form of fresh camp bread in a small Dutch oven, one of the few metal items in either of their kits. It was easily the heaviest single item in the elf's pack. He saw why she carried it when she wrapped dried rations in dough and produced a sort of stuffed bun that was incredibly good for how bland travel rations tended to be. She didn't bake often, preferring to conserve their supplies, but they were soon to be able to restock and wanted the benefit of a hearty breakfast. Ulrich wasn't sure the wisdom of that when they were about to go review what had to be an absolutely grisly scene of carnage, but trusted her judgment. He'd been shoulders deep in gore aplenty since he'd come to this world. What was a little more? He refilled their water bags and topped off their canteens while his shadow assembled the meal. The waterhole was already frozen back over, though not as thickly, and his knife made short work of it. Fresh, clean water straight out of the river. That would have been unthinkable in his old world, a death sentence. Upon his return, they completed their silent meal and readied to move. Packs hoisted, the pair retraced their steps to find the disassembled caravan guards where they'd been summarily MDK'd. Ulrich grimaced. Yep, that was about what he remembered. Unlike many of his spells, which used fire or electricity or even high-pressure water, the wounds made by the Kylum blades did not cauterize. They bled quite freely, and the result down there was basically a crowdsourced people soup, frozen into the snow. He followed in his shadow's wake, taking note of the surroundings that had made for such a wonderful ambush from their perspective. It would be a good idea to note when he himself was walking through such a place to not find himself on the receiving end of a similar setup. Taipan started reviewing the bodies, and one thing became immediately clear. These were not the same men as from the common room, except for the one guy who'd gotten killed by Ulrich twice. Okay, well that's odd. Ulrich stated the obvious, which made his partner roll her eyes. He smiled a little, needing the humor in the face of this. He knew it aggravated her when he narrated things that did not need to be said aloud. You recognize any of these mooks? He asked. Mooks? Ulrich, you are making up words again, the investigating elf informed him. A stooge, a tool, a moronic and expendable individual of ill repute, useful only for fodder and following one-word directions. Ulrich explained. His shadow nodded appreciatively. That is a good word, Ulrich. This world you lived in, I must admit they have a way of describing things with such elegance. But no, the crouching woman continued, poking through pockets and inspecting soiled gear. I do not recognize any of these, except for the twice-killed mook over there. Ulrich grinned at her immediate incorporation of the word. His grey eyes moved slowly over the scene, cataloguing details, though he had not the experience as his partner. There was one thing he found a little odd. Is there a reason they're all dressed exactly the same, with exactly the same gear? He asked. Taipan looked up from the corpse she'd been inspecting, eyes appreciative. You noticed that then, did you? Impressive, Glade Chief. She praised before ruining it. Since you are proving useful, go through these and see if anything strikes you as inordinate, tossing him a couple of pouches she'd collected from the bodies. He caught them easily, but regretted it. They were not quite dry. It was nice to be relied on, but volunteering earned you work. It reminded him of his mandatory service days, an unfortunate year and a half. "Aye, aye, Captain." He saluted, bloodied hand to his forehead, before pouring the contents upon the ground and poring over them. Every minute or so, another pouch would sail through the air to land beside him. Before too long, he had a pretty wide assortment of items, mostly surprisingly free of the remains of their owners. Made sense, you didn't want your valuables getting wet, so water and blood-resistant pouches were a smart move. Ulrich indulged in his obsessive compulsiveness for a minute, and thus shortly had organized each of the contents in a grid, rows headed by a pouch and columns associated with each row, the different types of objects. Coins in one column, kept to their respective departed owner's row, as who had how much might be useful evidence, tools in another column, documents in another, etc. Soon he had everything laid out before him. He had not much clue what any of it meant. Taipan sidled over, examining the array of items. Recognizing the system he had in place, she placed belt knives with their owners' rows in a new column. Added into this, she laid 2 new documents. Ulrich couldn't read, not well enough to trust himself with this, and cursed himself mentally again for not finding time to correct that deficiency. He had improved to some measure of word salad comprehension, but he didn't want to risk a mistake when it might cost them finding out what the hell was going on here. All right, 2 things stood out immediately. First, Double Kill was sort of well-heeled. Between the coins on his person and the rather ornate engraving work on his knife, which elves loosely used as identification, he seemed disproportionately well off compared to the rest. Secondly, none of these men had packed for a stay in the wild. No tinder, no strikers to make sparks, no water bags or shelter of any kind. "What the fuck?" Ulrich said aloud, earning a grunt of agreement from Taipan. "Did they plan on sleeping in a huddle in the snow?" he asked sarcastically. "More likely that they either have an alternative route into the city, which avoids the gates and guards, or that they have a hideout nearby, off the road. Celestins tend to be more agricultural and husbandry-oriented than my own people, and do not tend their forests as assiduously as the Irielen, Ulrich. A small shack could go unremarked for years," she stated. Tapping her lips in thought, she wondered aloud. But if they had a place to hide in the forest, they would have set a lookout and been ahead of us, not behind. No, they had a way into the city that would not raise alarm after the gates close. That seemed sound logic to him. All right, so they had friends in the city. They all dress exactly the same, like caravan guards in uniforms. One of them has a sill drake, while the rest trade in eld knights. They are all youngish Celestins of sort of similar appearance, probably from the same place. None of them have the sense to leave Irielen hunters in the forest alone and wait until they are more easily caught in a township. Ulrich summarized the knowns up to now. "Those documents say anything interesting? Is there any chance they only meant to harass us rather than kill us?" He checked, hoping that would not end up the case. It was much easier to live with killing somebody who meant the same for you. It went without saying that they'd have been forfeiting their lives just for accosting somebody in the wilds. The rules for that kind of behavior were clear amongst the elves of Iriel, and what he knew of the other clans didn't far differ in that respect. Taipan had unrolled one of the documents, a small thing in Double Kill's pouch, and read briefly aloud. "Share the Valin animals' things amongst you. Bring the Irielen to the usual place, alive. Same price as before." His hands were gripped into fists, shaking slightly. Well, that took care of that. Laying that one aside, she opened the one that had been in the coat pocket of one of the others. It was blood-soaked, and Taipan took more time trying to make out the message. She shook her head. "It is near to ruined Ulrich, but I believe it goes, 'Bring live catch crew, new meat, Synajock, heads down.'" Ulrich frowned. "Double fuck you people. What was going on here?" "What is going on here?" he asked his more experienced companion. Taipan rose, scrubbing the drying blood onto her sturdy, once spotless trousers. The first of many such stains, if Ulrich had to guess. "It would seem that there is some sort of criminal organization in the business of capturing traveling elven women. They spring up occasionally. Mostly they are eventually determined to be operating through contacts in Prosper to acquire new Acer slaves." Taipan glossed over that little bit of terribleness with some degree of familiarity. Ulrich unclenched his teeth. It wasn't like this was an unheard-of practice. That it was dead in his own world was not a consolation. People had enslaved people, using various names for it, for a solid chunk of their history. Fair enough. So what? We bring this stuff to the guards in Trachn-Ear, right? They gotta know about this horse shit. If I'm hearing you right, that letter said a catch crew, not the catch crew. So there are more of these assholes out there grabbing travelers. Ulrich guessed. Her lips pursed as she assessed the situation. Eventually her emerald eyes met his, and he saw the hardness in them. No. No, I think not, Taipan whispered, her tone promising evil. We are the exact sort of travelers these conniving rot-weevils thrive on. Small in number, nameless, out of season, and easy to miss. If they are active so far south, then it is almost certain that we will encounter them farther to the north, perhaps even on the road out from Trachn-Ear. This problem must be addressed now, before we walk into a trap organized from farther out than I can see, Taipan asserted. Whoever leads this troop was probably based in Trachn-Ear. Judging by how quickly they were able to send and receive word. We were only stopped 3 days in Senajok, but they got word there and back to Trachn-Ear, and also deployed this catch crew to the village. They cannot have been based elsewhere and have been timely enough to attempt this, she reasoned. That checks out. Ulrich agreed with her assessment, rubbing the stubble growing in on his chin. So why not the city guards or whoever polices this area, he asked. Because such as these operate out of places where they feel safest, and most guardsmen have gifts to ensure the honesty of those nearby, or at least become suspicious around duplicitous behaviors. These bastards probably have contacts in the city that will warn them of a break in their security. That they would even still carry these documents is a measure of how easy they've had it. They should have burned such messages immediately. Were their brains not rotted rope? Detailed the elf, punctuated by spitting on one of the bisected corpses, and yet again his shadow proved that she was a seasoned hunter of thinking peoples, in addition to the beasts. Ulrich thought it over, feeling the rising of the twins on his face. Contacts within the guards. An information network that transmitted orders fairly decisively and had resources to hide themselves in plain sight. These would easily have been mistaken for caravaneers, albeit a little hasty in their departure. That meant that these men would shortly be missed, which would spook their handlers, perhaps even so much as to tie up loose ends and disappear. We're on the clock then, Taipan, if you have in mind what I'm thinking you have in mind, Ulrich told her. He was pretty sure his lover was planning to track down the organizer of these goons and show him what his guts looked like. We are, Ulrich. I estimate that they would be expected to have murdered you, grabbed me, hidden their losses, and reported their success within 2 rises of the twins. Then we have that much time to teach them how deep the deep wood really goes. Taipan gestured, cutting with her hand, attacked by monsters, a common room brawl, waylaid by traffickers of people. So this is what adventures were all about. Chapter 117. Covering tracks. The gate guards of the southern Celestan trade hub Trachn-Ear were so bland, Ulrich would never be able to place them in a crowd. Their faces were neutral, their voices were neutral. They had the same amount of personality as the sodden mud beneath his boots. Even their fair, elfin features, normally striking enough to catch his attention, even after all this time with the Acer, were unable to make these lightly armored and professionally bored men interesting. Speaking of mud, a steady flow of traffic into and out of this trade hub of the lowland forest elves had beaten the ground for a solid 100 meters, leading up to the city's incredibly sturdy tree trunk walls, woven with living limbs like a fuck-off huge hedge that would make a lumberjack sweat to contemplate penetrating into a cloying paste that defied attempts to keep it from weighing one's boots. So much traffic there was that it did not manage to clear the entryway procedures before another set of travelers made their way to the same entrance he and Taipan now stood beside. They had arrived at the gate to find that there was a small line of peopledom outside. A queue, the first he'd seen in this world. It gave him flashbacks of grocery stores. Ulrich was relieved to see that he was not the only human in the line. There were 2 others and a cat-featured beastkin as well, a novelty for Ulrich. Bright Eyes had told him that the beastkin came in a somewhat wide variety, but he'd thus far only met the one, a wolf-headed giant who was somewhat intent on harpooning him. Ulrich had stopped the dickhead's heart with a lightning pulse across his meridians after blinding him with steam and still almost ended up skewered. It was a good lesson on how magic was an incredibly unfair advantage against an enemy that could not wield the ether as Ulrich did. All of the individuals in the line were outfitted for long travel. Great packs, heavily laden, cookware strapped to the sides, bedrolls underneath, and many had a small pull cart to boot. Near the front of the line was even a full-sized wagon, pulled by some rather burly oxen, horns sheared off, or who knows how widely they'd have spread. Leaning over to his pixie-cut shadow, Ulrich asked in a hushed whisper, "Why don't more people travel with such wagons?" "I have seen none since I came to this world." Taipan glanced at him in surprise for a moment before answering, "Because you have been in the deep wood, Ulrich. The forests where there are few roads wide enough to accommodate such beasts or their burdens. Besides, they are slow, they require attention and care, and they attract predators in the depths of the forests. You would never get one of those things alive to Irielhos," divulged the tall beauty with total certainty. He let that sink in a bit. It made some amount of sense. He and Taipan had averaged some 60 to 80 kilometers a day on their trek. That was a ridiculous pace according to his conceptions, but quite simply, the people of this world were just stronger than in his old one. They were naturally heartier, more robust. Even the purely average Joes and Janes would be considered definitely athletic to the standards of his prior life. Absent the convenience of mechanized conveyance, it sort of made sense that individual, non-commercial travel would be optimal on foot then. Those pull carts with their 2-by-3-meter beds and the great round wheels would have pulled nearly everything Ulrich had ever had need of, with the exception of the lumber they'd loaded from his glade. As it was, a few elves and a man pushing in concert had made incredible time. Granted, some degree of desperation had driven them, but still, and he'd never even considered the fact that a lethargic herbivore would amount to little more than bait for the vicious creatures that made the forests of Iriel their home. Just Varda things, Ulrich supposed. Ulrich returned his gaze to the motley assortment that made up the line outside the gate. "So I won't look odd, being a trader that doesn't have a great big cart or anything?" "No, Glade Chief," she said, adjusting her pack. "You will look odd because you are too young and too pretty to be a barbarian trader." He turned to see her almost hidden smile. "I thought I was a 7. He teased, recalling their conversation in the baths so long ago. Her eyes canvassed the crowd, looking for any who might remotely overhear them or be paying them undue attention before she replied, utterly serious, "That was before you were wealthy." It was perhaps the most un-Taipan thing Taipan could have said, and he stared blankly until he realized she'd gotten him pretty good. He'd taken entirely too long to realize she was joking. "Point scored, Taipan. Point scored." He allowed as they stepped forward with the moving line. The line moved forwards, the gate looming tall with equally towering walls. It was a palisade wall, the way the Hoover Dam was a brick wall. Each of the logs that made up this fortified city was about as big around as to be wrapped by 3 large men with arms linked, maybe 1.5 meters in diameter. They were none of them less than 30 meters high, where they'd been trimmed to present a vertical face. The frontage tended to form a solid surface polished smooth. Upon the living crowns, stone masonry was built into the trunks, creating a sort of parapet that would prevent a climber from coming over the top without an inverted climb. The base of the wall was defended by a wide moat, at least 20 meters across, actually a part of the nearby river diverted specifically for the task. Between the unsteady roots exposed in the moat and the water and the sheer vertical climb, it was a hell of a deterrent, was that wall. Ulrich had trouble fathoming the time it would have taken to cultivate the barrier trees into this kind of fortification. This was what Ulrich imagined when he thought of a fantastic wilderness city, a little more Tolkien-esque than had been the arboreal cityscape of Irielhos. Of course, Ulrich was willing to bet that a living god tree wasn't secretly shepherding this town and its people. Irielhos wasn't the name of a place so much as it was the name of the colossal heartwood that was the patriarch of all of the heartwood trees of Iriel. Ulrich had been inside the core chamber of that massive entity. had felt its nourishing mana as it was actively taking part in the rituals to halt the bane that was killing Baldart. Here, they were relying on the advantage of terrain and force of arms to keep their city protected. Ulrich had to admit that they'd made a good try of it. This wall was damned imposing. It appeared to have been slathered in mortar a good third of the way up its height, to prevent easy fire from being applied. The city itself made Senajok look like a backward little hamlet, which Ulrich had to admit it probably was. Trachnir stretched in a bilobed oblong ovoid, nearly 3 kilometers along its longest axis and a solid kilometer on its widest diameter. One end of the city projected deeply into the river, its entrance sectioned off by a secondary wall and almost forming an island unto itself. Ulrich saw more buildings and structures than he could count, many of them of stone, rising 4 and even 5 stories above the ground. A few towers rose here and there, which gave the impression of the Eiffel Tower being made up of beams of wood to create the latticed structures. By far, though, most of the city had a similar style as their diminutive cousin in Senajok. Stone foundations with 1 to 2-story wood walls, roofed by clay tiles from what he could see. The slight rise that preceded the long, flat approach to the city was sufficient to see over the walls a bit, but not to get a true bird's-eye view of the place, just a hint of what lay inside. At the Barbican gates, guardhouses to either side projecting slightly, Ulrich was able to see somewhat into the city. He tried not to gawp. He got a cursory once-over from the guards, who might as well have been made of the wood they stood next to, and Taipan got slightly more attention, abbreviated when she leveled a cold glare down at them, but the two of them had next to nothing but their traveling equipment, and so were of little interest. They were motioned inwards, and the travelers, a pair of saurian beastkin, sidled up behind the two of them without regard for personal space, which spurred the two of them on through the gate. "I didn't know necromancy was openly practiced," Ulrich commented offhand. Taipan looked around, short locks of hair flying as she looked for the animated corpse, a rare showing. "Where? Where do you see this Ulrich? I have not seen a corpse raiser since I was a child," she said excitedly. He was both thrilled and a little sad to burst her bubble. "I was referring to those deadly, boring men guarding the gates." Taipan cuffed his arm, not so gently, scolding him. "You should not get mine hopes up like that, Ulrich. I was excited to see a rare practitioner." Ulrich accepted his penalty gladly, having recovered a point from his shadow's earlier sarcasm. They traipsed down a wide thoroughfare mud, clinging to their boots, the snow having been cleared by the sheer volume of foot traffic. It was a clay-heavy, clinging blend that absolutely caked their feet, adding a solid 3 kilos to the ends of his legs. Frowning down at the stuff, he saw that his partner was no better pleased by the stuff than he was. "We needs get off the main avenues, Ulrich. The gates will be watched and, even if we are not recognized immediately as the quarry, there is no guarantee that they will not know who the intended targets are after they review the gate entry logs," Taipan informed him. "So what's the plan? Disappear into the mass of the city, track down the known associates, capture them, and turn them in." Ulrich outlined, though he had his doubts as to the last bit. His reservations were confirmed when his shadow said, "Almost. Just one difference," and drew her finger again across her throat meaningfully. Yeah, he had a feeling that was what she had intended. "First, we need to visit an apothecary or herbalist shop. I have a few things that I am needing to pick up. It is time that I stop wearing my heritage openly. It will confuse our quarry if, instead of a human accompanied by an Irielan, they only ever see a human with a Narii. Those sort are common enough in places like this. Also, I will obtain a wig to further throw our potential enemies. We will find a tailor who can assist us in obtaining the requisite needs." Narii were the second nomadic tribe of Orlathrem, the counterparts to the Legranel, the Plains Elves. They weren't even truly a tribe, so much as they were a diffuse collection of associated families who lived and moved according to precepts that they did not share with any not married into the clan or born to it. In a way, they were of a kindred spirit to the gypsies of old Earth, or more appropriately, the Roma. One of the distinguishing characteristics of the Narii is that they did not have distinguishing characteristics. The blending of bloodlines, the constant movements of families, these precluded the normal strengthening of certain traits that had ended up making the various tribes of Orlathram fairly distinct. Amongst the Irielen, Taipan was very nearly the representative specimen. Actually, according to her status, she was exactly the representative specimen of her kin carrying the trait, Paragon Acer Irielen. She was as easy to spot in a crowd as could be found. Ulrich was interested in how she intended to mask herself. He found out soon enough. First, as soon as they left the entry pavilion to Traken Ir, Taipan put on a scarf headdress that Ulrich had seen worn around Iriel, which was similar to a shemar. It thoroughly covered her hair, most of her face and neck, and left basically only her eyes uncovered. Next, she led him a dizzying journey through the labyrinthian backstreets of the city. They wandered from alley to warren to causeway, through no fewer than 3 different ghettos and across most of the kilometre-wide region located closest to the southern gate, known as the Mercantalia. It was with great relief that the city streets turned to cobbles off of that entry gate to the city. Apparently there were, in fact, cobbles somewhere down beneath the accumulated layers of what turned out to be a mix of straw, carried in dirt, and animal shit in that place. But the volume of traffic precluded their ever being visible or tread upon. Ulrich saw most varieties of people that Varda had to offer upon the continent. Each of the 5 varieties of beastkin, humans of considerable diversity in ethnicity, none quite familiar with his earthen brethren, and of course most of the tribes of the Orlathrem were represented plentifully. Notably, Irielen was scarce. Taipan had initially drawn many glances from her cousins for her kin's rarity in these parts, at least until she hid her features beneath the heavy scarf. Their curiosity was not the only she had to endure, not even close. Ulrich leveled an unending series of questions at her, trying to understand this trade city, the people they passed by in it, and details of which any native would consider to be common sense. She answered his questions patiently regarding this and that, and the seemingly unconnected spiderwebs of his logical associations as they roamed. With the wall looming high overhead, this close to the edge of town, Ulrich knew they were on the paths less travelled. He could distinctly smell the foul reek of a tannery nearby. Taipan's searching brought them up and down the claustrophobic streets, frequently in too close proximity with their hard-eyed denizens in her quest. Eventually they gained what she sought. In 3 different apothecaries they stopped, from each of which his shadow perused their wares carefully, selecting out a variety of roots, herbs, and a particular species of toadstool which the proprietor of the shop refused to handle without tongs and heavy gloves. That one went into a glass vial with a wax-sealed cap. The shopkeeper had gone pale when Taipan uttered its name. Ulrich wasn't sure that he wanted to know for what she intended that little beauty, with its golden tendrils, finer than the thinnest hairs, and broad silver cap. Upon leaving that last purveyor of the dank, damp, and mostly toxic, his shadow crossed the street to enter a door marked with the now familiar sign of silk and a needle. A tailor. The smell of moth repellent was loud in his nose, and they were met by a heavy-set human woman with a fairly jovial nature. She smiled readily, gap-toothed but not without charm, and flicked her blonde braid over her shoulder to take Taipan's measurements eagerly when his compatriot explained her needs. Ulrich was flatly stunned by the apparent success of this business compared to the seedy alleys outside. Firstly, a long cotton dress in the familiar Celestin style, coloured deep violet with verdant trims. Secondly, a pair of thin calf-height boots, not precisely cobbled but passable, and thick woolen socks of the same length. Finally, she selected 3 wigs, in a variety of common elven colours, a soft auburn, pale blonde, and a black that wasn't so deep or lustrous as her own native locks. Each of these was long enough to reach down her mid-back, which Ulrich supposed gave her freedom to do in a variety of styles, the better to be capable of changing her most obvious silhouette. Unlike the village, with its rather short peoples and limited clientele, this establishment had a stock that required only very minimal adjustment to produce an appropriate fit. A mere quarter round of the twins saw them paid up and departing, with a distinctly pleased tailor at their backs who had promised discretion, though neither of them had asked for such. What Taipan had planned with her orders made it clear enough what she intended. Ulrich had barely even received a glance, which he supposed was exactly what they wanted. His agile shadow wife darted through the city like she'd been born there, taking back streets and side cut-throughs to bring them to an altogether nicer district, far more central within the city. Ulrich knew it was for the more successful merchants, thanks to the cleaner gutters, the far greater density of carts, and the presence of several stables holding wagons, along with their teams of heavy oxen, but not, he noted, for the lack of trash. Contrary to many dense packings of humanity on old Earth, there was no litter at all in the streets, whether the peoples be rich or poor. Ulrich had commented on it, and his shadow had revealed shock that anyone would care so little for their land as to scatter trash on it. He couldn't very well disagree with her. They came out from a particularly narrow little junction onto a wide avenue that led to a large square whose centre was occupied by several mature trees, planted around a central stone fountain carved in the shape of a mountain, giving birth to a waterfall that fell to a shallow lake. It was a lovely scene, with the picturesque buildings behind and around. From there, Ulrich trailed behind, and they were barely down another wide street, but before Taipan strode through a door marked as an inn. Immediately the kitchen smells brought wetness to his mouth. Something amazing was being prepared, meaty and rich. In addition, he clearly detected the fragrance of sourdough bread, one of his favorites from his old life and which was not commonly found in Ariel. The innkeeper was a middling tall Celestin, a woman of similar indeterminate age as many of the elven adults. They were virtually the same from around 50 to 500, at which point they began to show some small signs of age, such as crow's feet or laugh lines, or even facial hair. This particular specimen had a large bust, a rarity, and even more uncommon, had it displayed by a generous cleavage in her plush frill-trimmed kilt. Ulrich was slightly thrown off by that. Most of the elves he'd seen in public went about in a rather modest dress. They almost never showed significant skin unless they were in the open-air baths. He wasn't going to complain over much. The innkeeper was nicely put together, if lacking compared to his wife in several departments. After a glance, his attention wandered to the source of the smells. The one who truly had his heart at the moment was whoever was baking that bread. He wasn't able to spot the artisan in question, though. He had to obtain rooms. The dark-haired Celestin woman behind the desk had a much lighter variant of the heavy brogue of her boonies kin. "Welcome guests to the Shady Brook Inn. I will be taking care of you now for however long you stay with us. Rooms are paid daily and include 2 meals, one of which is being served now. It will be an eld drake per night for regular rooms and an eld crown for our suites, which include a sitting room. What may your pleasure be this day?" the hostess asked with the practiced insincere pleasantness of a career in the service industry. Ulrich cleared his throat, not wanting to choke on his own drool from that damn delicious-smelling bread. "1 suite, 2nd floor if one is available. I'm going to require a large bathing tub. The mud of my travel clings something fierce." Ulrich requested easily, purposefully not including Taipan in his request, as dismissive of her as they had discussed he should be. "Do these suites include a separate sleeping arrangement for hired hands? I've got business arrangements to be made, and I don't need her underfoot all the damn time, muttering her curses while I haggle. Matter of fact, I've got a partner coming upriver before it breaks up, and I'd really prefer a servant's quarters for this one anyway," Ulrich asked, jerking his thumb backward to indicate the scowling Iriellan woman behind him. The innkeeper's eyes flicked towards Taipan, and she frowned a touch, before her empty smile returned. "Of course. For an additional eld drake, we'd be glad to house your guide separately. The servants' quarters are on the 4th floor, if that interests." Ulrich agreed readily, as if glad to be parted. Done and done. Finally, I am free from her endless bitching for a while. Gods above and below, if they weren't worth the coin in the wilds, I'd never put up with their company, he complained loudly. That sentiment found more than a couple of nods of agreement from the various tables, elves included, in the packed common room, much larger than the one in Sanajok's humble inn. With a raised hand and a snap of fingers, the innkeeper summoned a young Celestin man in a rough tunic and pants with a short apron to escort him to their rooms. Ulrich entered the indicated room immediately, without looking back as the door closed, though he burned with the effort. It wasn't that he was necessarily worried about Taipan. She could handle herself just fine. More like this was the part of the whole thing where shit could go wrong in a meaningful way. He strode to open a window, facing a small alley that ran at a right angle to the one that had brought them to the front door. From there, he dropped his pack on an admittedly comfortable bed, wide and long enough for his feet to not drape over the edge, unlike the one in Senajok, which had clearly been designed for elven frames, not his too tall one. It was somewhat refreshing being in this city, since he wasn't the most obviously tall person within sight. Especially the beastkin, who tended to be that much taller than him than he was to the elves, most of whom came up to his chin. Galid Uldin had been the largest elf Ulrich had come across. The smith was an absolute giant of his folk. Here, though, he could much more easily blend into the crowd and move unnoticed by casual observation. Ulrich had barely been able to do a quick examination of the suite's layout, his bedroom, and a large open sitting room, before a knock called him to the heavy wooden door. He opened it to find a slip of an elven girl in servant's attire hauling a great wooden tub that looked way too big for so slight a person to be moving it. He stood free of the doorway and kept his face intentionally still when the attendant easily flipped the tub on its side and rolled it into the room with the casual ease of thousands of iterations. As usual, the sort of easy strength of people continued to amaze. That tub might not be so very heavy, but it had elicited not even a slight sound to indicate effort in its moving from a rather small lady. The tub was settled in the sitting room, and he was informed that one would be along soon to fill it with hot water. She laid a pouch containing soaps, a small jug that housed something floral, a shampoo. Also included was a washcloth and a scrub brush next to the tub, gestured by the girl briefly before bowing herself out efficiently. Ulrich was left standing there, marveling at the level of room service he'd not have expected from a 5-star resort back in his old world. The sound of scrabbling coming from the bedroom drew his attention, and he entered just in time to see Taipan rise to her feet, having climbed into the room from the open window. This was why they'd chosen a suite on the second floor of this particular inn. Taipan knew the room layouts, and knew this one could be accessed from the servants' quarters while staying in the relative obscurity of the side alley. If all had gone to order, she was, so far as anyone knew, locked within her room indulging in joyous isolation, as many Iriellan guides did when they deigned to take scouting jobs from merchants. All according to Keikaku. They both turned when they heard a shuffle of feet outside the door, and Ulrich whispered, "Hide." His shadow called her namesake, her mana shrouding her, using the room's dense patches of candle-thrown darkness. She rolled underneath the bed and became still as death as Ulrich answered the door as soon as it was knocked upon, as if he'd been alone and expecting the interruption, which was false and then true. A third attendant came in, this one wearing much finer attire, and Ulrich followed as this one, clearly an Actinian of the coastal tribes, began to use a spell to fill the tub with water from his own magic. Then he performed another casting, this one with a set of complex hand gestures that caused the water to begin to emit a gentle steam. The elf wordlessly bowed himself out, closing the door gently behind himself, and left Ulrich standing there next to the tub, alone. He dipped a finger into the water and found it at that perfect temperature, bordering too hot. Well, damn my eyes, this place has some serious accommodations going on, a private bath, and magically generated and heated water. Talk about service, he lauded. Without so much as a "how do you do," his shadow rolled from cover, stripped buck naked, clearly calling shotgun, and climbed into the tub to moan softly as its heat embraced her form. Ulrich wished sometimes he'd never taught her about this old-world tradition. Sometime later that day, the soft sound of grinding and constant motion of pestle against mortar had been most of Ulrich's existence for the last hour. While Taipan exercised her victory rights via declaration of dibs, she instructed him in the manufacturing of her disguise. First came the skin-toning concoction. The already finely ground root, which had become a reddish-brown powder, was sat to the side while Ulrich processed 3 herbs together in the large mortar. He was down to an almost talc consistency before the nude woman propped up on the sides of the tub declared his work to be at an end. He listened to her instructions to combine the 2 powders and to heat them gently over a candle flame until the smell of almonds became detectable. Ulrich passed the stone mortar over the flame, moving it slowly backward and forward to even the heating. Nothing happened for a good few minutes until he was suddenly aware of the deepening fragrance of almonds. I'll be damned, he thought, hurriedly passing the mortar to Taipan, who had sat up to take the gently smoking mixture and unceremoniously dumped it into the tub with herself. Ulrich realized that he probably wouldn't be getting the bath he'd looked forward to when the water turned a soft orange color. Closing her eyes, Taipan submerged herself for 2 minutes and balled up beneath the water before rising to take a fresh breath and repeating. This extended submersion soaking went on for another 20 minutes before she climbed summarily from the tub, and Ulrich was shocked to see that every square centimeter of his shadow was paler than himself. Her skin was almost as pale as her brother's, a smooth alabaster expanse. He saw now why she had to remain submerged. Her ears and face had to match the tone of her arms and body. Even the skin of her scalp was dyed to pale cream. He whistled softly in appreciation of the transformation and of what had remained unchanged. Toweling herself dry, his now pale partner sat on the bed. "Well, hot damn," Ulrich began. "That actually worked way better than I thought it would when you described your plan. How long does that last?" Scrubbing her hair aggressively to remove the remnants of the skin treatment, her muffled response of 3 weeks or until my skin peels. "Oh, that did not sound fun. We must dispose of this water now, Ulrich, and do not let it touch you. The dye will turn somewhat toxic once it cools," she informed him. So that was why she looked like she was being so fastidious about the drying. The used towel was sent soaring across the room to land in a corner, accompanied by a hissed, "Do not touch it," which implied that somewhat toxic may have been an understatement. Ulrich would burn it outside later, using his sword to pick it up. The next step in her transformation was just as impressive. Careless of her nudity, the now light-skinned she-elf put one of the leaves into a cup of water poured from their water jug and had Ulrich again steeping it slowly over candle flame while she worked a different set of herbs with the mortar and pestle. When the herbal tea Ulrich was holding had turned a deep blue, she decanted the top third of the liquid into the bowl of crushed herbs and instructed him to throw the remains into the bathwater that needed disposal. The paste Taipan stirred until it was thoroughly cooled. At her request, Ulrich left the room to obtain the next component of her alchemical miracle, a bottle of blue wine, not the green wine, and this she used to dilute the paste. It got another slow cook over flame, and when it had reduced by half, the small cup of fluid she poured off into a vial stoppered with a dropper. He saw why after it was cooled. Carefully, his partner put 1 drop each into the corners of her slanted eyes and blinked rapidly before holding them closed for a minute, small tears forming. That must not have been pleasant, but she made not a noise, and when she opened those wondrous orbs, they were a deep indigo with the bronze flecks strikingly contrasted. The auburn wig went on in a few moments, and then his familiar partner of 4 months stood striking a pose with hands-on flared hips, still in the buff, completely transformed. Ulrich's mouth dropped. This was unreal. She was unrecognizable to anyone who hadn't memorized her bones. Long red-gold hair, pale skin, and dark blue eyes, there was almost nothing to remind of the prototypical Ellen. Taipan grinned, satisfied by her partner's suitable stunned response. She had worked on the skills needed to produce such a transformation for years, learning the herbs, the techniques to process them, and the methods to create a near-complete revolution of her appearance in a minimum of time. Her reward was to be now almost a new person in the eyes of strangers. "Wow," Ulrich said dumbly. "Now that is an impressive trick." Donning the set of recently purchased local's garb, she completed her disguise. "Thank you, Glade Chief. This is how we are going to leave behind any rumor of our passage. I have enough herbs to do this 3 more times, and by changing the ratios of them, I can adjust the coloration of my skin from this paleness to a tone more like that of your own hide. The eye drops must be applied daily, but I can make another dropper vial to create a lighter cyan. Between these and the wigs, you will be accompanied by a different elf in every town, and our trail will vanish over the leagues between." His shadow rightfully gloated. Full of surprises was this wily huntress. He'd been right way back when Taipan was a bona fide counterintelligence expert. "Should we do me as well?" he asked. She nodded her affirmation. "Yes, but not now. You are not as odd a sight as myself. and it would be noted if you greatly changed appearance to the staff. I am now your business partner. Your troublesome scout has retired to her quarters and refuses to answer or be found for the foreseeable future. It happens that Iriellen will fulfill the contract and vanish without trace away from such confining cities. None would think anything much of it. The changeling before him declared. No, Taipan instructed, we will adjust your appearance once we have left Traction-Ir, where none will have any reference with which to compare you. So long as none see your scars, you are nearly invisible. Fair enough. All right, this is way beyond what I was expecting. I'm down, though. What's next in your master plan? He prompted, intensely curious. Now I am going to take you out and have you memorize the city streets, as I have memorized them. His pale beauty of a partner promised. Damn it, he complained, hanging his head, but following her nevertheless as she sauntered out of the room. The glamorous part was over. Now came the hard work part of being a spy catcher, the intelligence gathering. For the rest of the day, they canvassed this portion of the city. Starting with Ground Zero, their inn, they circled outwards in a tight spiral, with his shadow insisting he memorized every single entry and exit point of every single path a man could take. When he failed to remember one, she took a coin from his purse. It was a purely psychological game. They both knew she could use whatever she wanted from the purse. It was the act of losing something, though, that gave the lessons teeth. When Ulrich mapped an entire district from memory, Taipan gave him a coin back. It was a bizarrely effective method of learning the lay of the city streets. That night, Ulrich claimed one of the 3 owed forfeits. It was incredibly odd seeing his pale shadow dance in the moonlight, so familiar silhouette moving through familiar movements. The long wig feathering in turns as they stepped through the imagined music of a dead world's waltzes. Chapter 1, 118. Nose to the Wind. The hard, pebbled skin of the Ogran smashed down against his table hard enough to splinter the smoothly finished hardwood surface. Lifting his fist from the now ruined table, worth more than the peasants around here made in a year of scrounging the rivers for fish, he lifted the table easily, hurling it against the distant wall to crash against it, coming apart in shards of finely worked lumber. The door opened hesitantly, the canine face of the attendant outside nervously peering in. "Is your grace in need?" the whining voice asked hopefully. If something was needed, then they would have an excuse to disappear for a time obtaining it, which got them out of arm's reach. Several secretaries had had less wisdom and were now rotting in whatever hell awaited for it. The room's owner growled a throaty, guttural sound, like a lion's growl, snapping his tusked jaws together. After a moment of calming, the hulking creature, a 7.5-foot-tall brute with obvious power in its frame, muscles printing against the contrastingly delicate fabric of his clothes, their immaculate cut denoting the wealth of their bearer on full display. "I am not in need, your sin, but thank you for your diligence. No, wait, actually, I need another table, delivered today, of the size and approximate working of the one which seems to have suffered an unfortunate failure," the deep voice said, with a smoothness in direct opposition to the growl and sudden rage of a moment ago. The attendant, a thin wolven beastkin, knew better than to second-guess the owner of that office and ducked away without further words. The text that had triggered its rage scrolled fire through its mind, one that was surprisingly sharp for all of its obvious physical strength, a surprise that had led to more than one of its competitors being put into situations where that strength could break them apart and further its agenda. There will be absolute hells to pay when word reaches Lord Morion that his third daughter's husband was found cut to pieces. The Ogren man spoke to his pet monitor lizard, snugged happily on a sunning rock. That idiot had to go out with a catch crew, didn't he? Well, it figures Morion's spoiled git was pushing for a bigger role in the family business, and who listens to me when I say he isn't fucking ready? Bitched the imposing Ogran to his scaly confidant. The urge to smash another piece of furniture boiled through him, and he clenched his 4 thick fingers into a fist to avoid wrecking any more of his prized office. By the stones, he'd loved that damn table. What a mess. How do you botch a snatch and grab for a single brownie scout and a human whelp? Growling deeply, the Ogren started penning a letter, scrunched uncomfortably over a side table meant for holding lamps. Lord Morion had to be told, and he had to start looking for whoever it was that had set Gresson to watering the roots, as these knife-ears liked to put it. Somebody was going to pay dear for his table. Elsewhere. "You win, Taipan," Ulrich informed his shadow wife, despair complete. Her unsmiling, yet incredibly smug expression reminded him of how easily she was able to express herself with only her eyebrows. "And what is my prize, Ulrich?" she asked innocently. "Oh, I'll give you something all right, you galling strumpet of a Murgle fishin' Lurgle-sput." He started trailing off indecipherably. They'd been in the city 5 days now. For 3 entire days they'd beat feet, they'd pounded sand, they'd thrown shit at the wall made of Teflon, and they'd burned time like a 90-year-old man burns a furnace. All for nothing. Not a clue had they found yet for who had set up the attempt to kidnap his wife and have him murdered in the wild. Around and around, the two of them had gone in the confines of their room, trying to shake loose some detail or angle that would shed light on who had set up the pseudo-caravan guards and why. The why seemed somewhat clear enough. Slaves were awesome, especially when they lived for hundreds of years. According to the now pale-skinned beauty walking by his side, Prosper made a hefty percentage of their profit on the trade of slave-bonded sapients, of all races. Most valued, though, were those of the long-lived races, the Aesir, the Svartalfin, the Saurid beastkin. These brought a pretty coin at auction for how long they could potentially last. Sometimes 3 or 4 generations of a human household could be served by a single one of these. Slave collars, enchanted by what Ulrich had determined was magic, constructed by a Vardan equivalent to a Nazi, would ensure the obedience of the poor bound soul and prevent their attempt to self-terminate. The sickening practice was enough, on its own, to have Ulrich's hackles raised, but the practice of owning thinking beings was even more fucked when he was informed that the slaves were bred, frequently by their owners, and the children also enslaved. It wasn't long before Ulrich was firmly in camp nuke the bastards with regards to Prosper, as if he hadn't had reason enough to see the people running that place joining history's footnotes on evil bastards with too much power. And none of that, though, had helped to find out who was responsible for the group that had been sent out to do their awful deed. On the bright side, all of the self-loathing, dissatisfaction and regret for giving in to his more bestial impulses with regards to killing the elves in that group was gone like a summer rain on desert sand. They'd better hope he didn't figure out how necromancy worked, which, according to Taipan, was a real thing, or he'd kill those sons of bitches again. Slaver bastards. He'd noticed it earlier, but the Lord instinct didn't discriminate between people or things. Anything, any place, or anybody he viewed as being under his umbrella were his. Any man, beast, cloud, or what the fuck ever that infringed on, that put themselves front in line to be scattered like dust on the wind. He literally couldn't help it. He'd as soon turn his heart off as make it go away. Baldert had said it was just a part of being what they were. He was starting to really understand what that meant now. When he'd heard Taipan read that message, with its declaration that they were going to take her and kill him, his entire world had gained a certain degree of clarity. Somebody or somebodies needed killing. Their adventure, already a bit dour, already sort of set to a grim endpoint, had gained a special spice. Ulrich's immediate concerns were now centered around hanging a human trafficker by their intestines from the nearest glow lamp, the magically lit 5-meter tall posts with an enchanted globe of light at their tops, providing light to the city streets at night. The former engineer had once been a peaceful recluse. That man was dead. Ulrich Einar, twice born, lord of the ancient glade, was going to make the rivers run red if that's what it took to keep his domain free from trespassers and his wife free from harm. He couldn't be sure, but he felt like his class was about to change. There was a vibration in him, in his sense of purpose. It was similar to when he'd accepted being a warrior back in the glade, in having to fight to make his way in this world. That concept was evolving, especially when he learned of things that made him sick, made him furious at their mere existence. The Bane, torturing souls until they turned their own core, that miraculous connection to the ethereal into a droplet of self-loathing that magically destroyed anything of its own species. Slavers robbing men, women, and children of their rights to a free life, and then making that a generational curse. These were things that he did not believe should exist, And he was starting to feel like, if no one else was going to do anything about it, then he would. And they'd God's damned weep for their sins when he got his hands on them. He shook off the simmering rage that was threatening to derail him. Back to the matter at hand. Okay, Taipan, I was wrong. There was nothing nefarious about the silver rice merchants, but I still say those hampers would be the perfect size to transport a living person by ship, he said, defending his theory gamely. They were, damn it. The merchants they'd investigated, though, all 5 of them, though fiercely competitive with one another, had been clean of connections to their attempted kidnappers so far as either he or his shadow could determine. When Ulrich had first seen those ships, incredibly fitted with skids for hauling by oxen on the frozen rivers and their containers of rice, he'd immediately latched onto the idea that the traffickers were moving their victims by ship. It was far, far more discreet than overland travel, and far easier to avoid the complications of a prisoner that had to move under their own power. No, a ship was by far the most efficient and therefore more probable method of transporting live cargo. Thus, he'd lobbied hard to investigate these obvious candidates. 2 days of surveillance had revealed nothing. The sailors moved their cargo with efficiency and maintained their ships with incredible alacrity, motivated by the shout of boatswains and the hoarse exclamations, riddled with profanity, that indicated none of the sailors had parents, bathed, were free of sexually transmitted disease, or were of value other than being processed to plug gaps in the ship's hull. Ulrich had learned a great deal of Elvish that Bright Eyes had never so much as hinted at in their lessons so long ago. A day of pretending interest in transporting a wagon load of the goods had also produced no incriminating evidence. Other than that, according to Taipan, the offices in which he'd discussed terms were slightly too evident of success to be explained by completely above-board practices. Smuggling was a practice as old as trade, though, and didn't indicate that a merchant's operations were up to the level of inhumanity that would have been required to engage in slave trading. As for the meetings with the merchants themselves, that likewise produced nothing tangible. One of the rice merchants flatly refused to do business with a human trader, no matter their origin. 2 others were only willing to allow him to enter their company headquarters when he successfully convinced them that he was not from Prosper or any land under said capital city of Pressbang's thumb. That part was easy. Ulrich really was, for all intents and purposes, a barbarian heathen of the wilds. It stung, but it was a useful reality at the moment. The other 2 were open to business, regardless of his origin, but had their own problems. The first was happy to sell some of their rice to a foreign trader, but wanted a heavy bribe, a guarantee of productivity, to entertain negotiations, at which Ulrich, in not manufactured disdain, declared them pirates in spirit, if not in outright violation of the laws of the land. The second suggested that a night of Ulrich's business partner's company would do much to assure him of their friendly cooperation. That one lost a finger instantly, the wound cauterized in his own desk candle, while his shadow's other hand covered his mouth, and she explained to him that his only hope for another tomorrow was to pay for it and leave the city before the suns rose. That he did, and though they'd gained no leads, they did gain an ore night for their trouble. They'd discreetly checked the storage warehouses the night of their business interviews. Half the reason for those interviews being finding the location of the entrepot in the first place. It was somewhat informative for Ulrich to learn that his shadow was, in addition to her incredible repertoire of skills in the outdoors, an accomplished lockpick. He'd gotten to observe that the simple internal mechanisms were not sufficient to stop her from disabling the lock within a few tens of seconds, and thus gaining them entry into the warehouses before a sweep of hired thugs on patrol could determine that anything was amiss. They spent 2 hours in each depot searching for any sign of trafficking and found none. Actually, aside from a few stashes of a powder Taipan had said was an outlawed hallucinogen, of which they now had a sample for personal use, there was absolutely nothing untoward. Those 5 were rice merchants, and that was it. Some honest, some not so much, but rice merchants to all evidence that the pair of them could obtain through 3 days of focused effort, which killed Ulrich's theory and set them back to 0. Taipan had bet from the outset that they would find nothing. He tried not to grind his teeth. "What do you want for your victory, besides satisfying the physical need to gloat?" he asked, putting the ball into her court. Metaphorically. I will accept a massage, the good one where you start at my feet and work all the way to mine scalp. Mind my ears, it is not an excuse for you to be grabby paws. He was informed with all the smugness his partner could muster. Head hung, Ulrich had no choice but to accept his penance for losing them 3 days. They were on the clock here. Not only was this detour costing them time they'd intended to be on the road, but every day also increased the odds that the missing catch team would be recognized as missing, and a hunt for them begun in earnest. They were in a catch-22. To leave the city without solving this problem put an enemy at their backs. To stay put them in danger of discovery and having that enemy converge on them. At least in the wilds, he could throw lightning and fire without worry about killing innocents, and Taipan got orders of magnitude more terrifying when the city walls faded behind the hills and dales of the forests. The only reason Ulrich was going along with this hootenanny was because his ever-competent shadow wife assured him that they would encounter more such teams if they did not successfully decapitate this trafficking ring, literally, and under worse circumstances, now that one team had failed. You were not completely wrong, Glade Chief, Taipan admitted, letting her downcast honor off the hook. Our traffickers are using the rivers. They are also almost certainly using one of the ships in these docks as well, she added, bolstering Ulrich's mood greatly. The issue, the now pale beauty mused aloud, familiar tapping of her lips at odds with her new appearance, is that they will not be running their victims through any sort of trade vessel, as these are too likely to be checked. No, this screams of a very tightly controlled, very highly coordinated operation run by a singular individual. The bark weasels that ambushed us were of the same immediate family, probably a lesser splinter of a greater house, one that has contacts enough to secure their covers and facilitate their movements. Ulrich immediately jumped on that idea. What about a greater house with ties to the Zelasin? Or maybe not a house, but a high-level member of Trachenir's governing body who would have those ties, like a magister or a tax collector or someone like that. They'd have access to all of the shipping manifestos and be able to hide their own shipments. This shit is all headed downriver to Prosper's gateway on the Vatin, right? Taipan frowned at him slightly. Where did you come up with this idea? I do not know which I find more alarming, that such a thing would occur to you, or that you are probably correct. She questioned, not even with the decency to pretend she wasn't surprised by his intuition. Ulrich shrugged. I read a lot of history, and my old world's pre-collapse governments basically operated by a combination of inertia and sheer, naked graft. False crimson tresses waved as she looked at him with some amount of sadness in her now blue eyes. Everything I have heard of your homeland says it is a gift that you died young, the huntress commented. Chapter 119, Distractions. Ulrich couldn't really say anything to that. There were happy people back there, some of them. In his generous moments, he could even think that it was possible that he could have been one of them if he hadn't been so withdrawn. All it took to dispel that illusion, though, was to think again of that first pristine moment of waking, with the boughs of god trees towering over him and the smell of magic in the air. Yeah, this world and this life had his old beat to shit, he thought. Which brings us back to our current topic. If we don't figure out who targeted us, we both of us might be dying young. I don't know about you, but I am far too pretty to be watering the roots, he exclaimed. A very unladylike snort preceded his shadow's assessment. Let us turn our attentions to those who have access to the shipping logs for Trachenir. Next, she threw a real curveball. It would be for the best if you stay behind in the rooms to await me. I can blend more easily than you in the crowds and— Bullshit, interjected Ulrich loudly. If they hadn't been walking down a narrow side alley that saw not much traffic other than some disturbingly large rats, he'd have worried about upsetting the neighbors. You pull eyes everywhere you go, lady. No fewer than 3 times I've had to make clear to some passerby that they are better served by fucking off to wherever it is they spend their time that isn't nearby. The disguise worked to make you not look like an Iriellen work of art. Now you just look like a merely stupendously attractive Aza woman, absent your kin's reputation for casual murder. If you take off wandering around this city by yourself, you'll end up with more little incidents like in the merchant's office. And he counter-argued. You said it before that we neither of us draw as much attention together as separate, not to mention being able to watch each other's backs. She smiled at his assertions and made to offer her own, but Ulrich was not willing for even a second to relent on this, especially not when the only reason she was along in the first place was that she refused to be left back in Irielhos to guard her little brother while he was learning the ropes, after a previous assassination attempt had nearly gotten to him. Denied. Negative. Nope. 9. Ain't gonna happen, Taipan, Ulrich pronounced, cutting her off, stopping at the mouth of that ally's intersection with another, larger thoroughfare. While the twins are up, you don't go anywhere I don't go. We are not playing into the hands of some jerkwads that want to do a grab and smash on you in the first place by having you sashaying that tush solo, he ordered. His shadow didn't take that lying down. I could simply disappear into the city, leaving you behind regardless of what you say. She declared, weirdly set on this idea. You could, but you won't, he told the woman, completely serious. Oh, the lovely voice said, falling dangerously. And how will you stop me, Glade Chief? She was bluffing here. She was good at it, and she'd probably fool most people, but he'd been around her long enough. Besides, he had a solid counteroffer. I'll grab my shit and start walking out of this city is what I'll do, and you can follow, or you can hang around playing spy. I won't just sit around waiting for you to get captured without my being around to cover you, though. I'd rather leave you behind. Mark my words, Taipan. Ulrich matched her tone to the T. They stared at one another, neither moving, each with their own thoughts. The key to bluffing was to never do it. Then, when somebody else tried, they inevitably backed themselves into a corner. It was a little like entropy, they just naturally ended up losing. Ulrich had learned a lifetime ago that you always got fucked when you played games others chose. The failure to do that, to accept elf games, had got him saddled with a shadow in the first place, and now with a wife as well. That they were the same person did nothing to take the sting out of the lack of agency he'd had in much of it. He appreciated Taipan now, after all of their time together, but he hadn't forgotten that it was her father's little gambit that had led to all of this in the first place, and those decisions had been made with her good in mind, not his. Well, he had to live with that part. He'd long since passed being able to simply tell her to fuck off. He was committed, damn his eyes. But being committed didn't mean being subservient or allowing someone to do whatever they wanted when what they wanted was stupid. There was only one way their little operation worked. He was in charge of it, or he was not part of it. He was ready to admit that he might love this thorny rose, but he wasn't going to play second fiddle to her. That wasn't who he was. Problem was, it might not be who she was either, and that was important to know. A successful marriage demanded that there be partnership. It also demanded someone be in charge. The only couples he'd ever seen last were the ones where one person, with due respect, consideration, warmth, and involvement of their partner, made the final calls. When that went away, there came problems. Things got complicated first, then ugly later. If there came a time when his back was to the wall, he knew he'd trust his own instincts, his own judgment, and jump. Taipan had to be ready to jump where he did, or she wasn't going to fit into things long term. Times like now, when she wanted to go one way, in direct counter to the stance she'd taken to be coming along in the first place, against his own better judgment. Disregarding her, by now voluntary role of shadow, that had to be part of their relationship. He trusted the woman to be competent, fierce, and knowledgeable with regards to some specific things. But he didn't trust anyone to take the reins of his life, and he'd never be able to change that, no matter what else had changed since his reforging. The nagging influence of Lord of the Ancient Glade didn't even have to whisper at him for this to be so. He was born this way. Hallett had offered him a piece of advice regarding his proud consort that had always proven sound. Do not let her think you weak. It was in Taipan to rule a partner that was not strong enough to resist her, even if they could withstand her abrasive personality. He could guess that was why none of her other relationships had ended well. That, and she appeared to reject anything close to the traditional concepts of settling down to a family. His Taipan was a hunter, a predator, and she would waste away in captivity, which is why he could do nothing but offer her freedom, to follow or not as she wished. It hadn't taken them long to come to this point, but Ulrich knew it was good for both of them to settle it now. He wasn't an elf whisperer, but these Irielen viewed many aspects of life in terms of a challenge or contest. Far be it for him to tell them that they were wrong, elves weren't humans, and he didn't have any intention of trying to put their behaviors in terms of his old world. That place had long since lost any right to tell anybody how to live correctly. One world ruined was plenty, thanks. She had lost some of her obvious heat, had gone coolly considering. He knew that it wasn't gone, though. She was merely thinking it over for herself, revealing less overtly to him. She did that when they sparred, to make herself harder to read. He was going to make it an easy decision for her, yes or no. Turning, Ulrich started back to the inn where their travel gear was stored. His stride didn't deviate when he heard the disgruntled shout behind him, nor did he look backwards. He'd intended to go do this thing alone in the first place. If this aggravating, distracting, wonderful elf couldn't get with the program, he wasn't going to hang around waiting for things to come apart. He was firming up the straps on his pack when the scowling visage of his shadow stalked into the room. "You will not be leaving Ulrich. I will not allow it," she declared angrily, her posture blocking the door as she kicked it shut behind her. Cold anger started battling calm at that. "You will not allow it," Ulrich stated, as if tasting the words. He shouldered out of the pack and let it fall to the floor, stretching as he did, rolling up to his toes to loosen legs. "Very well then, Taipan. Come, let us see whether you can stop me," he challenged. Ulrich had a feeling he knew where this was going. He regretted the furniture that he was going to have to destroy if necessary. He'd learned much in his time in that arboreal fortress. The best warriors in Orlithrum had trained with and against him. All the while he'd held the form of this huntress in front of him in comparison, the only enemy he hadn't really beaten. This time, though, he was going to go 110 right from the start. He saw his partner's expression shift from outrage to determination. She took a step forward, accepting his proposition, her mouth shaping some cutting statement or another. As soon as she did, Ulrich let her have it, ignoring whatever she'd said. Warrior's instinct, battle rhythm, surge. Time dilated and Ulrich came alive. His senses burned, his core pulsed to his heartbeat, Seron empowering his limbs and his perceptions. The edges of the room hardened, and he could see the woolly fibers of his shadow's clothes waving, disturbed as her weight settled forwards into that one step. The floor creaked ominously when he pushed off of it, bowing under the stress, and he rocketed forwards, erasing the distance between himself and his opponent in a single step. Fear root forward, the dance embedded in his motions far more completely now than in the past. As he closed, he saw Taipan's eyes widen slowly, her blued irises expanding, her pupils dilating with her own flood of adrenaline, or whatever passed for it in Acer biology. The shadows behind her started to squirm, her mana controlling them even as he completed his step. Too late, he thought, grimly satisfied. He caught his enemy flat-footed, his leg between hers and his hands secured to her form. Her hands scrabbled weakly, ineffectually against his for a moment, her shadows too slow to manifest under her control, and he whipped her over his hip. The womanly, if solidly built frame of his shadow rotated easily over his center of balance and hit the floorboards, back squarely absorbing the momentum to blow the wind from her lungs. In a gasp, the shadows receded to the floor, absent their master's conscious control, but Ulrich had fought this opponent enough times to know that Taipan wasn't beaten until she was completely neutralized. Before she could obey gravity's pull to fall back to the floor, Ulrich had his arms around her neck in what she'd called a death's embrace, and what he'd known as an Ezekiel choke. For some ancient warrior, his forearm under her lifted chin, compressed against his other arm, locking tightly and shutting off blood flow through her arteries to her brain. Stunned by the throw, he felt her resistance crumble, and she was limp within a few more seconds. The vital circulation halted completely. Against his strength, even had his opponent managed to duck her chin, that would have been a delaying tactic. Perhaps enough to fight free, but probably not. Absent those extra few seconds, he'd buried her. Ulrich stood over her form, releasing his combat skills, putting the tyrannical creature in his hind brain to sleep, and lifted Taipan gently to lay on the bed. She'd be around in a few seconds, and none the worse for wear. He'd have had to be rougher with her had she not been hit like a thunderbolt by his bullrush. Chalk one up for the Glade Chief. The limp frame jerked, and his shadow rose to a fighting crouch on the bed, scrabbling for an opponent that wasn't there before she realized that he wasn't fighting her any longer. From there, she dropped heavily back to her supine position and stared at the ceiling for a few moments, considering. Throughout this process, Ulrich stayed where he was, standing nearby in case she needed assistance, but very carefully out of knife range. He decided better against saying anything. Best to just let the last minute sort of simmer on the stove. Next time, the melodic voice declared, without any of its prior heat from her comfortable repose, I will not answer your challenge with a door to my back and no room to maneuver. He nodded his agreement. Yep, that had been a poor decision on her part. Better if she'd set a time and a date, preferably outside the city to settle the contest. Also, Ulrich, you have been, what do you call it again? She hummed lightly a second before she found it. Ah, yes, sandbagging. You have been sandbagging me in our practices. Again, he nodded. He had very definitely not been giving her his fullest and best effort. That is true, partly because he anticipated such a day, long ago, the writing being in fluorescent, neon letters on the wall. Partly because he didn't want to hurt her when they were only practicing. She wasn't coming after him with all she had either, after all. He had also not had this newest addition to his class abilities, probably manifest by the combination of his core's awakening and the recent incident with the raging. Surge took what was already a high-spec set of physical parameters and made them frightening. His body dimly ached from the brief use of this skill. Ulrich hadn't even noticed the 70 kilos of her weight. He'd crossed the space between them before she could even have her own skills ready, before her core could utilize its mana fully. Even better, his perception had been amplified with the rest. There was none of the potential mismatch between heightened speed of motion and his brain's ability to comprehend and direct it, which would have rendered him too clumsy to even utilize or coordinate the accelerated movements. The result was that his shadow had been entirely unprepared for how rapidly he could press his attack. He'd also been able to control, to an incredible degree, the exact amount of force with which he wanted her to hit the floor. Ulrich had been able to take quite a bit off of it at the last second, or he might have done this lovely woman real harm, which was not the point. It was a mild surprise to him. Ulrich had very much expected slightly less grace from his normally so staunchly proud partner. Even as well as he thought he knew her, she still periodically surprised him with her oddness. Rolling to her side, Taipan propped her head up on her arm, and her features wore that gambler's mask, erasing what went on from behind her gaze from his sight. Ulrich maintained his silence, allowing the elf to digest fully this experience. He was self-aware enough to understand that anything he said could and would be held against him, and he probably lacked the tact to not piss her off. Fine, conceded his wife, at last dropping her flat expression and transforming it with the smile that made his ears burn. We will remain together at all times. I will not leave you behind to investigate the city, and you will not depart it without me. You will lead our dance, and I will support you as far as I may. Are you satisfied, Lord of the Ancient Glade, husband? Ah. Well, between that second part of her address, which still just got him rightly in the mood, and her tugging her dress down to reveal the softness therein, they did not accomplish much else that afternoon. Nevertheless, Ulrich felt that they had come over a dangerous impasse, and more tightly bonded than before. Elves can be a little strange. What could he say? Thanks, Hallet, he told the silence of the room. Later. The afternoon wasted, ahem. They made dinner in the common room a sedate affair, though free from booze. Pillow talk had largely consisted of the two of them plotting on how to get their hands on shipping manifestos without being caught, or how to isolate the ones that had penned those letters. That it had not been the same hand was clear. The elegant lines, smoothly controlled, of the one twice dead carried was distinct from the stiffer, less precise hand on the catch crew thug. If they could get a match on the authors of these two documents, they'd have a pretty solid connection. After Ulrich and his disguised partner stuffed their faces with meat and some kind of spiced cabbage, with a loaf of bread split between them, they solidified their plan of action. Tonight was a night on the town. They'd head to the docks and try to observe the movements of boats into or out of the city. Taipan was certain that the slaves would be most likely extradited from the city outside normal traffic hours on personal vessels, not mercantile ones. It was simply too obvious that merchants like to smuggle goods, even the honest ones. And on the smaller vessels, it would be easier to hide along small inlets or up tributaries too narrow for the larger ships to navigate, which vastly opened up the number of launch or unloading points such ships could access. For the cost of a single Acer slave, a run of a single live capture would be more than adequate compensation to take the chances and run the entire length of the river. Ulrich remarked on the incredible temptation for so lucrative a venture. Taipan set him straight. Ulrich, any person caught buying or selling a sentient being on Orlithrum territory is brought to the city street and flayed alive. They are then slathered in honey for the insects to consume. All the while a medicos remains on station to keep them alive for as long as possible and to reapply the honey. Slavers are not suffered. That my Celestin cousins are involved in this is sickening. Rot has clearly infested the realms of the Aesir. Perhaps this war was necessary to burn our lands free of corruption, judged his shadow harshly in a whisper. That was a distinctly Iriellan take on the situation. Very all or nothing, no greys about it. For a matter as heinous as the buying and selling of your fellow man, he couldn't hold himself in disagreement, however. Some things shouldn't be done. The rest of their discussion was mostly cover, discussions of the expected breakup of the rivers. It was a fortunate thing that the elven peoples tended to socialize in very distinct, very tight-knit social circles. The relative isolation of he and his partner was patently unremarkable. Almost no direct interaction occurred between tables. Sometimes one member would drift away from their group to chat with another, but only rarely. That was less the case amongst the humans or beastkin, who were more open than their pointy-eared neighbors, but still not exactly gadflies. Ulrich's ears didn't catch much of the floating talk, but what he did mostly centered on the effects of the expected hostilities. It was, more or less, an open secret that war would be coming. According to the floating rumors he could pick up, nobody knew that the strategy was not the same business as usual. Good. Lord Brighteyes was going to give the border cities of Prespang a proper kick in the pills, and their armies were going to find out what it was like when the Orlithrum stopped playing defense. To outward appearances, Ulrich was a barbarian merchant hashing out the coming trade season with his local partner. None who overheard their discussions regarding how long to reach certain villages, probable resting sites, dangers on the road, expected patrols, the odds of bandits, would have reason to think anything differently. Before they retired to stroll amicably up the stairs, half that common room would only remember that the human merchant had an odd accent, and that his partner was clearly slumming to be with him. They dropped quietly out of the window long after the twins had set, their bed arranged to make it look like two sleeping forms side by side should anyone enter to check, though they'd have to open the locked door to do so. Agile crouches absorbed the momentum of their fall, and they were off, down predetermined streets into the cold dark of the city to track down whoever it was that was trading in sentient lives at the docks. Torches burned in sconces in the poor districts. Glow lamps put off a soft yellow brightness in the richer ones. The flickering, dancing shadows cast by the torches were far better for stealthy travel, so Taipan led them along the narrow alleys through the more destitute parts of Trachen-Ear. They made next to no sound on the cobbled streets, their soft boots padding under deft steps. Compared to trying to match his shadow's quiet tread upon leaf litter and fallen branches, this was easy. Absent her wig and wearing an imitation of the Iriellan black warrior's underclothes over top of her travel robes, the former huntress truly did resemble more a shadow than a person. Ulrich had not had a similar likeness made. It would have put up flags for a human to be wearing the traditional garb of a deep woods elf. He was, instead, wearing the charcoal overcoat he'd had made and doing his best not to be drastically more visible than the woman in the lead. Only twice did they catch notice of any as they made their way through the city. Once by one of the city's more proficient cat burglars, on his way back from a haul along the rooftops, his practiced eye catching the motion of others of similar ilk to himself. The two of them were obviously not guards, and he had 2 more jobs before dawn, so he returned to his rooftop run. The second by a duo who were active serial killers, impersonating a drunk couple and killing any would-be muggers who came along to take advantage of the inebriated pair. The woman's eyes saw heat, a skill of her class, Ripper, and noted the flash of easy movements along parallel trails. These were not the prey the couple sought, though. They loved the thrill of turning an aggressor, so confident in their power, into a weeping, powerless thing before savoring the end. Neither time were either Ulrich or his shadow aware of the attention. So it was that they came to the docks, half around after leaving their rooms behind. The scarves they'd wrapped around their faces caught the mist their breaths would have produced against the cold night air next to the frozen highway of the river. There was a surprising amount of active transport going on despite the season. It might not be a peak season, but cities as large as Trachnia didn't sleep through the winter. Goods all the way from the Atun, Svartalfin for crystal, sea where a narrow inlet permitted birth of the Zealous, initially a salt river. That changed drastically once it was fed by the myriad tributary rivers that poured off the Heaven's Reach glaciers, year-round flows. Not far north of its birthplace in the Crystal Sea, the Zealous grew incredibly large, the salt flow diluted to near nothing by the fresh waters coming in from the Heaven's Reach Mountains to the east and the Plateau of Ancients to the west. It was a strangeness to the geology of Varda that an ocean should flow towards an inland sea, but there was, according to the Orlethrem, a deep trench that occasionally poured molten rock. Ulrich recognized the signs of continental separation that shifted the flows of water. Whatever the case, deep-keeled ocean-going ships were able to travel from the warm, clear blue waters of the Atun Ocean, down the Zealous, all the way to Prosper's Gate at the Vatin Sea. For a Celestin city like this, food was of paramount importance. This kind of a population needed large volumes of food that outstripped its local production. The docks reflected that reality. There were grain bins, crates loaded with bags of crushed or powdered cereals, rice in staggering quantities, a surprising amount of fresh produce kept under cover against the frost, but preserved by the cold of the season. Ulrich noted many fish barrels on the docks, the tang of salt in the air slightly foreign to him. Iriellen did not frequently eat fish, but it occurred there regularly in their communal eateries, mostly caught from the rivers. There were exotic fish on drying racks, curing here and there, scales glittering silver as they caught the light of an enormous half-moon. Yerial, the moon, stood high in her track across the night sky, making stealth difficult. Guards patrolled here with regularity, in the shuffle of cold, bored men and women wishing they were most other places that described guard duty across every world. Taipan had them crouched next to a few stacked crates of what smelled like animal furs until a particularly dense cloud draped itself over the bisected silver disk, masking its moonlight. Under cover of this new dark, the pair of them whispered across the cut stone of the dock, flitting from cover to cover, sometimes on their bellies, crawling along in the shadow of a collection of baskets, icy stone pulling the heat from their bodies. Their destination was an unadorned shack surrounded by torches and with a single elf guard, hands tucked under armpits against the chill air, in attendance. According to Taipan's memory of arriving to Trachnia by ship, this is where the shipping logs would be kept under lock and key. Copies of the reports were delivered to the powers that be, their numbers pored over by those who had a stake in making sure those numbers read profit for the city and its peoples. The originals, however, were never to leave this shack, not until they were archived at the end of the year. It was a new year, celebrated only a few months ago, which meant that he and Taipan wouldn't have boxes and boxes of documents to hurriedly scan through. Before they could scan anything, though, they had to get to that shack and break in without raising an alarm. The good news was, the docks were absolutely fucking massive, and there weren't enough patrols to completely cover them. That was by design. Everybody had something to hide, especially the powers that be, and they had a vested interest in being able to make covert movements possible. Impenetrable security hurt the interests of nearly everyone, which made Ulrich grin when he considered it. Planned incompetence was something that tickled every funny bone in his body, and he was glad to see that some things were truly universal, multiversal even. Naturally, his shadow was more in her element, being able to see freely with her empowered night vision. Ulrich was basically as blind as the guards. The good news was that he was deliberately not looking into those torches, ruining his night vision. The elf standing bathed in their light, and heat the bastard, would have effectively no vision beyond their reach. He stood looking into a vast abyss of dark, relying more on his hearing to pick up signs of disturbances than his eyes. Or he would have, had he not been nodding against sleep. So far they'd been able to, over the course of a carefully considered, well-planned hour, manage a completely undetected approach to the shack. This next part was tricky and would require tight timing. Several hours of discussion had gone into this, both sides arguing their cases and presenting refinements to the approach. At the end, he and his long-eared comrade had come to an agreement. Simple was best, and the simplest distraction was a bait and switch. A good old Kansas City shuffle. Ulrich was, of course, going to be the distraction. He'd explained how he was going to do it, and Taipan had refused to believe him. "Believe me," he'd said to her, "unless you grew up on my world, in the particular social environment of my home country. There's no goddamned way you see this coming. It gets literally everyone the first time." And it did. She fell for it, and he'd warned her it was coming. It was like mind control. He felt, more than heard, his shadows sigh as she retrieved a small vial filled with booze and handed it to him. The rough stink of a single distilled raw brandy he slathered himself in. Game time. Ulrich made his way without particular hurry from their place of concealment, his partner in crimes to be long departed to her planned location behind the shack, out of sight. He strode with an uncertain gait, sometimes stiff, sometimes too flexible, the awkwardness aided by a large pebble in his boot. The uneven shuffle of boots pulled the guard from his stupor just in time to see a human buck, a large one, stumbling into the torchlight, reeking of booze and with a glazed look in his eye that said he had no idea how he'd arrived at this point. Rolling his eyes, the guard righted himself and checked his weapons, just in case, before he addressed the drunk. "What ho? You there? What are you doing on the docks this late?" He tried reasonably. "I?" Ulrich answered, his slurred voice drawling. "Haven't seen me many overclocks 'em." The stream of nonsense hit the guard physically. Eyes scrunched in confusion, he shook himself to approach the human. "Look here, manling. You cannot be here at these hours. The docks are closed. You're lucky to have managed to get here, rather than stroll onto the ice and fall into a hole. Turn yourself about and be off," the guard ordered. The human looked around suddenly, hands patting their coat, looking for the pocket that they kept barely missing, which proved surprisingly irritating to the guard to behold, but straightening made them lose balance, and they caught themselves just before they fell into him. His hands roughly took the shoulder and set the blurry-eyed man straight, and he heard a muffled, Thanks. Gut sirrah," as the man finally found his coat pocket and fished around. Ulrich had accomplished his goal, having gotten close to the guard and distracted him. Now for the coup de grace. He pulled his hand free of his coat, turning to sidelong to the elf, and announced with a surprised, "Dropped my pocket." His hand forming a ring with forefinger and thumb, remaining digits fanned, and the guard's gaze was drawn like a lodestone to magnetic north, eyes falling into the ring. He never saw the hammer fist that clubbed him across the back of the head, but he did see the flash of light inside his brain that announced he'd been concussed, moments before he dropped like a sack of potatoes to the dock. Quickly, before the next guard came at a pass, he dumped the rest of the booze vial on the guard's uniform and fished into his coat pocket for a second vial. At the same time as his nonsensical, but indisputably effective pocket announcement, Taipan left her own hiding spot, passed behind the both of them without so much as a flutter of air, and worked the door's lock, bypassing it about the time that her companion had propped the unconscious guard against the wall of the shack. They had no idea how long he'd be out, so Ulrich administered a potent sleep aid, manufactured by herself that evening. The vile-smelling liquid poured down the guard's gullet quickly, so he didn't aspirate on it. When the guard swallowed the concoction without spitting it back up, Ulrich threw Taipan a thumbs up, and she entered the shack. They had another minute, tops, before the guard rotation brought someone in view who would see that the guard was laying asleep, as he would remain for hours unless a remedy for the sleep aid were applied. Even if he woke, he'd be drugged into stupor, hence the booze on his coat. Ulrich was counting seconds. He reached 43 and was starting to get nervous that they'd wasted this one chance. There wouldn't be another after tonight, when Taipan exited the shack with an extra bit of padding to her chest and flashed the thumbs up. That announced it was time to make their getaway. The lock clicked shut as she closed it, and they darted into the night. 30 seconds later, the pair, huddled beneath an upside-down empty rice basket, heard the guard cry out, "Rorik, you fucking louse, that's the third time. They'll have your ass." The guard and his 3 companions, who abandoned their posts to investigate and harangue their intemperate colleague, never noticed the rice baskets that glided quietly down the dock. Chapter 1, 120, Feeling the Burn. The pair of them managed a somewhat uneventful retrograde to their rented room. Hands nearly too cold to grip the masonry and timbers led to Ulrich coming a moment away from falling off the side of the building in his climb, but Taipan snagged him and hauled him up into the window. There, they went over their haul. Ulrich couldn't make heads nor tails of it until his shadow indicated what the columns meant. From there, he realized that they had the dates and times of arrival and departure, loaded and unloaded cargo weights, names, mercantile or private ownership, captaincy, declared crew, all of it for every ship registered here in these logs. Ulrich whistled softly. It was the motherlode, and this was the slow time of year. He couldn't imagine what a monstrous task they'd have before them if it was peak season. Say this for the officials in Traknir, they knew who was bringing what into their city. Smuggling would have had to have been a slick operation to get through all this scrutiny. Or it had to be an inside job. Greased palms and purchased silence to let the smugglers route their traffic through this trade hub would probably fund a man or elf or whatever quite well. Now they just had to search this haystack for a very particular needle. Somewhere in all of that was the identity of the Acer slavers. Doubtless, the theft of these logs was going to raise alarm bells in whoever the hell it was that was running this racket, and Ulrich was now without doubt that it was somebody higher up on the totem pole for the city itself. They'd be taking too many chances with their own skin if they were some low-level middle management trying to squeak through. No, this had the stink of somebody with the final say, with pull enough to be able to wash away any discrepancies to hide their activity. As much as he wished they could get access to the documents scrubbed by their mystery ringleader, he doubted very much that would be possible. If they were smart enough to pull this off, they were smart enough to cover their tracks. The only direct connection he and Taipan would get to the bastard was likely the 2 handwritten letters. Everything else they would have would be circumstantial. Good thing they weren't planning to hold a trial. After an hour of going through their catch, the exhausted couple turned in. They'd snag a few hours of well-earned sleep, then make the rounds through the city drumming up information about disappearances amongst the low-born citizenry, the most likely local targets of their perpetrators. There again, a smart player would be reluctant to shit where they eat, but simple greed would push them to graze lightly, even so. If they were astute and diligent, they'd turn up something. Elsewhere, 12 hours later, a second table died, where its brother had stood the previous day, smashed viciously into a heap of finely carved firewood. "Fuck!" screamed the Ogrand, eyes bloodshot, fury pulsing off his frame. He stood over the wreck of his newest table, grieving for the smooth finish, the ornate carvings of fish leaping amongst sea spray, and the ore squire that had purchased it. That table was a one-of-a-kind. A masterwork of a meloned furniture maker using decades-aged timber from the highlands that came from a tree at least 2 centuries old, one could tell by the whirled grains. Gone. Like the shipping manifestos. All his enemies had to do was show those in comparison to the ones he'd been submitting, and it would raise some very pointed questions from his colleagues in the city governance meetings. This time, the thin wolven beastkin didn't risk opening the door. He'd heard of one of his predecessors getting snatched that way, their head crushed to pulp before they'd realized what was happening. He yelled through the door, "Your Grace, tell me how I may serve," and his tail wagged nervously at the prospect of being ordered to present himself physically before his master. The Ogrand pulled a small splinter free of his hardened skin, barely penetrating despite the intensity of the strike, and straightened his finery before he answered. This sort of thing was beneath him. He was not a savage brute lacking restraint, lacking poise, like so many of his kin. He would not be murdering his attendant today in a blood rage and smearing the corpse across his walls. There has been a theft, a gross failure on the part of the dock security, one that will not go unpunished. I will handle that later today, but for now I require you to send for my troubleshooters. The ones I have instructed you to, up to this point, pretend do not exist. He called, respecting the wisdom of this newest attendant in not placing himself at hand. A smart one was this wolverine. The Ogrand was gratified to have reason to believe that his newest attendant would live long if he stayed so cautious. He heard the rapid scurry of feet and the scuffle of feet on stairs, announcing that his attendant had gone to pass word. Self-control was one thing, but if they were too stupid to have a sense of danger, they only aggravated his desire to murder them. First, he would have that guard flogged and run out of the city. This was the third time the man had been drunk on duty, and no amount of blabbered drunks with dropped pockets would save him. As for the thief, that was a harder decision. The Ogrand Bull was without a doubt now that the Iriellan scout he'd ordered collected was in the city. His agents had gone through the gate entries and found a human and an Iriellan, though neither had been dressed as his reports had described earlier, which meant they knew that they'd been targeted. The same Iriellan had been sighted entering an inn. She was distinctive, even in a crowd of her knife-eared cousins, with her human partner, an oddity that, and had disappeared thereafter. Neither had been recorded as checking out of their rooms, but some promptly arranged break-ins found the rooms empty. Between that and now this clear attempt to run down information on his operations, he was going to have to take a more aggressive posture. For now the Ogrand had to lean on local muscle and wait for his messages to get downriver. At least the ice remained solid. Once breakup started, transport and communication would be dead in the water, very literally, until the large ice floes dispersed. Those would punch holes through a hull and grind its crew to chunks with little trouble. Most shipping companies decried the use of a magus to accompany their ships and keep the worst of the ice at bay. At that point, he could not count on assistance from the Morian household arriving timely. He would, however, now be expecting a significant degree of aid within the 2 weeks it would take them to make the traversal. Lord Morian had ever been a prompt and competent master, generous when well served, too. It was times like this when the Ogrand's determined hold on his temper and baser instincts paid greatest dividends. Most of his kin would have been far too proud, too self-assured to have sent such rapid request for aid, and would have found themselves isolated, surrounded by enemies, and shortly thereafter destroyed. Not him. He had greater ambitions than being a vagrant chief, leading his harem through the plains and surviving in squalor as most of his kind. No, his intentions were grander. This entire city would be his within a few short years. His ascent was rapid, taking hold of the worst elements of the city's crime infrastructure and bending them to his own purposes, plus the liquid capital injection from his slave smuggling operation, had given him a hold on his position that even the most determined political enemies found hard to break. And if they got a little close to doing so, then a timely mugging gone sour could be arranged to change their attitudes. Trachnier was Celestin territory, but they wielded soft power. The Ogrand, in a nod to his own heritage, preferred the harder kind and used it like a scalpel. Now he had but to wait for his fixers to arrive so that he could make arrangements for dealing with this brownie infestation into his affairs. The human was worthless. They didn't even justify the costs of transporting them to markets in Prosper. The elf, though, now that was a catch. Iriellan were rarely gathered breathing, and their scarcity on the slave blocks would guarantee he collected big. Perhaps big enough to swing the majority council vote coming in the fall. Revenue and Trade's Master of Trachnier was a fine position, but Chancellor of the Exchequer, now that was better. That would gain him the ear of the greater houses of Celestin and let him build his contacts within the aristocracy, a thing outside his natural grasp, being but a lowly plainsborn Ogrand. The thought settled his anger over the destruction of his table as he awaited the arrival of his men. One catch team had been ambitious. A mistake. Iriellan weren't to be underestimated in their element. Here, in the city, though, that was his ground, and his men would soon have the elf driven to corner. Where one team had failed, 3 would suffice. Now, when his assistant returned, he'd see about procuring a table. Perhaps something Svartalfin, A well-braced number in etched true steel might better match his higher station anyway. Yes, he'd commission something personally. His coffers would be far more than adequate once this troublesome knife ear found her way to market. The thought of polished metal curves, gem dust inlays and gold accents occupied him until his men arrived. Ulrich followed his shadow's lead through the city streets. The pair of them had decided that they needed an additional angle besides that of the shipping manifestos. There were, according to the intuition of his partner, 6 ships that were likely not on the up and up. All privately owned, 3 from the same family, 1 lesser house Wicker. These boats never registered cargo, they never brought anything in or out of the city, and they were always gone no longer than 3 days, according to the dock records. That each of these boats should leave the city, seemingly without purpose, in the depth of winter, and not be gone long enough to go anywhere in particular, was atypical. Taipan was of the opinion that they probably did not sail the entire length of the riverways to prosper, but instead acted to hand off their catch to another vessel. It limited the risks that they took and kept their partner off of the registers of Trachnir. To Ulrich, it sounded exactly like the sort of handoff that drug runners had used back when cartels were running most of the southern continents. They had done a bit of sleuthing, casual comments dropped about a tragic loss of so many young, while perusing wares in various shops, during some explorative faked trade deals, and while stopping for lunch in various common rooms, and their fishing pulled in some interesting news. It just so happened that House Wicker was holding funeral rites for 2 of its own and 4 more close cousins of the house. A terrible accident on the roads just outside of Trachenirm was the rumor. Some monster or another had caught the troop, who had volunteered to help with securing the roads for the upcoming trade season. The timing was impossibly similar. What were the odds that a single household should lose an equivalent number of members as the number of failed ambushes? It didn't take long before they had a tentative confirmation. A stroll down the docks evidenced that one of the Wicker ships had been made ready to cast off, and its skids freshly waxed, as if to make journey. The cold would make the wax coatings brittle, and they would flake off. Hence, only ships that expected to make a run within the day would have such a preparation. The ship left ready was the property of one minor house Wicker's a second son, recently departed, they had learned that afternoon. Bingo, they had an ID on Twice Killed. Arm in arm, the pair of them were on a wide causeway. The cobbled streets kept well clear of snow, and with a mild traffic that Ulrich had come to recognize as characteristic of the midday normal crowd. There were even several familiar faces in and amongst the passing forms. Their investigation had taken him across most of the city. Taipan seemingly had an insatiable need to walk every street that the city offered, which meant that he had been forced to join her. His only consolation to the press of the buildings, the jar of peoples in his ears, was that his discomfort was shared by his partner. Neither of them enjoyed the cosmopolitan atmosphere, though both hid it to keep up appearances. Ulrich had changed in many ways since coming to Varda. Likely only his parents would even recognize him. His distaste for places where peoples flocked together to live on top of each other had not joined many of the predilections he'd discarded. Currently, he was taking solace in that the movement of peoples, the loose diffusion of the Celestin city, was excellent practice for his Serrano perception. In the wilds, much of his problem was in having trouble picking up signatures of the woody plants, deciphering the minimal inputs across his skin to form a sort of tactile image of the surroundings. The opposite was true of this budding perception. There were so many bodies, loud against his sensibilities, that it made distinguishing them difficult. His efforts had drawn him inwards, trusting Taipan to keep them on course. That was how he determined that the 2 of them were being followed. A pressure had remained almost unmoving upon the back of his neck. A presence that matched their pace too evenly to be accidental and kept religiously to the blind spot of the pair of them, and had done so for nearly a quarter round of the twins. Ulrich pointed towards a stall, operated by a rather intimidating Sauri. The smells that drifted from this stand indicated that a pungent, almost curry-spiced set of kebabs were on offer. Ulrich decided that he'd put out feelers for the eventual exports that he'd be seeing from the ancient glade. His cover as a barbarian merchant wasn't completely for show. At some point, if he lived long enough, he'd need to establish some kind of income flow from the gifts of his Fey home. No place to start like a kebab vendor who might be in need of a little extra something to put the starch in the pants of their customers. By the way, Taipan, somebody has been following us for about 15 minutes. Did you pick up on them? He asked as they closed in, and he caught the slitted eye of the vendor. Taipan pinched his arm gently. No, Ulrich, and how are you sure of this? She hissed into his ear, but with effectively no other indication. Interesting, so they were able enough to keep from being noticed by his very gifted shadow. She had abilities that gave her a sort of sixth sense about being tracked or ambushed, so it was likely that the follower had some sort of skill or ability that masked them from such senses. An arms race of detect and counter-detect skills facilitated by magical fuckery. Ho there, friend, two of your spiciest. Ulrich greeted the Sari, who grinned a terrifying reveal of sharp teeth, guaranteed misery to whatever fell between those powerfully muscled jaws. They grew them large, these lizardkin. This probably male one was about 7.5 feet tall and layered with muscle. He was almost delicate in his handling of the strips of meat and the jars of spices that he used to prepare a fresh set of skewers, roasting them over a slow flame by setting them in a sort of holster on his tail that waved slowly over the fire. As the food cooked, Ulrich turned back to his shadow and smiled, whispering answer to her question and covering for their observer to think nothing was amiss. I've had my Sereno perception up since we left our rooms this morning, and there's been a consistent indicator that says somebody has been sitting on top of our blind spot, matching our pace for too long to be coincidence. He might as well have told his huntress mate that Christmas had come early by the awed glee in her expression. This is so? You can detect presences without needing to use your eyes now, even in this wash of peoples? Ulrich didn't bother trying to hide his satisfaction. Sure can. You wouldn't believe how aggravating it's been, like poison ivy that moves across your body whenever anybody moves. But I think I got it down now. Hell, I can feel people and animals through walls. No floaty mage fucker gets to blast me through my room again, he assured her. He watched the wheels turn behind her eyes as she began to incorporate this new information into whatever machinery plots against her enemies automatically. Their food finished before she was ready to reveal to him the place his ability had within her paradigm, and he paid the Sari gladly his 2 copper squires for the sumptuous things, dripping grease and slightly charred, as all good kebabs should be. The smell that enveloped these spiced meat sticks indicated that their maker was a true connoisseur of the art of flesh and flame. They devoured the tender meats gladly. It had been a long morning of strolling and gumshoeing. A potent burn began to develop halfway through the meal, and Ulrich was reminded of the slow rise of the ghost pepper, which took its time ramping on his palate before delivering full heat. Upon reaching the end of the skewer, he was sweating lightly and fully believed that this Sori was undercharging for such skill. The vendor expressed some interest in his customers' reactions. He'd used the best pepper blend he had, a complex blend of 4 different fiery pods dried, ground fine and mixed to produce a veritable bouquet of spice. The elf appeared completely unaffected, though pleased, which was slightly ridiculous, while the Valin clearly enjoyed and suffered the heat of his skewers. The Sauri took pride in his art, and it was a source of joy when it was as clearly appreciated. After a minute of savoring their food, the human reached into a belt pouch and held up a small vial with some dark green powder. You are a gift to street food. That was the best I've ever eaten. Ulrich praised the Sauri honestly, offering the sealed ceramic vial holding his Reaper basil powdered herb, which is why I think I have something that will interest you. The still novel facial features of this great beastkin were unknown to him, but Ulrich thought he knew a man who was curious if he saw one. A great clawed hand took the meticulously sealed vial delicately. This is a product of my homeland, an herb that grows in abundance there, and with a potency that I have not yet seen matched, though your spice blend does it a credit. If you are not afraid of your own product, I recommend a small sample. Just a bare pinch, please, if heat is not to your taste. Ulrich told the vendor, with that slight challenge that chili heads could never leave unanswered. A throaty bass hum that probably would have sent a prehistoric rodent running for its life accompanied the preparation of another kebab, the tail holding the skewer level with its face as it unstoppered the vial and took a gentle whiff. The creature's muzzle turned to Ulrich for a moment in disbelief before it tapped a generous portion of the green herb across the length of the meat skewer, practiced claws resealing the vial and returning it to its owner, who watched with intent as the skewer roasted. The sari's tail was, apparently, immune to the heat of the flame. The sordid shish kebab chef ate slowly of the, for it, small treat, letting the flavors meld inside its mouth, the earthy bitterness of the herb melding with oils, fats, and char of the meat. And then the violent heat that ascended. Eyes widening, the beastkin had found at last what he'd sought for years, a piece de resistance. Now this was a spice. He wasn't entirely sure whether or not he'd been poisoned. Or if he should care, if in this joy was how he was to pass. Eyes closed, the pulsing burn in his mouth migrated, from back of throat to tongue to cheeks. Now even the hide on top of his muzzle had heated. Exquisite. Ulrich watched to see how his prospective trade item was valued. The news looked good, if tears of pain mixed with joy, falling from the corner of the vendor's eyes could be taken as evidence. Not hurrying to interrupt, he waited patiently with his partner and kept the sensation of their tail firmly fixed in his mind. It had not moved in the entire time since they'd come to the stall, had not so much as drifted out of place, even though all around him he could track the motion of the nearby peoples going about their business in the Celestin city. No doubt now they'd been tagged somehow, a problem to be solved later. Presently, the massive form of the scaled Jorman rose from its blissful contemplation. "What is this, and where can I get more of it?" The deep, mellow voice rumbled softly. Ulrich grinned as he answered, "No name have I ever heard it given but the one I chose when I discovered it in the deepest wilds south and west of Iriel. Quite by accident, you understand. The deep woods cousins of my partner here are no friends of Valin. Not that I can lay blame for that upon them, but nevertheless fortuitous." Ulrich bragged, not unreasonably. "What you have tasted is the Reaper's basil, and you may find more of it at your own request when I begin its offer to markets," said Ulrich, slow rolling the sari deliberately. "Consider yourself the first to know it, other than my seemingly immune counterpart. I am on an explorative venture, testing the desire for this and some other goods for my enterprise. You have an interest, then?" He ended with a question that was made a statement by its inflection. The kebab vendor turned its bulk slowly, reaching into the coals of the cook fire, extracting a sil knight and holding the cooling silver metal between its claws without notice of the heat of the metal or its hiding place. Rather safe-keeping, putting your coins in a place where only you could get to it unburned. "A sil squire for such a vial as you have on your person. I could manage another 3 nights had you the available herb now," declared the sari bluntly. Ulrich fist pumped in his mind, but kept a merely pleased demeanor. "This vial is, at the moment, the only processed herb that exists, to my knowledge. I doubt that even if they knew where it grew, that many would think it anything other than noxious. The raw herb, if you believe it, has an even greater peak to its fire than does the dry," Ulrich claimed, to the astonishment and obvious desire of the vendor. "I will give this vial to you, free of charge, if you would use its contents to show your craft with your peers, to demonstrate how its greatness can be experienced if one has the talent to prepare it suitably. And also, tell your customers and friends that a new export comes from the Irielen a year or 2 from now." Ulrich said evenly, the plan he'd made months ago coming to a fruition of sorts. The trick to commerce was marketing, exposure. His problem was that literally no one had ever seen this herb in its current form. If it grew elsewhere than the glade, Taipan had never heard of it, and she'd been everywhere that there was to be in Olathrem. Then what he needed was a demand, and he'd only have a demand if there were parties like this sari kebab vendor who served a large enough population. Hence, giving away the vial to ensure that it gained notice of the populace of an entire trade port was a no-brainer. Taipan restrained her grief at the loss of her secret joy. The sari knew what game was being played. He also knew that he had, Flame's fortunes, been granted the opportunity to be first amongst his competitors to gain access to this revolution amongst spices. After replacing the coin within his cook fire, he extended a clawed hand instantly, the offer too good to even attempt the traditional observance of haggling. "By my eyes, it is a bargain struck," exclaimed the vendor, impressive teeth revealed by its grin. "Who is it that I must thank for this grand venture?" he asked. "Ulrich Twiceborn." Ulrich answered, using the appellative he and Taipan had agreed upon. Just because they should be completely unknown didn't mean he needed to make it easier than absolutely necessary for anyone to connect a barbarian merchant to the Valine that had recently become Lord of the Ancient Glade. "And in whose talented hands have I placed my fortunes to be?" He returned, his hand disappearing into the powerful claws as they shook once, gently. The Sari stood tall, his full height and girth even more impressive now. "My name is Ollivander Greytooth, and my hearthstones are yours to sit upon," the creature said, a rumbling friendliness in his tone at some odds with the literal words used to express them. Ulrich nodded, committing that to memory. He'd just taken the first step to maybe not being a hermit, living in a carved-out bush cottage for the remainder of his days. It felt good. After all, he had a wife to support, and she had expensive tastes in poisoned arrows. Actually, the reality was not lost on him, that Taipan was amongst the least materialistic individuals that he had ever met. She was perfectly happy to live in the forests, sleeping under the stars, or in travel shelters. Other than travel supplies, he didn't know that she'd ever spent a single coin out of luxury. If it wasn't sharp, wasn't warm, or wasn't going to aid in her pastime of silently killing the enemies of her people, she mostly wasn't interested. That idle thought brought a smile to his face, almost as much as the good fortune of meeting this most remarkable kebab artisan. With a promise to return in the following year with a far greater supply of Reaper's basil, he departed one Ollivander Greytooth's stall and proceeded along their intended route through the city. Now they had to rid themselves of a certain tagalong,